Chapter 1286. So what Xiao was training was not just hard work, it was crazy, extremely crazy. Now that he was married, he practiced every day, all the time, all the time, all the time. Zhuo Xiaoyan was dragged by him to practice a few times until she almost fainted. It was undeniable that Zhuo Xiao's passion for cultivation was extremely high. The feeling of becoming a powerhouse was also very urgent. If it was possible, if Zhuo Xiaoyan did not need to rest, Zhuo Xiaoduo would probably practice hard for 24 hours nonstop. This kind of passion for cultivation was unprecedented. If Zhuo Xiaoduo went out and said that he practiced 24 hours a day and let everyone know, they would be ashamed of their inferiority. Look at how hard-working he was. Then look at herself. Sigh, there was no way to look at it. Of course, the premise was that he did not reveal how he practiced. Zhuo Xiaoyan was very distressed because of Zhuo Xiao's diligence. She even had the idea of finding another cultivation partner for little doggy because of this, but she really could not bear it. Every day, she practiced until she was exhausted. But was already swollen now. Would it get worse in the future? Fortunately, just as this idea arose, it was extinguished by Zhuo Xiaoyan. This was a dangerous idea that absolutely could not be touched. Even if she fainted on the bed every day, she could not find another cultivation partner for this guy. That would be looking for trouble. That although his cultivation level was increasing rapidly, little doggy's various cultivation positions were also changing rapidly, one after another. No, it should be said that there were many new patterns in a day. Sometimes, Zhuo Xiaoyan felt strange. Could it be that other couples could also come up with so many tricks? Obviously, there were some things that could not be done with a low cultivation level. It was impossible to do this. What was going on? Also, this puppy really knew too much. This Zhuo Xiaoyan recalled that since that cough at the beginning of cultivation, Zhuo Xiaoduo had come up with at least 200 kinds of tricks, right? Now, it was even more than that. Every day, he had to tirelessly research, torment, and rack his brains to do things that even if there were no conditions, he had to create the conditions to practice. He complained about not becoming addicted to drugs, so he was tormented for 3 days and 3 nights without drinking. In the end, it was Zhuo Xiaoyan who begged him to drink some wine. Drinking some wine could at least numb her for a while and relieve her negative state. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo dragged him along and gulped it down at an average rate of 1 jar every 2 days. As a result, he became even more diligent in his cultivation. His cultivation base really did improve by leaps and bounds. He was already at the Dao integration pinnacle stage, but his cultivation base continued to soar at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. So Xiaoyan was now meditating every day, compressing her true yuan, and then cough, drinking wine, practicing martial arts, and being dragged to practice hard. He didn't have much conscious time every day, and he had to use it all to compress his true essence. Such a life was not only boring but also miserable. Before this, Zhuo Xiaoyan had never imagined that she would have to continuously compress her true yuan 36 times while being at the Dao integration pinnacle stage, and that she would have to lie in bed. Cough, that's not right. It should be due to a special training method. Every time she thought of this, Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't help but have the urge to fight the inferno witch to the death. This guy actually gave her 1,000 jars of wine that were incompatible with fire and water. What was even more terrifying was that he also gave her the brewing method along with the wine. Not only did he give her the recipe, but he also gave her enough materials to brew 100,000 jars. This also led to Zhuo Xiaoduo spending all his free time researching how to brew wine and refine it. After that, he would diligently practice his martial arts. This life was simply unbearable. As the days passed, Zhuo Xiaoyan even had a feeling that in the long run, she might have to lie in bed all the way until she reached the zenith heaven. This was too terrifying. What would people say about her in the future? Zhuo Xiaoyan, lying in bed all the way until she reached the zenith heaven? No, it was too shameful that if others asked her, Sister Nian, how did your cultivation progress so fast? We didn't see you practicing martial arts. How should she answer? Should she say that, in fact, It was all because of her. That thing? Just as Zhou Xiaoyan was letting her imagination run wild, she saw Zhou Xiaoduo rush in excitedly. The exuberant look on his face made Zhou Xiaoyan feel even more terrified. Nian Nian cat, I thought a way to make us better. Zhou Xiaoyan's face turned pale. What? What way? We can adopt this posture. This way, the spiritual energy can circulate faster, and the cultivation will be more efficient. So Xiaoduo said excitedly. With the help of the incompatible wine, we can almost double the efficiency of cultivation. In this way, we can. Zhou Xiaoyan's beautiful face turned pale, and she begged, Xiaoduo, can we rest for a day? My thigh hurts. Now is the critical moment of war. Xiao, you don't have to feel pain or discomfort. Just bear with it. We need to make progress now. We must practice diligently. Fist never leaves the hand, song never leaves the mouth. As a cultivator, we never shrink from a battle. Cultivate my sword, fight to the ninth heaven, sprinkle my blood, and press forward. We must redouble our efforts. The world is about to be plunged into misery and suffering. We have great responsibilities. How can we be greedy for pleasure and only care about our own safety? So Xiaoduo said seriously, only when we improve our cultivation can we help Dad, Mom, Dad, and Grandpa. Only then can we save the world and help the world pass through the catastrophe. Save the people from the fire and water, and save the world from its collapse. Zhou Xiaoyan was about to cry. What you said makes sense, and I admire you for being able to say it so grandly. But I've already suffered too much. Let me massage your shoulders. Zhou Xiaoduo began to fawn on her. Let me massage your thighs. You'll definitely feel better. Let me massage your waist. I guarantee that you'll feel good both physically and mentally. If you really can't do it, I'll help you. Zhou Xiaoyan screamed in panic, don't move. But it was too late. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that Zhou Xiaoyan had recovered under his care. So he began to practice that after a long time, practicing was too tiring. Zhou Xiaoyan was sweating profusely on Zhou Xiaoduo's body. She murmured, I can't do it anymore. I want to sleep. Zhou Xiaoduo was still not satisfied. He said slowly, Nian Mao, there's something I forgot to tell you. When I went out just now, I used the earth vein in the space to make a hot spring with the heart of the scorching sun. I've already brought the hot spring water from the ground to our yard. Now that I think it's inappropriate, I decided to bring it to our bedroom. As long as the floor is uncovered, a huge hot spring will immediately appear. We're so tired after practicing, so we could take a bath to relieve our fatigue and activate our blood vessels. After you're done, you can use the Moon Sutra to write a letter. Everything will be done conveniently, and there won't be any other effects. Zhou Xiaoduo spoke as if it was true, full of enthusiasm. This way, no matter how tired you are, you'll be relieved. You won't have to complain about being tired every day. How about that? I'm being considerate. Zhou Xiaoyan murmured, but I just want to sleep. I don't want to think about anything else. It's okay. You sleep. I'll naturally take you to the hot spring. As Zhou Xiaoduo spoke, he waved his left hand. The floor of the bedroom rose at once. Indeed, there was steam below, and a clear hot spring was revealed. Zhou Xiaoduo carried Zhou Xiaoyan, who was exhausted from practicing. He gently floated up and quietly landed in the hot spring. This newly formed hot spring had the hidden power of space. It didn't look big, but when Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan really entered it, they felt as if they had fallen into a big lake that the two of them only occupied less than 1% of the space. There was a poem that went, in the cold spring, under the bed, the hot spring water was smooth and creamy. Xiaoduo was weak and powerless when he was helped up, when he received a new favor. This famous line that had been passed down for thousands of years was written at this moment. This place, this feeling, this scene, so not in such a good environment. How could they face the world if they didn't practice? So, after taking a bath in the hot spring, Zhou Xiaoyan directly fainted. Her only thought was that she was several times more tired than before taking a bath in the hot spring after practicing. Zhou Xiaoduo was still holding Zhou Xiaoyan, paying close attention to the changes in the temperature of the hot spring. At this moment, when they were practicing, both of them didn't control the overflow of their spiritual power. Zhuoxiaoduo's yang attribute power was constantly emitted, and Zhuoxianyan's cold moon qi was automatically emitted. Two forces, one cold and one hot, poured into the hot spring at the same time. A few feet to the left of the two of them, there was a mysterious scene of ice and boiling in the next moment. It's still not in place. Zhuoxiaoduo's words were full of regret. It should be like what the fire witch said. There is no change in the temperature of the water, which is the real convergence of yin and yang, ice and fire. Although there are signs of this now, there is still a long way to go to that point. There is still a long way to go. I still need to continue to work hard and work tirelessly. I should work hard and never stop. For the sake of the world, I should practice harder. Holding Zhuoxianyan's soft body, Zhuoxiaoduo made a long-term plan to work harder in the future. After the two of them prepared to practice for this period of time, Zhuoxiaoduo distributed the spiritual fruits and spiritual herbs that could increase cultivation to Li Chenglong and the others equally. In addition to the new cultivation resources, Zhuoxiaoduo also received a large number of IOUs. The cultivation bases of Li Chenglong and the others were also rapidly increasing by leaps and bounds every day. Among them, Li Chenglong, who originally had the highest cultivation and was also making the fastest progress, had already reached the pinnacle of the Tao integration pinnacle stage and was beginning to suppress his true essence cultivation, although they had signed a large number of IOUs. But what was that? No one cared at all. It was just a few pieces of paper and a few words. How big of a deal was that it was not worth mentioning at all? Besides, signing IOUs to Zhua had long become a habit. If they owed him, then so be it. They did not know if there would be a day when they would be able to clear their debts. Everyone was very open-minded about this and didn't even have a nod in their hearts. It seemed like Zhuoxiaoduo was the only one who took it seriously and talked about it all year round. Every time the others were about to do it, they would write an IOU skillfully and then put their fingerprints on it like flowing water. Finally, they would say with a nonchalant look, "Take it." Then they would all be able to do it. What was the value of such an IOU? What was there to it? So Zhuoxiaoduo recorded the process of everyone writing IOUs with his mobile phone. He also recorded the IOUs very clearly. After he finished writing, he also collected the IOUs very carefully. He kept the IOUs very carefully in a sparkling and translucent jade box. This kind of jade box was said to be able to stay in the world for hundreds of millions of years. The items inside could also be preserved for the same amount of time. Therefore, this kind of jade box itself was an unworldly dream item. However, it was used to store IOUs. Li Chenglong beat his chest and stamped his feet when he saw this. He repeatedly complained that Zhuoxiaoduo was recklessly wasting God's gift. However, Zhuoxiaoduo stubbornly insisted on doing so. Young lads, do you think IOUs are so easy to sign? I'm telling you, oh no, I'm definitely not telling you. I'm going to keep these IOUs until the end of time. You think that I'm wasting things by using a jade box? I don't think it's safe enough. My estimate is that even if the universe is destroyed, these IOUs must not be destroyed. On this side, they were practicing hard in the Tower of Annihilation. They were working tirelessly as if they were fighting for their lives. On the other side, the various armies were constantly gathering. Then, Zhuo Changlu began to make arrangements personally. Where would this army be? Where would that army be? As the Tao League did not arrange for the heroic Soul Pass, there was no restricted airspace. There was no way to attack or to defend a fortress at all. This indirectly increased the difficulty of the battle. For this reason, other than the flood, which the other 11 of the 12 great shamans were constantly cursing, their complaints and curses pierced through the sky. You can't do anything right, but you're good at ruining things. Why can't you do it? You can't leave anything behind. How many years have they been behaving like this? Don't insult beasts. Beasts are very powerful. It's fine if they only harm themselves. Why do they have to implicate others? Under the leadership of the 7 elders, the Tao League's people did not say a word. They lowered their heads and worked hard. Each of them swore in their hearts that even if they had to give it their all in this battle, they had to make it look good. To be looked down upon like this was a disgrace for life. Are the self-destructing demon slayers ready? Daoist Thunder's face was frosty. Ready. How many are prepared? 22,000 people. Is there anyone who is unwilling? No. Are you sure? I'm sure. Don't worry, elders. This time, our Dao League will definitely not be a burden. No matter what, we can't be looked down upon in the future. This time, the fate of the Dao Alliance lies in this very moment. The patriarchs are nowhere to be found, and I won't talk about how to deal with the aftermath. In any case, let's all do our best in this battle. Don't feel guilty about it. Yes, remember, when the time comes, listen to the minister's orders. Do not overtly obey. Yes. Time passed slowly. Zhuo Zhonglu had divided the 350,000 experts into 3 groups. He had arranged all of them to stay in the void. None of them had been placed on the ground. The reason for this arrangement was that when the 2 continents collided, the ambushes on the ground would not be able to launch an attack. This was something that no expert or powerhouse could avoid. Time passed little by little. There was still 1 day and 3 hours left in the countdown. All the preparations had been done. Then, it was time to check and confirm. The Poisonous Witch and Zhu Yin stood side by side. Their task was the most important in this battle. They needed to make the poison fog that they had arranged explode and spread out within a radius of 10,000 miles as soon as the Demon Clan's continent arrived. For this reason, the 2 of them were constantly busy, hiding all kinds of poisons in various detonation points in the void. They tried their best to arrange as many as they could, and tried their best to cause as much damage as possible. The Flood Witch and Zhuo Chonglu were invisible in the void. Brother Zhuo, what should we do after the first wave of attacks? Retreat or... The Flood Witch admitted. Of course, my lethality is stronger than Zhuo Chonglu's when it comes to individual combat. But I'm still far behind him in terms of on-the-spot command. Therefore, this time, the Great Flood Shaman had placed himself in the position of being commanded. I'll attack wherever you point. I'll listen to you. Brother Hong, I'm thinking. After the first wave of attacks, the demon ancestor will certainly be furious and personally take action. So, we'd better act separately. One of us will use the highest battle power to kill and form a target. We'll take the opportunity to lure the demon ancestor away and let him chase after us. The other person will lead the rest of the high-level experts. We don't need too many, just a dozen. The most powerful experts. When the demon ancestor chases after us, we'll tear through space and directly kill our way into the demon clan's territory. We'll do our best to kill for 2 minutes. Zhuo Chonglu said in a deep voice. The Flood Witch was puzzled. Why only 2 minutes? 2 minutes is already the limit. Those who sneak in and fight are always fighting in a foreign place, so they only have the advantage of surprise attacks. You don't know if there are other superclass experts in the Demon Clan's territory. Maintaining the limit of 2 minutes and maintaining the strength to escape is already a great challenge. Besides, even if we're slow to react, the other experts of the Demon Clan will quickly surround us and form an encirclement. If we don't take this time, I'm afraid we'll be intercepted and killed in the Demon Clan's territory. Zhuo Chonglu said, well, in this case, who will lure the demon ancestor away? The Flood Witch said, the one who attracts the demon ancestor's attention is the most dangerous one. How about I do it? Zhuo Chonglu said lightly, no, I have to lure the demon ancestor away. You go and kill everyone. Your moves are more suitable for this kind of situation than mine. It's too risky. If I do it, I have the confidence to retreat safely. At most, I'll lose a doppelganger. But if it's you, it's okay. If we work together, our combined strength is only stronger than yours. Besides, our purpose is to lure the demon ancestor away from the Demon Clan's territory. We'll only fight and run. We won't fight the demon ancestor head-on. We can hide our whereabouts at any time. There shouldn't be any problems. The Flood, which was silent. Ha! Zhuo Chonglu stretched out his hand and handed a pile of small pieces to the Flood Witch. This is heaven-mending stone. Zhuo Chonglu said, this is prepared by Xiao Duo. He asked me to give it to you. You and the 11 brothers, one piece each. At the critical moment, it can restore all injuries and cultivation in an instant. Although it can only be used once, it can only be used in an instant. It's very precious. In fact, if this thing is used on other people, it can be restored many times. But at our level, our cultivation is already too high, and the energy required for recovery is too much. This kind of piece can only be used once. When it comes to the second time, it can only restore 60% to 70% of cultivation at most. Basically, the energy in it will be used up. The flood witch's heart warmed. This is too precious. Hey, this is a gift from your godson. Why, you don't want it. If you don't want it, give it back to me. It's never too much to have such a life-saving thing. Who said I don't want it? The flood witch grinned and said to Zhuo Chonglu, "This is the first time in my life that my son is filial to me." Haha, this feeling is a bit subtle. It's different to have children. Zhuo Chonglu narrowed his eyes. It's indeed different. The flood witch was very honest. You just said, could it be that the Hong family of the Umno Alliance is not your descendant? Zhuo Chonglu was immediately shocked and asked. The flood witch rolled her eyes and said, I don't have any descendant. It's the descendant of my cousin's family, just using my name. Of course, in their minds, they have already been adopted by me. They're no different from my descendant. That's all. I see. I was wondering why your Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer didn't have a descendant in the Hong family of the Umno Alliance. Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. The flood witch rubbed the sky-mending stone in her hand and smiled faintly. It's enough to have Xiao Duo. Then she asked, did you give his thing to the Dao Alliance? Yes. 7 pieces. Zhuo Chonglu sighed. My wife almost beat me to death just for the 7 pieces that I gave out. In fact, how can I not understand the principle of if you help me, you will hate me when you help me? Hee hee. The flood witch laughed gloatingly. Both of them were clear that the effect of wearing such a good item on the body of a top combatant was thousands of times better than wearing it on the body of an ordinary person. The 7 swords of the Dao Alliance were definitely qualified, no matter how much she disliked them in the past. Now, the big picture was more important. It was indeed something that should be given to. As for Zhuo Chonglu being scolded by his wife after he gave it to her, that was Zhuo Chonglu's problem. In fact, even if Wu Yuding took it herself, she might not necessarily not give it to the Dao Alliance. However, it was natural for women to vent their anger on their husbands since ancient times. Therefore, it was natural for Zhuo Chonglu to be scolded. There was no need for any reason. Would she not scold you if you didn't do anything? Zhuo Chonglu expressed that he didn't think it would be so perfect. Counting down, there's still about 8 hours left, right? The starry sky is still calm. There really are no signs. The Heavenly Axiom's layout is really wonderful. Wait quietly. Be ready to fight at any time. Finally, at midnight of this day, between heaven and earth, everything returned to darkness. No one knew where the hurricane came from, but it started to blow fiercely. Between heaven and earth, the thick fog was so thick that it formed a substance, blocking everyone's vision. They couldn't even see their fingers in front of their faces. At this moment, the heavenly axiom became more and more chaotic amidst a vast expanse of black fog, above a boundless sea of wind and clouds. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared. That's all for today. Chapter 1287. The thing that appeared suddenly was huge and boundless. As soon as it appeared in the sky, it covered the entire world. It was mixed with an oppressive aura that seemed to have the power to destroy the world. As soon as it appeared, it descended at an indescribable speed. It rushed toward the stormy seaside and the plague seaside. In an instant, an extremely gloomy and terrifying demonic aura shrouded the entire space. It was coming. Everyone who had foreseen it immediately tensed up. It was indeed a huge monster, and it was coming menacingly. They originally thought that the scale of the ambush with 350,000 people was already boundless. However, in the face of such a huge monster, they suddenly realized that 350,000 people were nothing at all. It was just a grain in the ocean. This is the only chance to ambush the demon ancestor. At this time, the world is dark, and the secrets of heaven are mixed up. Spiritual sense is completely useless. This is the only chance. Everyone get ready. In another direction. Xiaoduo and the other 15 people gathered at the entrance of the space-destroying pagoda. Are you sure? You can break through when you go out, right? You guys? Xiaoduo asked softly. We've suppressed it to the limit. We can break through when we go out. We must break through. Li Chenglong said. There's no heavenly axiom in the space-destroying pagoda. I'm about to explode. If there was a heavenly axiom, I would have broken through long ago. Long Yuxing said. What a coincidence. We both feel the same. Xiaoduo and Xiaonian said at the same time. Everyone was speechless. You two too. We hate to hear this sentence the most. How is it a coincidence? We've only suppressed it 15 or 16 times, 18 or 19 times, and at most 20 times. We've reached the limit, but what about you two? You've suppressed your vital essence countless times. You're much stronger than us, boss. Now. We're just breaking through together, and you still want to say that it's a coincidence? Where's your shame? However, not only did they dare to be angry, but they also began to flatter. Boss is wise and mighty. Sister-in-law is a genius. We are far from being able to compare. It is our honor to be able to break through with the two of you, our opportunity. Boss and sister-in-law are truly an earth-shattering couple, a match made in heaven. Boss and sister-in-law are my lifelong idols. I will always chase after them. Boss and sister-in-law. In short, it was a wave of flattery. This was something that could not be avoided. After all, the IOUs had piled up into a mountain. Even if it didn't take it seriously, it would still be embarrassing if people kept mentioning it. In fact, given the cultivation progress of Li Chenglong and the others, it was absolutely impossible for them to break through to the primordial chaos realm at this time, even if one day was equivalent to 1 year or more. However, Xiaoduo shared all the treasures he received from his wedding with everyone, eating them like they were eating fruits, several treasures a day, piling them up without caring about the consumption. In addition, everyone was really diligent and cultivated desperately. They fought with real swords and spears, learning from each other and verifying each other. It would be strange if their cultivation progress was not fast. It was more than reaching the sky in a single step. It was simply reaching the sky one day at a time. After digesting all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, his cultivation base had reached a certain peak. Xiaoduo would then personally spar with the others. Deep in his bones, he would use all his strength to give them a good beating. This helped everyone digest the spiritual power to the greatest extent, so that their combat strength could keep up with the rapid growth of their spiritual power. With so many methods intertwined, today's collective breakthrough was achieved. Speaking of which, Xiaoduo and his wife ate very little of the heavenly treasures that they received as gifts during the wedding. They almost didn't eat anything at all. The reason was naturally that he was afraid that there would not be enough for everyone to eat. Of course, everyone felt that they owed him. This was one of the reasons. Another more important reason was that previously, Long Yuxing had contradicted Xiaoduo, and he was chased by Xiaoduo for the debt. Why wouldn't he give it to him? You owe so much, and you want to deal with it for the rest of your life by saying that you will repay it in this life. Do you have any shame? Xiaoduo's words were like knives, and his tongue was as sharp as swords, forcing Long Yuxing to almost hand over Wan Lixio to pay the debt. The lesson of the past was still vivid in his mind. Now, naturally, he would do whatever was said. Even if you said you were a god, we would still shout, Baswa, that's a god, our god. If he said that the sun was actually a booger that he picked out from his nose, they would also raise their arms and shout, Zwa picked out a sun from his nose. Oh, it was really too awesome. Well, then listen to my command in a while. As soon as I give the order, we will rush out together and rush into the demon continent to transcend the tribulation. Li Chenglong said, Don't worry, we will suppress it to the maximum. This is not one of the two most important heavenly tribulations, so we will definitely pass through it safely. As long as we pass through it, Zul will put us into the space-exterminating pagoda and immediately turn around to escape. There will be no difficulty, no risk, and no accidents at all. Everyone, don't blindly think too highly of yourself. Even if our cultivation has broken through to the primordial chaos, compared to the seniors, we are still far behind in terms of cultivation, experience, and cultivation. So, we must not be obsessed with fighting. Understood, understood. From the beginning to the end, we must keep moving as a whole. Don't give the enemy a chance to attack us one by one. Well, I'm mainly talking about the 13 of us. Zua's sister-in-law is separated from us. Understood. Don't just say it clearly. Everyone get ready. Understood. While everyone held their breaths in anticipation, all of a sudden, it was as if the sky had suddenly collapsed. As the saying went, the sky had collapsed. But it seemed to be just like this. In the blink of an eye, a huge corner of the demon continent, which was tens of thousands of kilometers wide, fiercely crashed over with an irresistible force. Demonic flames soared into the sky, unparalleled in the world. At this moment, a voice roared, "Protect our continent!" Then, the earth and mountains shook, and heaven and earth collapsed. Truly, the earth and mountains shook, and heaven and earth collapsed. On the ground, the entire plague coastline on the Tao League side was actually forcefully flying up. Taoist thunder and the other 7 swords of the Tao League were livid, and the fury in their eyes almost burned the entire sky. It was undeniable that there was also extreme fear and irreconcilable hatred in their hearts. Because the return of the demon race this time wasn't like the return of the Tao League and the Umno Alliance at all. When the Tao League and the Umno Alliance returned, they used a relatively stable side with the fundamental goal of achieving integration. They even gathered all the peak experts' strength on their side to ensure that their own continents wouldn't be damaged, and at the same time, to the greatest extent, they also protected the opposite continent to the greatest extent, because this was the place where they would live and fight in the future. As long as the transition was smooth, the opposite continent would also be their own people. But when the demon race returned this time, they completely didn't consider the opposite continent. They completely didn't consider the problem of how the creatures living on the opposite continent would deal with such a violent collision. All their actions and actions were only concerned about the safety of the demon race's continent. Even more so, they even had a thought: use this extremely violent collision to kill half of the humans on the opposite continent before anything else. This was probably their mentality. You're insane. What a lunatic. Taoist Thunder's lips trembled, and he was extremely furious. Inhumane. He was insane. What right does the demon ancestor have to be listed as a peak expert? Myths and legends? These are clearly inhumane things. The demon race has always been inhumane. If the demon race had humanity, how could they be called demon race? Zhuo Changlu said mockingly, "They are demons, not humans." As the saying goes, those who are not of our race must have a different heart. Do you think it's just a saying? You actually still expect them to have compassion. I have to say, the extent of your childishness really surprises me. Balls of demon light shot up into the sky, accompanied by countless earth-shattering roars. Obviously, the demons in front were all trying their best to activate their maximum strength, desperately protecting the continent under their feet from being shaken and damaged. The cross-section of no less than tens of thousands of miles ahead was filled with this kind of sound. From the appearance of the demon race's continent, to the fall, to the collision with the Tao League's continent, it took no more than 10 seconds. The demon chi in front of them was rampant and overflowing. The sky shook and the earth shook. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, all the mountains within sight shook and collapsed. Countless volcanoes erupted and shot up into the sky with a rumble in the entire Tao League continent. Not a single building that was more than 10 meters tall was left intact. On the ground, a bottomless crack that was hundreds of feet wide and hundreds of feet wide appeared. The Tao League's continent was filled with wails and cries. It was a real bloodbath. Countless people who were avoiding the tremors on the flat ground were sent flying due to the violent tremors of the earth. They crashed into the hard objects or buildings beside them, their brains splattering everywhere. It was the real end of the world, a calamity for the human world. Zhuo Changlu silently counted the time. 3, 2, 1. The first batch. Attack. A resounding boom rang out, and the 120,000 people who had been prepared in advance raised their cultivation bases to their very limits in unison. At the same time, they converged all of their energy into a single point before attacking the devilish army in a frenzy in their own military formations. Zhuo Changlu's calculated landing point was 1,000 meters in front of the Plague Coast. At the same time, the steaming poisonous fog erupted from the void and spread rapidly. Two air masses, one black and one gray, swept back and forth wildly on the demon race's continent like a hurricane. Then, the second wave of attacks poured down on the demon race's continent continuously. The third wave followed closely behind. Huge spatial rifts cracked open in the sky above the demon race's continent. In an instant, the demon race's continent was also doomsday. Enemy attack. A fierce roar sounded, mixed with indescribable pain. A figure suddenly appeared in midair. He was 10,000 feet tall, and his eyes opened and closed like lightning. He was teleporting over from the other side of the demon race's continent. In a flash, the horn rumbled loudly. In the void, a total of more than 25,000 Dao League's heavenly year experts silently and rapidly surged into the demon race's continent. These people's movements were so decisive, without the slightest hesitation. More than 25,000 people collectively self-destructed, and there seemed to be only one sound. This was the self-destruction of the soul, the self-destruction of the divine sense, and the self-destruction of the true essence. It was the most extreme way of self-destruction. Countless experts of the demon clan were directly turned into fine powder in this self-detonation, and became dust in the sky. The three demon primes suffered a great backlash because they protected the demon race's continent from attacking the other three continents. Their own demon primes were greatly depleted, and their combat power was greatly reduced. They couldn't withstand the three waves of attacks, and were severely injured. Then, they were affected by the self-destruction, and they didn't even have time to resist for a moment. Their bodies and bones were smashed, and their souls dissipated. They died just like that. The power of this shocking explosion was so great that almost half of the demon ancestor's huge shadow in midair was annihilated by the impact. Then, he heard an angry roar. "Scoundrel!" The demon ancestor rapidly teleported and came to the front position. He saw a vast saber light that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It was hundreds of thousands of meters long, and it slashed along the coastline like it was cutting wheat. Tens of thousands of demons who had just rushed up were all swallowed by the abundant saber aura. A large amount of blood soared into the sky. The so-called blood flowing like a river wasn't enough to describe the spectacular scene at this moment. Of course, the blood should flow like a waterfall, dyeing the mountains and rivers red. One saber and 100,000 demons died a violent death. The Sky Patrol Throne. The Sky Patrol Saber. The enemy in the dark revealed himself. He was also 10,000 meters tall and extremely huge. As the saber light flashed, he brazenly slashed down with his saber. Clang! A ray of black light suddenly appeared. Zhuo Changlu reacted quickly. He quickly blocked with his saber and blocked it head-on. In terms of moves alone, Zhuo Changlu didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. However, the moment the enemy's weapon came into contact with the Sky Patrol saber, Zhuo Changlu felt his body tremble. He knew that something was wrong and immediately moved to the side. However, the God-slaying spear pierced through the Sky Patrol saber without any resistance. Zhuo Changlu flew up, poof. The moment the tip of the spear flashed, it had already pierced Zhuo Changlu's right chest. The speed of the spear was as if there was no process at all. Zhuo Changlu's body swayed, but he didn't panic. The penetrated Sky Patrol's saber instantly turned into countless fragments that struck the god-slaying spear and counterattacked the fiend ancestor. Following that, his body retreated. In a flash, he had already moved 10,000 feet away. It was the divine essence escape technique again. However, Zhuo Changlu's right chest had an additional hole from front to back. The fiend ancestor attacked. With one strike from the god-slaying spear, the Sky Patrol throne was severely injured. Such power was simply enough to make one feel despair. Wu Yuting appeared in a flash. Her long sword instantly turned into a mountain of swords. It left her hand and confronted the god-slaying spear. As the god-slaying spear trembled, the mountain of swords that Wu Yuting's long sword turned into crumbled. The long sword itself was also pierced and shattered. However, Wu Yuting had already taken advantage of this gap to hug Zhuo Changlu's waist. The couple worked together and activated the escape technique that they had prepared beforehand. With a whoosh, they disappeared without a trace. The moment the escape technique was activated, Wu Yuting placed a piece of heaven-mending stone on Zhuo Changlu's chest wound. The fiend ancestor's body swayed, and the god-slaying spear chased after them like an angry dragon. Trying to run? With a whoosh, they disappeared without a trace. It was easy to tell if an expert was an expert. Although the fiend ancestor and Zhuo Changlu had only fought for a short while, the couple's reaction, response, fighting spirit, and decisiveness were all superior. Even from the fiend ancestor's point of view, they were quite extraordinary. Furthermore, the moment Zhuo Changlu appeared, his bearing and aura made the fiend ancestor immediately believe that this person was the leader of this continent. As long as he could kill these two people, even if he had to pay a certain degree of losses in this battle, it would be worth it. Naturally, he chased closely and was unwilling to give up. As the fiend ancestor chased after Zhuo Changlu and his wife, the flood which appeared in a flash. The left and right heavenly kings led their troops and quickly retreated, rushing to the next line of defense that on this side. The flood which led 10 great magi, the 7 swords of the Tao League, the star-plucking emperor, Qin Fiend, Saber Demon, Sword Monarch, and others, they rushed into the fiend continent and started a massacre. The flood witch's body swayed, and 3 clones appeared for the first time. She used the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer with all her strength, and its mighty power caused the world to collapse. 2 minutes. The non-poisonous Great Magi and Zhu Yan had also rushed into the fiend continent and released poison everywhere. The poison fog formed into a hurricane that surged in the sky. When the high-level experts of the fiend continent saw this, they naturally rushed over to fight. A row of blood splattered everywhere, and their eyes were scarlet. It was a spectacular sight, and at this moment, another 15 silhouettes rushed into the demon continent, piercing forward like lightning. The flood witch's eyesight was very good. She immediately saw who those 15 people were and couldn't help but curse. Fuck, we'll let you come. However, those 15 figures moved after planning. Like loaches, their speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they entered the fiend continent and quickly disappeared. Then, thousands of miles away, tribulation clouds suddenly filled the sky. Many of those dense tribulation clouds showed signs of rapidly moving. In the blink of an eye, they were thousands of miles away. Then, rumble, cracked at the first wave of 15 heavenly tribulations descended. At this moment, everywhere within thousands of miles of the fiend continent that was shrouded by tribulation clouds was miserable. It was definitely much worse than the Tao League continent. 15 people rushed into the fiend continent with heavenly tribulations and heavenly wrath. Once they were intercepted by experts, the tribulation clouds would increase. After all, from the perspective of the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, the heavenly tribulation would become more violent with each additional person. Rumble, the fiend continent was shaking everywhere. Countless fiends were blasted into pieces by the heavenly tribulation lightning. There was no way for them to resist. The Sword Sovereign wielded his sword like the wind and fought with a monster from the fiend continent. This monster looked ugly and had a huge mouth. However, when it waved its hand, purple light flashed like lightning that in just a few moves, the Sword Sovereign was already at a disadvantage. The Fiend continent in front of him was one of the 8 Fiend Lords under the Fiend Ancestor. Fiend Lord Shangxiang was one of the top experts in the Fiend continent. Fiend Lord Shangxiang, who had gained the upper hand, didn't look happy at all. Instead, his heart was burning with anger and sorrow. Just a moment ago, 3 of his brothers had died under the enemy's attack. They had planned it well. Out of the 8 Fiend Lords, 3 of them had brought their subordinates to protect the continent. This was enough to neutralize the impact of the continent's attack. The others were at the back, ready to reinforce at any time. This was a foolproof plan that who would have thought that Demon Monarch Duck Duck, Demon Monarch Shui Wei, and Demon Monarch Wong Fox had sacrificed all their cultivation to protect the continent. But they were suddenly attacked and severely injured. Then, a large group of cultivators with high cultivation levels self-destructed. It was the most extreme way to self-destruct, abandoning one's soul and entering the cycle of reincarnation. The 3 Fiend Lords, together with their 7 Fiend Gods and 100,000 elite subordinates, were destroyed by this sudden self-destruction. There was no way for them to recover. This wave after wave of attacks was simply unimaginable. The 3 Fiend Lords, who had been following Lord Luo Ho since the creation of the world, had gone through the Dragon Phoenix Tribulation and the Witch Demon Tribulation without suffering any injuries. Yet, they had all died in such a humiliating way. This was a heavy price that they could not accept no matter what. More importantly, if the 3 Fiend Lords had died in the hands of powerful cultivators, it would have been fine. However, they had died in the hands of a group of low-level cultivators who were not even stronger than ants. Fiend Lord Shangxiang was furious. He wanted to kill his opponent to vent his anger. He used his sword and saber to release purple light. Even his eyes and mouth were constantly emitting purple light. It was an all-pervasive attack. Sword King was forced to retreat step by step, and he was in danger. In the distance, Zhou Xiaoduo was waving her twin hammers. With the heavenly tribulation above her head, she stomped on the ground. Wherever she passed, there were flashes of lightning and thunder. With a leap, she was thousands of feet away. Then, the heavenly tribulation struck down violently. The demons within thousands of feet were turned into fine powder. Zhou Xiaoyan was the same. She flew and charged around with the heavenly tribulation. Obviously, she wanted to borrow the power of the heavenly tribulation to kill as many demons as possible. Seeing this unforeseen event, none of the demon race masters dared to step forward to stop them. Even the 8 Fiend Lords and 19 Fiend Gods did not dare to stop her. After all, as powerful as they were, how could they not know that this group of people was in the state of heavenly tribulation? As long as they entered the range of the heavenly tribulation, they would be regarded as the helpers and be baptized by the heavenly tribulation. They could only stay far away. It was precisely because the 15 of them understood this that they used this special method to run around in the demon territory. Wherever they went, there would be whales and corpses everywhere they went. Awesome. Everyone, pay attention. This is the last heavenly tribulation. Don't rush blindly. Zhou Xiaoyan, who had been paying attention to the number of heavenly tribulation, reminded everyone. Understood. Zhou Xiaoduo held the kitty hammer and rushed to the left side of Zhou Xiaoyan. Then, the couple rushed toward Li Chenglong and the others against the heavenly tribulation. At this time, Li Chenglong and the others had already gathered. This was all part of their plan. They had come here to kill as many demons as they could, not to throw their lives away. Naturally, they had planned ahead and made arrangements for their retreat. As the last heavenly tribulation fell, the area within a radius of 1,000 miles was shrouded in white light. As the heavenly tribulation passed, Li Chenglong and the others disappeared in a flash. Even Zhou Xiaoyan moved slightly and disappeared with Li Chenglong and the others. Only Zhou Xiaoduo was left in the field. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed and pointed to the sky with his hammer. I'm already invincible. What are you shouting for? Why aren't you leaving? With a loud roar, the Flood Witch, who had followed them, grabbed Wishaoduo's belt and swung her arm. So Wishaoduo suddenly turned into a shooting star in the sky. Fuck off. Chapter 1288. So Wishaoduo, who was thrown out by the Flood Witch, took advantage of the momentum and disappeared in the direction of the Dao League. The Flood Witch retreated frantically, bringing the experts from the 3 continents with her. Only the Sword King, who had heard the order, was entangled and could not escape. He was at a disadvantage. The demon monarch Shang Xian was more powerful than him, and the purple light attack was even more treacherous. There was no way for him to escape. He had already tried his best. However, the gap between him and an old monster that had lived for thousands of years was too big to make up for. The Sword Monarch was clear in his heart that only the minister would be able to trap and kill a few of these monsters if they were caught off guard. Unfortunately, the ambush just now could not be replicated. Go! The sword in the Sword King's hand suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Don't worry about me. His eyes were bloodshot. The Sword King knew his own strategy and did not want to implicate his companions. Furthermore, he saw how powerful the demon monarch Shang Xian was and how treacherous his moves were. He could not help but want to die with his enemy. Since he could not escape, he would take away one of the opponents who was more powerful than him. This battle was worth it. At this moment, a sharp saber light descended from the sky and landed on demon monarch Shang Xian's body. Demon monarch Shang Xian blocked the saber with a purple light and laughed weirdly. Another one. The saber demon descended from the sky. Go! His black robe fluttered in the wind, as if it carried the aura of hell. Uncle Saber Spirit. The veins on the Sword King's neck popped out. Go! Don't call me Saber Spirit. I'm the Saber Demon. The Saber Demon laughed maniacally. Today is the day I break through. Go! Don't make me miss you so much that I can't break through. If we leave together. If we die together. You risked your life to save me. If I leave just like that, what's the point of surviving? The Sword King knew the Saber Demon's intention. Why are you wasting time? Do you want both of us to die here? The Saber Demon was furious. If you don't leave, what's the point of me rushing here? Go! If you call me uncle, then don't let me down your master. Saber Demon roared with all his might. Countless demon race experts in the surroundings had already charged forward with rage in their eyes. For a moment, Sword Sovereign felt his blood boiling. He completely understood what the Saber Demon meant. Back then, Saber Spirit and Sword Sovereign's master, the Sword Emperor, were of the same generation. It was a long time before the Sword Emperor accepted Sword Sovereign as his disciple. Furthermore, Sword Sovereign's talent was extremely high. He had gradually matured through constant battles. Now, he was not inferior to Saber Spirit. In fact, it even exceeded that. Saber Spirit had said this more than once. Your future is much further than mine. If there's a life or death crisis, don't worry about anything and just run for your life. In order to achieve a breakthrough, Saber Spirit did not hesitate to use his saber to enter the demonic path and change his name to Saber Demon. However, it was a pity that there was only one path that he couldn't break through. Now that the Sword Sovereign was in danger, the Saber Demon was risking his life to save him. It was all because of what he had said back then. Brat, your future is much greater than mine. A strange laugh came from the other side. Don't even think about leaving. In an instant, the sky darkened. A ball of coldness descended from the sky. It was a monster with a human body and a turtle's head. Its entire body was shining with golden light, illuminating the entire world. However, wherever it passed, the mountains were frozen. A ball of coldness rose from the earth's core and completely froze the ground where the two were standing. It was Demon Lord Jin Ao of the 8 Demon Lords. Sword Sovereign was anxious. Uncle Saber Spirit, are you stupid? Why are you rushing over to save them? Now, both of them can't leave. Saber Demon laughed maniacally. What's the point of living? What's the point of dying? Brat, since you said that you can't leave, then I'll make you leave. Before he finished speaking, Saber Demon's entire body was shining with saber radiance. It was like a flame that shot into the sky and burned. The saber radiance with spiritual power was like petals that were constantly opening in a sea of fire. It was endless. The entire world was covered in a vast expanse of whiteness. The saber in Saber Demon's hand seemed to have turned into a fire dragon. His own cultivation had also increased by 3 to 4 times. He only attacked and did not defend. With his own strength, he resisted the 2 demon lords. He even had the upper hand. For a moment, the saber radiance burned like the sun and shot out. Saber Demon's cultivation was slightly weaker than Sword Sovereign's. He could not be compared to either of the 2 demon lords in front of him. However, no one knew what kind of secret technique he had used. In his current strange state, he resisted the 2 demon lords and fought fiercely without retreating an inch. "Uncle Saber," Sword Sovereign shouted angrily, "You! Stop being so wishy-washy." Saber Demon shouted, "Do you want me to die with regrets?" Sword Sovereign let out a sorrowful cry. He turned into a rainbow sword radiance and rushed out of the encirclement. Saber Demon laughed loudly. "Remember to drink more." Boom, boom, boomed out a series of explosions rang out. 4 figures and 8 large hammers charged into the battlefield with might. "Go! Now is not the time to die." The Flood Witch turned around and attacked. Zhuo Changlu had once told the Flood Witch to be careful of Saber Demon. If he was in danger, she must save him. The Flood Witch let out a long roar and rushed into the battle between Saber Demon and Saber Demon. Then she slapped Saber Demon's body, and Saber Demon rushed out. A rainbow flashed. It was Sword Sovereign who saw the Flood Witch rushing to his rescue. He turned around quickly and pulled Saber Demon back. Saber and Sword joined hands. They turned into 2 streaks of light and rushed out again. Dang, 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 dang. That a clear and distinct image of Hell's Gate suddenly appeared in the skies above them. 10,000 ghosts came out. 1,000 souls, nightmare hammer. The Flood Witch was like an indomitable demon god. She hammered the 2 demon lords 3,000 times and sent them flying backward with blood spurting out of their mouths. If it were not for the fact that the other demon monarchs were about to arrive, the Flood Witch would have killed the 2 demon monarchs on the spot. However, the other demon lords had already arrived. The Flood Witch had no choice but to give up the tempting idea of killing the 2 demon lords on the spot. After all, the Flood Witch could not win against 4 demon lords with her strength alone. In addition, she had no chance of winning with the surrounding demon soldiers. She also had to be wary of the demon ancestor, who could return at any time. If the demon ancestor returned at this time, the Flood Witch could only die. There was no other possibility. "Grandpa will not accompany you." The Flood Witch laughed loudly. The 8,000 souls nightmare hammers danced crazily at the same time. She brought the 3 doppelgangers to fight the 5 demon lords. Under her full attack, she actually had the upper hand. He forcefully broke through the encirclement. With a wild laugh, he sped away. Wherever he passed, thousands of demon race experts along the way were all turned into dust. A clear path of blood was smashed into a black hole by the Flood Witch. She broke out of the encirclement. The Flood Witch, who could have left, did not leave. Instead, she turned around and stood in the air with her hammer in hand. She pointed at the 5 demon lords and shouted, "You dare to take another step forward? I can leave if I wanna. You dare to chase me?" The 5 demon lords stopped at the same time. Their disdainful eyes were like thunder and lightning. For some reason, an unparalleled feeling of invincibility suddenly surged in their hearts. It was as if the big man in front of them had the blue sky above his head and the earth beneath his feet. He was as majestic as a mountain and as dignified as a prison. The Flood Witch stood in the air. She looked around and confirmed that all the experts on her side had retreated. She laughed loudly. The 2 hammers in her hands struck each other. With a boom, a dozen huge spatial cracks appeared in the surroundings. The demon clan is only SOSO. In the end, only a bold laugh was left. The burly figure calmly entered a spatial crack and disappeared. The Sword Sovereign and Saber Demon fled crazily. They were about to leave the demon clan's continent and enter the void ahead. Just as they rejoiced that they had narrowly escaped death, they suddenly felt an unprecedented oppressive force. A sharp killing intent came toward them. An indomitable giant appeared thousands of miles ahead. The long spear in the newcomer's hand was raised, and a cold light flashed. Demon Ancestor Rahu, God-killing spear. The cold light had penetrated the space. The moment the light flashed, it had already arrived in front of Sword Sovereign's eyes. This was a sneak attack that could not be defended against. The demon ancestor had personally attacked to vent his anger. "Run!" Saber Demon roared and crashed into Sword Sovereign with all his might, knocking him away. However, when he was about to dodge, he suddenly froze and stopped on the spot. Thud! The god-killing spear that ignored the endless space had pierced deeply into Sword Sovereign's forehead and went straight into his brain. It entered his forehead and came out from the back of his head. Uncle Saber, Sword Sovereign's eyes widened as he rushed over with all his might. "It's a pity that I didn't break through." A smile appeared on the Blade Demon's face. Mustering the last of his strength, he suddenly raised both of his hands and grabbed onto the god-slaying spear's shaft. Using all of his energy, he locked onto the god-slaying spear and shouted, "Go!" The loud shout shook the void. Saber Demon's chest was petrified and turned into ashes. "Tell the minister, I have no regrets in this life. I will fight again in my next life." Starlight suddenly gathered. Saber Demon's entire body exploded. He had used the last of his strength to self-destruct. Just like the many people who had sacrificed themselves before, it was a self-destruction of their souls. A self-destruction that merged with everything. An extremely violent and terrifying power shook the void. White light flashed. It was Saber Demon's saber. It turned into a stream of light, carrying Saber Demon's last hope of consciousness, and directly crashed into Sword Sovereign's body. Sword Sovereign let out a sorrowful cry and grabbed Saber Demon's saber. He roared in pain and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the horizon. Saber Demon threw out his saber at the last moment and escaped with Sword Sovereign. He knew that this silly kid wouldn't leave. However, if he threw out his saber, knowing that it was hopeless, this kid would desperately escape in order to protect his saber. Otherwise, this silly kid would probably die with him. He had calculated everything. He had also done everything. There was a loud explosion, and the void exploded. Saber Demon disappeared between heaven and earth. In the sky, an inexplicable energy formed in the void, and it actually turned into a long saber of spiritual energy. It whistled and rushed towards Demon Ancestor. Saber Demon died, but his heavenly Tao providence didn't dissipate. It turned into a final saber. He would rather die than exchange blows with this legendary god-fiend. Demon Ancestor clasped his hands together. With a boom, the saber of providence exploded. However, a piece of the demonic Tao providence on Demon Ancestor's body was taken away, although it was just a small and insignificant piece. A heroic voice laughed. "I didn't lose out." Demon Ancestor's expression was solemn as he looked at the shattered saber Demon Providence in front of him. He didn't even give me a chance to start over, just to exchange blows. He released his fingers, and the last wisp of Providence transformed into an illusory saber. It dissipated in the air, revealing Saber Demon's final gaze. Resolute, sharp, with pride. It was as though the person whose body and soul had been destroyed was still sneering at Demon Ancestor. "Even if I die, I'll still slash you." The air trembled and turned into nothingness. Chapter 1289. In the Void. The god-slaying spear buzzed and trembled. The tip of the spear flickered with a cold light. It wanted to chase after the Sword Sovereign, but the impact of the Saber Demon's self-destruction made the spear tremble. It couldn't fly out instantly and let out a furious roar. The fiend ancestor flashed over and held the spear with one hand. He looked into the distance. Dying for a friend, unparalleled loyalty. fulfill his wish for once. He left with the spear. He chased after Zhou Changlu all the way, but didn't manage to catch up. When he returned, he encountered the Sword Sovereign and the Saber Demon. The Sword Sovereign, who was supposed to be in front, was killed by the Saber Demon. The Saber Demon's calamity of certain death couldn't be changed. Although Zhou Changlu had already told the Flood Witch to save the Saber Demon once, it was hard to go against fate. He couldn't save the Saber Demon a second time. The Battle of the Century only lasted for a few minutes. However, the intensity of the battle was the worst in history. 3 of the 8 demon sovereigns under the fiend ancestor died on the spot. 7 of the 19 demon gods died. More than 10 million demons died in the battle. Behind them, Zhuo and the others used the heavenly tribulation to destroy a total of 25 cities. In addition to the poison that was still spreading, the casualties of the demon race exceeded hundreds of millions. The moment the demon race returned, they welcomed a head-on attack. To the Dao Leagues, Astral Souls, and the Umno Alliance, this was an infinitely glorious victory. The Saber Demon died in battle. Lei Chantian fought a demon sovereign and was severely injured. Ximenlai and Bai Gonghao were pursued by the demon sovereigns while retreating. They escaped with heavy injuries and luckily survived. The price was that they used the Sky-Mending Stone. The Dao League's Daoist Yun was severely injured by 2 demon sovereigns and was almost killed. He was rescued by Daoist Lei and the others. The 25,000 Dao League disciples all died. They risked their lives to establish the cornerstone of this victory. Other than that, the 3 continents didn't suffer any losses. Recuperate. Check your combat strength and prepare to attack. Recuperate. Check your combat strength and prepare to defend with all your might. Both sides gave similar orders at the same time. Next, it would be a real battle. Fiend Ancestor Rahu's 100,000-foot golden body was currently presiding over the Plague Coast. It seemed to have the power to suppress everything. Demonic flames soared into the sky, dispersing all the dark clouds in the sky. Only demonic chi permeated the land. The demon army began to move out of the demon continent and quickly set foot on the Dao League continent. The 2 continents were constantly squeezing, colliding, and merging. The next 3 days were the calm before the storm. At the Dao League side, the top forces of the 3 continents flooded in one after another. The Dao League had also urgently mobilized all their forces, be it the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd lines, to gather here. There were also countless people who were risking their lives to modify the heroic Soul Mountain Pass or to reconstruct and strengthen it. This time, the demon army's target was the Dao League continent. If they didn't work hard and fight for their lives, they wouldn't have a chance. In this short period of tacit recuperation, neither side made any other moves. However, everyone knew that a war of survival and destruction had already begun. Once the war started, it would only end when one side was completely annihilated. So Xiao Duo, Li Chenglong, and the others didn't idle around these few days. Other than continuing to cultivate diligently, they constantly surveyed the entire battlefield, looking for places that could be used. Between all the fortresses between the mountains and between the dense forests, they basically ran through every place. In such a huge battle, it was a matter of national annihilation. The strength of an individual might seem insignificant, but it wasn't necessarily useless. It was necessary to be familiar with the terrain of the upcoming battle. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others were currently working in this area. Zhuo Xiaoduo's control of the Space Exterminating Tower was getting better and better. With the Space Exterminating Tower in hand, as long as they didn't bump into the Demon Ancestor, the other demon army wouldn't be a problem. Even if they couldn't defeat them, they could always escape. The demon army was guarding above the Plague Coast, so the chances of them being seen by him were very slim. On the other side, Zhuo Changlu and his wife, who had contributed greatly in this battle and attracted most of the demon ancestors' attention, didn't look very good. Zhuo Changlu and his wife had already tried to overestimate the demon ancestors' cultivation and combat strength. However, When they really fought, they realized that they had still underestimated him. If they didn't have the heaven-mending stone in hand, and if they didn't work together and plan beforehand, they were afraid that it would be unimaginable. So Changlu, whose sky patrol blade was destroyed as soon as they met, was pierced through by the demon ancestor's spear. However, his right chest had been pierced by the god-slaying spear. Even though he had managed to escape from the hands of the fiend ancestor in the end, he still had lingering fears, especially Wu Yuting, whose face was still very ugly after 2 consecutive days. Before that day, if someone had told Wu Yuting that Zhuo Changlu's cultivation, defense, and the power of the Sky Patrol Blade were all combined, they wouldn't have been able to withstand a blow from the demon ancestor's spear. In fact, they didn't even have the strength to resist. Wu Yuting definitely wouldn't have believed it. This was the biggest absurdity in the world, something that was beyond the knowledge of everyone in this world. However, the demon ancestor and the demon ancestor's god-exterminating spear did it, seemingly effortlessly. At the moment when Zhuo Changlu was suddenly injured, Wu Yuting's vision turned black. She felt as if the sky had collapsed. When she thought about how the two of them had used up 2 pieces of the heaven-mending stone in the process of escaping, only then did Zhuo Changlu's injuries heal. Her heart was pounding even harder. In fact, the penetrating wound on the right side of his chest seemed serious. In fact, he didn't even need to use half a piece of the heaven-mending stone. He only needed to recuperate for 10 days to half a month, and Zhuo Changlu would be able to heal on his own and restore his physical body. However, to completely remove the murderous aura from the god-exterminating spear, he had used up more than half of the heaven-mending stone's energy. This was what made people terrified and uneasy. Looking at her husband, who had always been invincible and unbeatable for tens of thousands of years, suddenly being injured, Wu Yuting's panic was indescribable. It was one thing for Zhuo Changlu and his wife to work together to escape and achieve a strategic victory. However, it was another thing for the Sky Patrol Blade to be crippled directly. It should be known that even when facing the Flood Witch's sledgehammer, the Sky Patrol Imperial Messenger Sky Patrol Blade had never been damaged. From this, it could be inferred that not only was the demon ancestor stronger than the Flood Witch and Zhuo Changlu, but he was also stronger by more than 1 or 2 levels. Otherwise, how could this be? Thinking about the demon ancestor Luo Ho, the higher-ups of the 3 continents were collectively shocked and speechless. The joy from the successful surprise attack and the annihilation of a large number of powerful demon experts had long disappeared. Then, the Sword King returned in a daze and brought back the news of the Knife Demon's death. Everyone was collectively speechless. Everyone knew that grief was useless. However, they still couldn't avoid that kind of extreme grief. 10,000 years of hard work had been destroyed in a day. I have no regrets in this life. I will fight again in the next life. The Knife Demon's last words made everyone's eyes turn red. It was obviously such a perfect surprise attack, but they had to pay such a heavy price. More than 5 of the higher-ups were seriously injured, and one of them had died. Such a difference in combat strength made everyone dumbfounded and unable to believe it. However, through this battle, everyone had a more intuitive understanding of the strength of the demon race. In the Alliance Army's camp, the flag of the Knife Demon fluttered in the wind, and the white flags of the Tao League covered the sky and the earth. The 3 continents sent off the 25,000 martyrs of the Tao League and the Knife Demon. The long saber embroidered on the flag was still flying in the air, as if the Knife Demon was still fighting with his life, still slashing the void with his saber. The results of this battle have more or less been tallied up, said Yi Futian. Zhuo Changlu sat at one side of the conference table, opposite the Flood Witch. Disciples of the Tao Alliance this time. Even though we were the ones who made the first mistake and committed a grave sin, the self-detonation of 25,000 of our brave men dealt a heavy blow to the demons and established the cornerstone for this war. We will forever remember your kindness. Zhuo Changlu said, the generosity of the heroes is admirable. If we can win in the future, the reputation of the heroes should not be buried. Everyone in the Tao League must keep the list of heroes, and the incense will last forever, and the 3 continents will respect it. It's only right. Taoist Thunder's expression was serious. The heroic sacrifice of the knife demon in this battle has made us more aware of the demon ancestor's power. His contribution is great, and the descendants of Brother Knife will be treated the same as the descendants of Wang Fei Hong. Good. Although this can be said to be a great victory, the problems exposed are shocking. Changlu said, first of all, the strength of the demon ancestor, as expected of a top, innate expert. In today's world, no one can defeat him. This will be the first and greatest difficulty in the upcoming battle. Taoist Yun said hesitantly, if we use a siege strategy, will it work? The flood which shook her head, Brothers with spear heavily injured him, and the knife demon's soul was destroyed in one strike. This has proven the power of the demon ancestor, especially the god-slaying spear, as expected of the number 1 killing weapon since ancient times. If the demon ancestor did not have the god-slaying spear, even if his power was 30% stronger, we could still use the siege strategy to try and destroy him. Although it's not optimistic, and we would definitely suffer heavy losses. But with the god-slaying spear in hand, the demon ancestor is an unbeatable existence. Yes, with the god-slaying spear in hand, the demon ancestor is not afraid of a siege. Zhuo Changlu sighed. His speed is too fast, so fast that it's almost impossible to stop him. Even if we can stop him in time, we can't stop the extreme sharpness of the god-slaying spear. The siege strategy is just to give him a chance to defeat us one by one. So Zhonglu could be said to be deeply aware of this point. Even without the god-slaying spear, the demon ancestor was still at an invincible level in this world. However, the flood which was right, they could still use the siege strategy to destroy him. But with the god-slaying spear, the so-called siege strategy was a joke. It was the same for one person, and it was the same for 100 people. At most, it was the difference of 1 breath's time and 1 breath's time, and this reality could be said to have made them despair. Taoist Lei said with a glimmer of hope, if the demon ancestor doesn't have the god-slaying spear, or if he doesn't use the god-slaying spear, and the minister and Brother Flood join forces. I have to admit, in the past, I overestimated myself, or I underestimated the legendary almighty of this world. Take the demon ancestor, for example. Even without the god-slaying spear in his hand, the Flood Witch and I are still not his match. Zhuo Changlu shook his head without thinking. The Flood Witch nodded slightly, agreeing with Zhuo Changlu's judgment. The best situation is for Flood to attack directly and borrow the power of the twin hammers to resist the demon ancestor. Ting Air and I will support from the side. If this strategy works, we can deal with him for 1,000 moves. After 1,000 moves, the 3 of us will definitely die, or not even 1,000 moves. Because in this 1,000 moves, every moment is a matter of life and death, and it can collapse at any time. If any side makes the slightest mistake, it will lead to the collapse of the united front. If one person dies, the 3 of us will die together, and there will be no luck. Zhuo Changlu said solemnly, and the best result is if the demon ancestor doesn't use the god-slaying spear. When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. If the demon ancestor was so terrifying, how could they fight? The demon ancestor is temporarily unsolvable. Let's put it aside. Zhuo Changlu sighed and said, we'll talk about it when we really need to face him. In this surprise attack, the biggest gain is that we have lost the 8 strongest demon kings of the demon clan, who are below the demon ancestor. In this battle, we have killed 3 demon kings in 1 breath. It's really a great result. As for the remaining demon kings, their fighting power, the Flood Witch frowned and said, their basic fighting power is about the same as Lai Hua and Jinlin, even if they are slightly stronger. They are just at the level of Lei, Chang Tian, and Yu Xingchen. There are 5 more demon kings like this in the demon clan. With our fighting power, it's not difficult to resist them or set up a trap to deal with them. As for the 19 demon gods of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, 7 of them were killed in this battle. The remaining ones are no more than 12. The cultivation of these demon gods is about the same as Dan Kong, Bing Ming, Feng Yun of the Tao League, and the Right King of the Astral Souls. The flood which had charged out of the demon clan's formation and had a clearer understanding of these fighting powers. Zhuo Changlu and Flood were the only 2 in the chaotic realm in the 3 continents. The Thunder Dao and Wu Yuding were peak Grand Heavenly Realm. Yu Xingqin, Lai Hua, and the other Grand Shamans of the Umno Alliance were all advanced Grand Heavenly Realm. The other old fellows were basically mid-stage Grand Heavenly Realm. As for Yudong Tian and the others, they had just broken through to the Grand Heavenly Realm. Below them was the level of the king of Zhuolu and his wife. They were peak Primordial Chaos and half-step Grand Heavenly Realm. These are the peak fighting powers revealed by the Demon Clan in this battle. However, what makes me unhappy is that the left and right guardians under the Demon Ancestor did not appear in this battle. I don't know if they perished early on or if they are hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. If these 2 devils were still alive, they would at least be above the 8 great demon monarchs, which is the level of Brothers Zhuo and I. Perhaps they might even be stronger than us. After all, they're immemorial level experts. If the Demon Ancestor does not participate in the battle, we can combine the fighting powers of both sides. If we combine the peak fighting powers of the 3 continents, not only will we not be weaker than the Demon Ancestor, we might even have a higher chance of winning. The flood which did not continue after saying that. However, everyone understood in their hearts. If the Demon Ancestor participated in the battle, the 3 continents would definitely lose. Furthermore, it would be very difficult for them to escape with their lives. Previously, Zhuo Changlu was already prepared and had the help of his wife. Even so, he was almost pierced by the Demon Ancestor's spear. As for the others, there was a 99% chance that they would not even have the chance to escape. At the thought of that, everyone could not help but be worried, especially the people of the Tao League. Their faces were even more ashen. So Changlu pondered for a moment and said, "I do have an idea. It can be considered as an idea that is not a solution." Everyone hurriedly asked, "What idea? What is it? What is the plan?" Now, there is very little time for the 2 sides to clash. However, there is still some time. My son has a space treasure, cough cough. Zhuo Changlu glanced at the great Witch Dan Kong and said, "The Tower of Annihilation." The great Witch Dan Kong's face was instantly filled with black lines. He looked at Zhuo Changlu as if he wanted to eat him. His face turned red, but he did not say a word. The deep ice which took advantage of the opportunity and said happily, "Haha, I know that thing. It's just..." Before the ice abyss, which could finish her words of schadenfreude, she was stopped by a hammer. The deep ice which flew out for an unknown distance in an instant. Zhuo Changlu did not say that on a whim. In fact, it was Zhuo Xiaoduo who reminded him. The comparison of the hard strength of the 2 sides was seriously insufficient. This would be a huge flaw that would tilt the direction of the battle. Zhuo Xiaoduo saw it, and so did Li Chenglong. Even though there was not much time left, there was still room for operation. It was not impossible to steal the sky and change the sun. By chance, some changes happened to the Tower of Annihilation, and it broke through the inherent category. Zhuo Changlu said, "The flow of time inside that thing is very different from the outside world. 1 day outside is 1 year, and 3 months inside the Tower of Annihilation. Although it is a last-minute preparation, it can be strengthened a little. It is a solution that is not a solution. There is such a thing." As soon as the sentence came out, even the Flood Witch and the Great Witch widened their eyes. Zhuo Changlu coughed and said, "But I have to say the ugly words first. No matter how mysterious the space treasure is, it still has not formed a cave or a small world. Even if the space inside the Tower of Annihilation is relatively stable, if too many masters enter at one time, it may not meet the requirements. Just the consumption of spiritual energy is a problem. If we decide to enter and cultivate, if we find that it is not stable. If any of you still have space magic treasures, please help us to stabilize the space. In addition, the cornerstone of this space is the remaining powder of the astral souls after cultivation. The more the better. No problem. Taoist Thunder and the others waved their hands and said, "What we lack most now is time. No matter how precious the magic treasures are at present, they are just worldly possessions. I will collect them and send them in. Also, I will immediately issue an order to collect the powder of the astral souls in the whole continent. The Umno Alliance will do the same. As for the astral souls, it is the same." After the plan was decided, Zhuo Changlu immediately called Zhuo Xiaoduo back. Then, a group of high-level officials brought a large amount of cultivation resources and treasures of heaven and earth to Zhuo Xiaoduo's space of the Tower of Annihilation. This time, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong left 2 people outside to guard. As long as the Devil Clan made a move, they would go in and call for help. The line of defense is so wide. If the enemy moves and then comes out, I am afraid it will be difficult to be comprehensive. Our comprehensive strength is behind the enemy. Even if all of us are outside, it will be difficult to be comprehensive. But for every moment we cultivate, our comprehensive strength will be stronger. There is no need to worry about temporary gains and losses. Some of the people who were worried were refuted by this sentence. When everyone entered the Tower of Annihilation as a group, the space of the Tower of Annihilation did change drastically, just as Zhuo Changlu had said. This was probably because this group of people were the top of the world. They were far from Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and the others. Regardless of their cultivation realm or strength, they were all the same. The number of people was also several times more than the number of people. The Tower of Annihilation did not overload immediately. It only shook and showed signs of spatial instability, which was already an excellent performance. When the people saw this, they were not surprised. They immediately threw out the space treasures they had prepared to stabilize the space. Then, they poured down a large amount of the powder of the astral souls. After more than 10 minutes, the space of the Tower of Annihilation finally stabilized. Faced with such an unforeseen event, the second-in-command of the Tower of Annihilation, Xiao Long, was a little scared. This group of people, in addition to their own strength and cultivation realm, also had the strongest fate of the 3 forces. They directly caught Xiao Long off guard. Indeed, this group of people's cultivation realm was too high. Even if they did not have any malicious intentions, their sudden appearance was enough to make Xiao Long suffer a lot. Finally, when this group of people entered, they brought with them a large number of gifts. Xiao Long was busy for a while and finally scattered all the fate. He received the newly entered space treasures and used them to strengthen and expand the space. Together with the help of the Huahuang sword, the space was not lost and the space was successfully upgraded. Thinking back, if it was not for the fact that Li Chenglong and the others kept fighting and learning from each other, which gave Xiao Long a lot of experience in the restoration, he was afraid that he would not be able to cope with this sudden change. Speaking of assistance, Grand Shaman Dan Kong, whose face was like the bottom of a pot, had to take the lead. No one could compete with him. After this man entered the Tower of Annihilation, it was hard to say how his strength and cultivation had improved, but the hard work he had put in was vivid and real, that in Grand Shaman Dan Kong's own words, "This tower, this name, is to kill me, right?" Everyone came into this broken tower together. Others were practicing in seclusion and improving their strength. Only I had to concentrate on stabilizing the space at all costs. I also used many treasures to strengthen it. Who dares to compete with me in terms of contribution points? Just because no one understands the power of space better than me. Damn it, Brother Dan Kong, isn't the feeling very wonderful? Grand Shaman Bingming came up with a wicked smile on his face. Don't talk to me. Dan Kong's face was always black, as if everyone owed him millions of dollars. Let's talk. Let's talk about the feeling. Is it particularly sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty? Do you want to sigh? Life. Grand Shaman Bingming followed behind Grand Shaman Dan Kong. His footsteps were neither close nor far. and his face was full of sorrow. But the gloating and gossiping smell on his body almost overflowed the sky. Of course, the vile aura also soared to the sky, almost filling up the Tower of Annihilation. Brother Dan Kong, let's talk. Do you have any profound understanding of the name of this void extermination tower? The icy hell, which chattered and followed Dan Kong closely. I have to say that this is a wonderful thing. Well, Dan Kong is building the Tower of Annihilation with all his strength. This is really fate, life, chance, so I'm drunk. Great, which Dan Kong didn't mean to talk at all. He hid behind the flood, which with a black line on his forehead. The ice abyss, which followed up and wanted to continue to say, but the flood which glared at her fiercely. She couldn't help but say discontentedly, "He's not your son. Why do you protect him every day? Do you have nothing to do?" I haven't finished sighing. Please shut up. I beg you, brother-in-law. The great witch of raging fire hurriedly blocked the mouth of the great witch of ice with a piece of black ice. One sentence was enough to offend two people. Chapter 1290. The icy hell witch's mouth was covered, so he couldn't say anything but whined anxiously. The raging fire which did not relax. He was afraid that his brother-in-law would say something wrong. It was not a normal time now. At this moment, Dan Kong, which was the most important person, as long as his mouth was slightly crooked, both the flood witch and Zhuo Chonglu would jump out to deal with him. As for how to deal with him, the lightest punishment was to beat him up. Beating him half to death was not a big deal. Then, everyone began to cultivate. While concentrating on cultivating, they watched the large amount of jade of astral souls that they had consumed fall to the ground and disappear immediately. They were all amazed. The cultivation level of this group of people was too high. Even the best quality jade of astral souls would dry up and turn into powder in an instant. Therefore, if they wanted to advance further, they either had to rely on various kinds of heavenly treasures that were compatible with their own attributes, or they had to comprehend the profound mysteries of their own cultivation. They had to grind their skills with water and improve bit by bit over time. If they purely used Star Soul Jade as a supplementary cultivation material, then it would be insufficient no matter how much they had. However, this was an exception, because the jade of astral souls was insignificant to them. It indirectly formed a strange cycle. In a breath, a large amount of jade of astral souls around them turned into powder and was then absorbed by the space of the Tower of Annihilation. Then it was consumed and absorbed again. This cycle continued. Although it consumed too much jade of astral souls, it also indirectly produced a large amount of jade of astral souls powder. It was a group of super large jade of astral souls powder manufacturing machines. The flood which privately found Zhuo Chonglu and sent a telepathic message to him. "Old Zhuo, can you consider leaving some seeds here?" Seeing the uniqueness of this space, the flood, which was finally tempted. This was the best place to leave some seeds and talents here. However, if she wanted to bring in the seeds of the Umno Alliance, it was impossible for Zhuo Chonglu not to agree. They would probably be killed by Zhuo Xiaoduo one by one. The flood, which was very clear about her godson's character. She looked slutty, unrestrained, and despicable, but the viciousness in her bones was very obvious. The flood, which knew better than anyone else the lethality of the pair of hammers. Zhuo Chonglu sighed. "Are you also so pessimistic?" The flood, which was silent for a moment before she said, "Facing the demon ancestor, I'm afraid. Even the hope of escaping is slim." Zhuo Chonglu was speechless. The flood witch's words were exactly what he was thinking. He thought for a while and asked, "What level do you think the devil ancestor's cultivation has reached? If our so-called chaotic cultivation is close to the half-saint level, then the devil ancestor's cultivation is at least at the sage-to-be level or even at the quasi-saint level. But when it comes to the devil ancestor's combat power, especially with the god-killing spear, he can definitely be called at the saint level." The flood witch sighed. No matter how courageous he is, the gap between his real strength is too big. In the end, he can't achieve anything. The sage-to-be level, the combat power of a saint. Zhuo Chonglu murmured. I even think that those saints who are not known for their combat power are not the devil ancestors' opponents. The flood which said, "The devil ancestor's combat power is not inferior to his majesty Donghuang's." In other words, even if I reach the level of Gonggong Zhu Wu, I'm most likely not the devil ancestor's opponent. The two of them looked at each other, and both felt powerless. As mentioned before, if the devil ancestor, Rahu, was not the highest level in the devil race's combat power, then not only could they fight, but their chances of winning would also be quite high. Even if it was an extreme battle, destroying the devil race would not be a problem. However, the lack of such a person had tipped the scales of victory and defeat. It caused the advantage and disadvantage of both sides to be reversed immediately, with such a person eyeing him covetously. Even if the 12 great shamans Dao, leagues, 7 swords, and all the higher-ups of the astral souls besieged him, the devil ancestor could still deal with them calmly, and even defeat them one by one and kill them all. With the devil ancestor's cultivation strength and the god-killing spear's speed, as long as he was seriously injured, there would not even be a chance for him to self-destruct. Originally, they thought that the legendary devil ancestor could defeat all 3,000 great Daos with one spear was a rumor and exaggerated by later generations. It turned out that it was actually true. Understanding this, the two of them could not help but sigh at each other. Brother Flood, I've never seen the ancient masters of our human race. There are legends, but compared to a master like the devil ancestor, they are still far from enough. But where are the Zhu Wu of the Wu people? Zhuo Chonglu frowned. I remember that during the Great Shaman War, except for Zhu Rong and a few other Zhu Wu, as well as Kwa Fu, Ho Yi, and other great shamans confirmed to be dead, the others don't seem to have really died, right? Where are they? Where did they go? The flood, which was also speechless. You're asking me? I'm the one who wants to know. What I know is not much more than what you know. It's just the legends. In fact, I haven't really seen any of the masters Zhu Wu. But Zhu Wu Zhu Rong really died. And Ho Tu Zhu Wu, according to the legends, turned into the 6 paths of reincarnation. That's why the living beings are reincarnated. Several other Zhu Wu also died on the spot. As for the missing Zhu Wu, there are indeed a few. The flood which looked a little helpless. But I really don't know whether they are still alive or not, and I don't know where they are. The flood which was a little aggrieved. If I knew the whereabouts of any of them and received some advice from them, how could I have made such progress? How could you, a brat, be on an equal footing with me? Flood glared at Zhuochonglu. Zhuochonglu also sighed. What about the 3 pure ones of the Tao League? What about the masters of the ancient Tao League? Where did they go? Everyone was speechless about this question. Before they met the demon ancestor, they always thought that the 3 continents could work together and fight for a chance of survival. But now, they really met the demon ancestor, and they really felt the power of the demon ancestor. Only then did they understand that the top masters of the Archean era were unshakable. Not only Zhuochonglu, but now even the flood, which was hoping that one of the ancestors of the Archean era would come out soon, that we, the juniors, can't bear it anymore. As for the Tao League, billions of people had already burned incense and prayed together. Ancestor, please come out and save us. We're going to die soon. 3 days passed. The demon race's army drove straight in and occupied the inland area with a radius of more than 20,000 miles. Then there was still an endless stream of soldiers coming. Clearly, there was more than enough to go around. This time, the collision had caused quite a big commotion in the demon territory. However, the 3 great demon monarchs had given it their all to protect the demon monarchs. That was why they had run out of energy and were unable to recover in time. They were unable to withstand the continuous attacks and had died. Therefore, other than the losses caused by Zhuoxiaoduo and the others, the losses caused by the other natural disasters were not that great. But on the Tao League side, it was truly a landslide. The losses were extremely heavy. With one collision, almost all the tall buildings in the Tao League's mainland were not spared. They all collapsed. Because of this collision, the death toll of the entire Tao League's mainland soared to more than 30 million, and the number of injured reached 200 million. It could be said to be an unprecedented number of casualties. It was an unimaginably huge natural disaster. This earthquake, even in the central area of the Tao League, reached a magnitude of 9.5. The Astral Soul's mainland also reached a magnitude of 8 and above. The mainland that suffered the least damage was the Umno Alliance's mainland. However, the Umno Alliance was on the opposite side of the mainland. With a tremor, huge waves rose from the tides and directly flooded 3 coastal cities. The 3 mainlands were devastated as far as the eye could see. The people did not have a way to make a living. The upper echelons of the 3 mainlands did not try to comfort the people. They only did simple rescues because they really did not have the ability to do so. Almost all the high-end combat forces had gone to the front lines. Then, there was a continent-wide announcement. The demon race's mainland had arrived and was now fighting at the border. And this unprecedented earthquake was caused by the return of the demon race's mainland. The moment of life and death had truly arrived. In the autumn of this mainland's fall, the upper echelons of the 3 mainlands called for all martial artists to rush to the front lines to fight against the foreign races and protect their land. With this order, countless martial artists began to set off from various cities and villages toward the front lines. Some were hesitant, some regretted it after they set off, and some were uneasy as they moved forward. However, there were even more people who didn't turn back and didn't return. At the same time, countless merchants and civilian organizations bought too many military supplies and transported them to the front lines. Of course, there were pros and cons. Even in this moment of life and death, many merchants began to stock up and prepare to raise prices, intending to make a fortune out of the crisis. In their hearts, these people who were preparing to go to the front lines or had already gone to the front lines did not care about money. They might as well take advantage of them. There are also many scheming martial artists who were scheming in their hearts. Now that the world was in danger, the military was the safest place with the most powerful martial artists. Once the front lines on the left and right were lost, it was inevitable that they would stretch out their necks and be slaughtered at the rear. As for going to the front lines to fight, it seemed more dangerous, but where was there no danger? They might as well take the risk. Therefore, these people also went to the front lines. In short, in times of crisis, the glory of human nature was placed at the peak, but the ugliness of human nature was also displayed incisively and vividly at this time. Good and bad, beautiful and ugly, kind and evil, giving and greed, glory and filth. They all shone together, shining on this world, just like 1,000 years ago, just like 10,000 years later. The first wave of the demon race's probing attack began. As what Changlu expected, the top combat forces of the demon race did not make a move. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, this was the rule of the battlefield since ancient times. It was not that experts could not make a move against ants, but Chapter 1291. It wasn't that the experts couldn't attack the ants, but that firstly, it would be embarrassing. Secondly, if you attacked the enemy's soldiers, the enemy would also attack your own soldiers. As for the third point, it was the most important one. Whoever attacked first would inevitably leave an opening for the other party. Leaving an opening for the other party. If you attacked here and sent a message, the other side might be attacked and taken advantage of. The art of war had always been like this since ancient times. For the demon race, they wouldn't go against this principle. Not to mention, there was still a surprise attack in between the 2 continents. They definitely had to find out the ins and outs of this ancestral land first. Therefore, although this first wave of attack seemed fierce, the other side could handle it easily. After all, it was the joint attack of the elites of the 3 continents. Not to mention that most of them were old foxes who had been on the battlefield for thousands of years. Therefore, in this first wave of attack, the 3 continents not only had an easy time, but also had the upper hand. Even, the higher-ups didn't have to attack, and the first wave of attack was crushed. A glorious victory, and the enemy's losses reached a terrifying ratio of 1 to 25. This kind of victory was simply too glorious. It was a scene of jubilation. In the following 10 days, the demon race's army attacked wave after wave, and wave after wave was repulsed. Occasionally, a large-scale battle broke out, but the allied forces of the three continents dealt with it appropriately. Every time, the demon race's army returned in defeat. So much so that after the first few days of battle, even a few heavenly kings and great commanders entered the Void Extermination Tower to practice and improve. Only a few people were left outside to command. Everyone already knew that the demon race's current attacks were only probing. They were probing again and again so that their own troops could adapt to the battlefield, adapt to the war. After all, even if the demon race was prepared, their entire race had drifted outside for so many years. How could there be any chance of a large-scale war? Ordinary infighting was also stopped very quickly. Whether it was in terms of war experience or geographical advantage, they were naturally at a disadvantage. As for the allied forces of the three continents, it could be said that almost every general under the great commanders, and then the deputy generals under the great commanders, were more familiar with the rhythm of the battlefield than the great commanders of the demon race. This was a huge advantage that was difficult to chase after, and there was a reason for the demons to make such a strategic decision. It was impossible for the army to do nothing and pay nothing. Only the higher-ups would go out to fight and sweep the world, while the main forces would just go and enjoy themselves, right? After all, even if he wanted to rule the world, he would need many talents. If it was only the higher-ups who took action and the subordinates who did nothing but wait to enjoy life, then did I cultivate for tens of thousands of years just to be a fighter for ants? These words were crude, but they were reasonable. What's more, the three continents had already responded positively, even taking advantage of the gap to severely injure the higher-ups of the devil race. If not for the presence of the devil ancestor, they would have long faced the attack of a large number of peak fighting forces. Moreover, if the devil race continent could return, the other continents might return as well. What if the Yao race continent returned like the devil race continent? The demon emperor Dong Wang of the demon clan was not the slightest bit inferior to the demon clan immemorial giant of the demon clan. If the demon clan army could not adapt to the battle on this ancestral land continent as soon as possible, even if the higher-ups of the demon clan, or even Lord Demon Ancestor, took action and destroyed the top powerhouses of the three continents, how could they contend against the other returning continents? Therefore, the demon clan needed to adapt to the rhythm of the battlefield as soon as possible. For this, even if they had to pay a large number of sacrifices, they would not hesitate. After discovering the weakness of the demon clan, the allied forces of the three continents on the defensive line began to set up targeted traps. First, they would retreat strategically, lure the enemy deep, and then gather to destroy them to show weakness to the enemy. Then ambush and encircle them, and destroy them one by one, building one path in the guise of building one path in the guise of building another path in the dark, eliminate the beginning and the end, and blossom in the middle. That all kinds of strategies and tactics were taught to the demon clan at the cost of their lives. After all, if the demon clan intended to really grind down these things and truly grasp the battlefield experience, they would know or learn it sooner or later. Therefore, no one was worried about leaking the secret. They would take advantage of this period of time to destroy more of their effective forces. As for whether they would learn it, how could a bunch of fools like you be able to learn, catch up, and surpass the thousands and tens of thousands of years of experience on the battlefield? Dream on. As long as you don't send out experts, you are just a bunch of chickens waiting to be slaughtered in front of us, at least for now. In fact, when it came to individual combat ability, the demon clan's individual combat ability was much stronger than the allied forces of the three continents. However, when the real battle started, the ones who suffered the most losses and died the most were the demon clan. The rhythm of the war was very fast and frequent. Sometimes there would be more than 10 explosions in a day, and sometimes there would be more than 100 explosions in a day, a total of more than 20,000 kilometers of defensive line. It would be strange if there were no battles. Then the Allied forces started to have a headache. Indeed, the Allied forces had the upper hand in the current situation, but it was inevitable that there would be casualties in the Allied forces, and there would be considerable losses. The Demon Clan had clearly suffered more losses, but the Demon Clan did not seem to care and did not care about the deaths of ordinary Demon Clan members. If they died, then they died. It did not matter. What the fuck that you don't care, but we do. Especially when they saw a Demon Clan marshal commanding the battlefield, with a strong reserve force beside him, but 3,000 Demon Clan members retreated in defeat, just 1,000 meters in front of him. They were killed at such a close distance, and the Allied forces had already set up a trap. As long as the Demon Clan marshal asked the reserve force to come out to help, the Allied forces would swarm up and surround them, and kill the reserve force as well. But the result was that the Demon Clan marshal did not move at all. He watched the Demon Clan members being killed, and he did not do anything at all. No, this was not because he saw through the Allied forces' plan, but because he really did not do anything, and he did not care at all. Facing such a result, the Allied forces could only be speechless. Dongfang Xingyang, who was commanding the battle, almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the Demon Clan marshal's face. Damn it, why don't you come out? You don't even save your own people who are dying in front of you, and you call yourself a commander? Is this another way of dealing with changes by remaining unchanged? But the Demon Clan marshal was just like this, going against the norm. What could they do? Wars with such an atmosphere happened every day from the beginning and gradually developed into a 24-hour nonstop war. Such a huge defensive line, if it was not here, it would be there, and it went on like this for more than 2 months. In the beginning, the Allied forces of the 3 continents were very disdainful of the Demon Clan's tactic of adding fuel to the fire. Such an idiotic commander was just sending people to be slaughtered by us. Come on, the more the better. Come on, we will not reject anyone who comes. But as the battle gradually unfolded, people slowly felt that something was not right. Because the Demon Clan marshal's tactics and techniques had been improving rapidly in the past 2 months. Among them, the commander of the Demon Clan marshal's performance was the most obvious and eye-catching. Almost every one of them carried out the 4 words: mercy does not lead an army from beginning to end, from beginning to end, from beginning to end, from beginning to end, from beginning to end. Millions of people watched the Demon Clan marshal at the back, while 10,000 people fought at the front. If those 10,000 people could not defeat the Demon Clan marshal, the millions of people at the back would only watch those 10,000 people die in front of them, and none of them would act rashly. Such cold-bloodedness sent chills down people's spines. If it happened once or twice, it could be said that the commander of the Demon Clan marshal benefited from it. But every time it happened, it was the same for all the Demon Clan marshals. How could they not be terrified? As time went on, under the iron-blooded command of the Demon Clan marshal, all kinds of orders and commands were getting better and better day by day. They used constant sacrifices as learning lessons to learn the Demon Clan marshal's tactics and techniques. They also used the most extreme method to adapt to the war between the 2 races that they had not seen for so many years. However, the Demon Clan adapted very quickly. As the Demon Clan marshal gradually adapted to the tactics and strategies of the Allied forces of the 3 continents, the Allied forces of the 3 continents suffered more and more casualties day by day. Facing this situation, Dongfang Xingyang, who was in charge of the Allied forces of the 3 continents, directly gave a death order, changed the current strategy against the Demon Clan marshal. As long as the Demon Clan came to attack, they had to be wiped out. Only in this way could they be less exposed. But in the face of the Demon Clan's horrifying learning speed and the extreme mentality of the Demon Clan marshal, Dongfang Xingyang's sense of crisis was getting heavier and heavier. It was like a huge mountain was pressing down on him, and he felt more and more overwhelmed. He could even foresee that on the other side, the Demon Clan marshal's time for a great war and a general attack was approaching. The day of the final battle was only a matter of time. The Demon Clan has just arrived, and they don't have much experience in large-scale battles. So, as soon as they arrived, they used the method of learning our tactics and techniques at the cost of the Demon Clan marshal's lives. That's why they use such an extreme method to slowly explore and gain experience. And the other main purpose of the Demon Clan Marshal may be to stall for time, so that their troops can continuously come from the Demon Clan's mainland to the ancestral lands of the three continents and gather here. After all, the mobilization of the entire army of a continent needs a lot of buffer time. I believe that when their troops are ready, the most tragic situation of the war will unfold. And I estimate that such a moment will come soon. At most, it won't take more than 10 days of buffer time. The total military strength of the Demon Clan has already reached over 100 million in this period of time. Once the war breaks out, the current line of defense will not be able to hold. The front line is too long, and it's inevitable that we will overlook it. The next step, we will definitely have to retreat. But as for the position of the second line of defense, I still need the Minister, Lady Flood, and Lady Thunder to decide. Dongfang Zhengyang immediately reported his foresight to Lu Li, the second line of defense. Zhuo Changlu, the Flood Witch, and Lady Thunder all frowned. Although Dongfang Zhengyang's report was for the three of them to decide, in reality, it also meant that there was no second line of defense in the Dao League. Chapter 1292. If there was a second battlefield that could be chosen, Dongfang Zhengyang, as a commander with tens of thousands of years of experience, would definitely bring it up. However, if they were to give up on the Dao League's territory, not only would that be inhumane, but Dongfang Zhengyang also didn't have the authority to do so. The second battlefield. In just a few months, Taoist Thunder seemed to have aged by thousands of years, showing his old age. He sighed as he looked at the Flood Witch and Zhuo Changlu, who were frowning. His heart was filled with desolation. How could he not know what the two of them didn't say? There weren't many heroic soul passes of the Dao League on this side. Even if there were, they were all in the opposite direction. How could they stop the enemy's invasion if they didn't have the ability to defend and defend? Such a foundation was not only a barrier for the demon race, but also a weapon for the demon race. They could use these heroic soul passes to cause great damage to the allied forces. It must be known that one of the reasons why the demon race hadn't launched an all-out attack so far was because they were unfamiliar with the terrain. If the allied forces of the three continents were to lose their geographical advantage, or even be at a disadvantage in terms of terrain, then the casualties would be more than just disastrous. How can we face those heroes who sacrifice themselves for the heroic soul passes? Thunder Taoist looked up at the sky and sighed. Now is not the time to sigh. The Flood Witch said bluntly, Thunder Taoist, let me tell you clearly. I won't agree to let our men make unnecessary sacrifices in this place as the second battlefield. Zhuo Changlu nodded, showing that he completely agreed with the Flood Witch's words. Because they would die for nothing. It's not that we don't want to stop them. It's because you guys created such a terrible situation, and you want us to fight with our lives? Even if our goal is to protect the billions of lives behind us, we can't answer to our brothers who are fighting with their lives on the line. We can't even face them. Why should the soldiers of the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls make up for the Dao League's mistakes with their lives? Are the lives of our Umno Alliance's Astral Souls soldiers not worth their lives? For a moment, Taoist Thunder's beard trembled. After a while, he said, I can understand your positions and choices, but the Dao League can't give up just like that. You too, the teams that belong to Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance, from now on, you can plan to retreat from the first battlefield. The Dao League will set up the second battlefield at Celestial Wolf Mountain. As for you, continue to retreat until you can set up the third battlefield. For the billions of lives behind us, we will use our sacrifice to make up for our mistakes and buy enough time for the inland Dao League citizens to retreat. The Flood Witch took a deep breath and said, Lei Dao, I have to say that you are very pedantic. You can't pick up and you can't let go. I really look down on you. You don't understand the battlefield, and you don't understand war. Fighting in this kind of terrain, and with only one side, the Dao League will only pay the unnecessary sacrifice of billions of lives. How much of an impact would these hundreds of millions of combat power be on Xing Hun's battlefield? Is it worth sacrificing at Celestial Wolf Mountain? This is a war of extinction, not a war in the ordinary sense. There is no turning back. Once there is a mistake, the billions of lives lost will never be recovered. It will only cause the overall strength of the 3 continents to decrease. Don't tell me you don't understand. The flood, which was very angry. Taoist Thunder's choice made him feel conflicted and depressed. Lay Dao, Brother Flood is right. Your Tao League is going to fight alone, and your disadvantage is so obvious. You're only going to die in vain. Zhuo Changlu said, let's take a step back and say that the 3 allied forces have just been formed, and you're fighting at the front lines, risking your lives. If we retreat and watch you sacrifice yourselves, our soldiers will also have to bear a great moral condemnation. This is also a great pressure. With such a mentality, how can the soldiers dare to leave their backs to their comrades? Taoist Thunder said with a trembling voice, how can I not know this? But once we retreat, it is equivalent to sending more than half of the Tao League into the mouth of the demons. That is more than 5 billion lives. 5 billion lives. Taoist Thunder's state of mind was already showing signs of collapse. How can I live with this? Then you decided to let the forces that can resist the invasion die with these 5 billion people. And then you can live with it? What kind of logic is this? The flood which reprimanded angrily. Perhaps if we work harder and try our best to delay the demons for a month, there will be at least 1 billion more people who can retreat to the safe zone. A glimmer of hope flashed in Taoist Thunder's dim eyes. You're thinking too much, too idealistic. Zhuo Changlu said ruthlessly, why don't you fly back and see how many people in your Tao League can't leave their homeland? As long as it is not the last moment, people will not regret. When they really regret, it is already too late to go back. That is how people always hope for a fluke, but they don't know if there is such a fluke. The war has been going on for more than a month, and only a small part of your people have retreated. Even those who have retreated have only retreated to the eastern end of the continent and are unwilling to move forward. Astral Souls has already opened the door to welcome the Tao League's retreat, but so far, the total number of people who have brought their families into the Astral Souls is less than 10 million people. Zhuo Changlu sighed. I know you don't want people to be plunged into misery and suffering, and you want to protect the people of the Tao League as much as possible. But the peace at the back must be broken with blood and cruelty. Otherwise, how can there be a sense of urgency? As long as the war is still going on here, the people at the back won't move, and they will still hope for a fluke. It's not that I don't care about the lives of ordinary people, but first, they must realize the current level of crisis. They have chosen to insist on not retreating, so we can only let them die, because we know that their fluke mentality will never exist. So we can't let all my soldiers die here because of their wrong choice, to fulfill their fluke, their mistake, to be buried with their foolishness and fluke. If we all die here, won't the 2 continents behind us be finished as well? Won't more people die? Zhuo Changlu took a deep breath and said so. We choose to give up the vast territory of the Tao League. We won't live and die with you. If you want to have a clear conscience, then the Tao League can fight on its own. We have to start building a real second battlefield. Zhuo Changlu's words were very heavy and didn't show any mercy. The Flood Witch's eyes were full of praise. This was the most correct choice. If the Tao League had a heroic soul pass, and everything went according to their agreement, then everyone could fight to the death here. But there was no such thing. This was simply a bastard's way of doing things. And the people of the Tao League were the same. They had lived in peace for too long and didn't want to retreat, didn't want to abandon their foundation. If the soldiers fought to the death here and died for this group of selfish and foolish people, they would probably die with grievances. Thunder Taoist nodded sadly. I understand. This is what we should do. Next, the higher-ups of the Tao League held a separate meeting. Seven Swords' expression was extremely gloomy, and so were the 12 heavenly kings below. In fact, it wasn't just them. The hundreds of generals and marshals all had extremely ugly expressions. Regret, confusion, anger, as well as nervousness, loss, and heroism. Previously, the Tao League didn't participate in the battle between the Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance at the Sun Moon Pass. Now, the Tao League's drawbacks of not fighting for 10,000 years and the bitter consequences of peace and comfort have been tasted by every higher-up. How selfish and narrow-minded they were back then was how miserable and regretful they were now. Many people were asking themselves, why didn't the Tao League make a move when the Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance were cultivating geniuses and constantly improving themselves through battles? With the potential of the Tao League, as well as the strength cultivation atmosphere and cultivation heritage that originally far surpassed that of the Astral Souls, how many experts would have emerged after 10,000 years of battles? Why didn't they fight? Not only did they not fight, but they also treated the Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance as potential opponents and dragged them down. Even the construction of the Heroic Soul Pass was intentionally or unintentionally in the direction of the Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance, that now that the demons were attacking from behind, it actually caused such an extremely awkward situation that they couldn't recover from. Who was to blame for this? Thunder Taoist felt as if he had eaten Chinese medicine. This is the situation. Once the demons have an all-out battle, this place is destined to be lost. At that time, our Heroic Soul Pass, the direction, Sai, will definitely become the demon's fortress, and the Heroic Soul Pass can't be destroyed. So, if the battle is fought in these places, it's unfair to the Alliance. We can't let others pay for our mistakes. So, the Tao League must make a decision and sacrifice. Thunder Taoist's words were heavy. The Tao League will leave half of its people to build the second line of defense. Use your lives to stall the demons. Thunder Taoist said softly. As for who will stay and who will follow to the third line of defense, I won't force them to do so. Sign up yourselves. I'll stay. Fire Taoist said indifferently. The Tao League can't be looked down upon by others. I'll stay and command the overall situation. Thunder Taoist's eyes dimmed. Then he said, who else? Cloud Taoist sighed and said, I'll stay with Fire. It's enough. The 5 of you go back to the third line of defense. 2 of the 7 swords of the Tao League expressed that they would stay. Zhuo Changlu and the Flood, which almost cursed out loud. It wasn't that they didn't know what Thunder Taoist and the others were thinking, but since they had already made a huge mistake, did they have to make another huge mistake to make up for it? Chapter 1293. After that, a few heavenly kings and more than 70 generals expressed their wish to stay. There's no need for so many. Taoist Thunder said softly. It's enough to leave for heavenly kings to lead the 12 armies. He stood up and said softly, this is a battle to the death. You've already given your all, so there's no need to say more. However, the Tao League is in a critical situation. Everyone please, try to stall for as much time as possible. With the Tao Alliance's strength alone, our combat power will definitely be greatly inferior. However, I hope that all of you will sacrifice your lives for the sake of the citizens of our Tao Alliance. That way, we can delay the war for a month. Taoist Thunder stood up and bowed slightly. Everyone please. Ancestor. Everyone bowed to the ground. We won't let you down. We'll definitely fight for a month's time. Give me the name list. I'll take it away. Taoist Thunder's eyes were filled with tears. Who said that there are no heroes in the Tao League? The Tao League's eternal prestige. We swear to protect it with our lives. During this period of time, no one was dissatisfied with the living environment except for Zhuo Duo. Ever since Zhuo Changlu's initiative, the top cultivators of the 3 continents entered the Tower of Annihilation to cultivate and improve, which seriously disrupted Zhuo Xiaoduo's established habits and cultivation plan. Now, the peak period of dual cultivation had passed. Although the incompatible water and fire wine was a top-notch supplement, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian had drunk it too frequently recently, causing its effects to gradually decline. The biggest problem was that although Zhuo Xiaoduo used the excuse of improving his cultivation to protect the 3 continents in the future, how could his true purpose be so low as to cultivate. The real key was whether it was good or not. With the arrival of this group of people, Xiaoduo's good days were completely over. Moreover, he was in the vile state of being beaten up every day. The higher-ups of the astral souls, the 12 great sorcerers, beat them up every day. They took turns to beat them up. Of course, not only did he beat up Zhuo Xiaoduo, but he also beat up Zhuo Xiaoyan. Li Qinglong and the others also did not escape the fate of being attacked by all the higher-ups. The flood which even gave Zhuo Xiaoduo special treatment from time to time. When the two of them swung their 4 sledgehammers, everyone deeply objected. You two stay away. The reason was simple and pure. It was a little powerful. However, just the sound of the collision was enough to make others unable to bear it. In the face of everyone's unanimous opposition, even the flood, which had no choice but to take Zhuo Xiaoduo to the other side of the mountain and the sea. Although there wasn't a group of Smurfs in the land, there were still high-level elves such as Xiao, Bai, Jiu, and the Huang sword. There was also a true fairy, ice spirit. When these little fellows gathered together, they naturally did not stop. It was normal for them to fight with each other every day. The existence of these little fellows was not seen by anyone other than the Flood, Witch, and Zui Chonglu. Zui Chonglu and the Flood, which had discussed the matter of letting these people in countless times. In the end, they had no choice but to let them go. If it wasn't for the fact that they were out of curses, they would not have used this last resort. However, exposing the problem of the flow of time in the Tower of Void Destruction was already the limit. How could they expose all the secrets? However, no matter how much pressures with Xiaoduo and the others were physically and mentally, they were beaten up, ravaged, and oppressed. Everyone's cultivation level was also rising along with the torment of the other people. This result made the 12 great sorcerers unable to help but click their tongues in wonder. They were all moved by the appreciation of talents. All the higher-ups understood. These young men in front of them were only in their 20s. They had already advanced to the realm of origin. What kind of geniuses were they? Even if the time in the Tower of Void Destruction was taken into account, the age of these little fellows was not more than 60 years old. What did this mean? What did it mean? Everyone was clear in their hearts and knew what was going on, including the Flood, which one of them was younger than 1,000 years old when they broke through to the realm of origin. Based on the age of these people, it was absolutely impossible for them to have their current cultivation level. However, the reality now was that these 15 geniuses had climbed to the peak of cultivation in this world in a short period of time. They were continuously climbing towards the peak. Such amazing people would undoubtedly be the future leaders. Even Taoist Lei and the others in the Tao League had specially mentioned to Zhuo Chonglu and Flood, even if everyone in the world dies, we must ensure that these 15 little fellows survive. They are the real hope, the people who will entrust the future to. Any one of them is the best of the best of the best. After the higher-ups of the 3 continents reached a consensus on the position of these 15 people, so Xiaoduo and the others did not relax in the following days. Instead, they were beaten up even more severely by Flood and Taoist Lei. Yes, the 7 swords of the Tao League had also joined in the frenzied beating. In the morning, the 12 shamans used the power of the Umno Alliance to unblock the meridians of the 15 people and imbued them with cultivation. Then, they would spar with each other. They would leave the north and the south to fight east and west, in the name of helping them consolidate their foundation. In the afternoon, the 7 swords of the Tao League would unblock the meridians of the 15 people and imbue them with cultivation. Then, they would spar with each other again. They would leave the north and the south to fight east and west, in the name of helping them consolidate their foundation. At night, the higher-ups of astral souls will deal with the matter like how they dealt with their allies on the other 2 continents. After that, they will continue to fight in the north and south to help you strengthen your foundation. Every morning, a group of higher-ups would watch the 15 people sparring. Once they realized that they hadn't used what they had taught them the day before, they would immediately give them another round of sparring. This time, they would say that it was to teach them a lesson. The body had muscle memory. If they didn't use their heart to remember, then they would use their body to remember after this series of operations. The 15 people could only complain incessantly. Fortunately, not long after that, the few senior magi from the Umno Alliance brought a group of young geniuses from the Umno Alliance over. The number of people was slightly more than expected, a total of 56 people. For example, Sha Jiao, Sha Hun, Hai Hun Shan, Thundercat, and so on. Last time, those who had contact with Xiao Duo, none of them were left out. There were also the descendants of the other senior magi. For example, there was a person from the Hong family who was born with 2 large tumors on his head, one on each side of his forehead. They looked like 2 distinct horns. And this person's name was Hong Xiaoniao. Originally, with such a name, he should have been forgotten by everyone. However, within 3 hours after he arrived, he became everyone's punching bag. It was probably because this guy was too much of a punching bag. Every day, from morning to night, he always had an indignant look on his face. Even though he was ugly, he still felt good about himself. If he didn't become a punching bag, others would be indignant as well. There was also a person called Jin Jingjing. This person's character was not only comparable to Hong Xiaoniao's, but was also even better than Hong Xiaoniao's. Of course, Hai Hunshin's bulbous nose, toad-like mouth, bulging stomach, and ball-like legs were also a big attraction. And the most noteworthy was the Thundercat. After this powerful cat arrived, when he saw Xiao Duo, his expression was extremely complicated. He revealed a subtle emotion as if he wanted to rush up and swallow Xiao Duo, of course. To deal with a mere Thundercat, Xiao Duo didn't need to personally appear. With just a glance, Li Chenglong and the rest would swarm up. Within 2 hours, this Thundercat repeatedly said that he would repent for his past mistakes and wouldn't dare to have any improper thoughts. The Thundercat, who was beaten up until he almost lost control, returned to the Umno Alliance team and complained. Then, Hai Hun Shan and the rest joined forces to beat him up again. This also caused 3 punching bags to appear in the team of geniuses sent by the Umno Alliance. They were Jin Jingjing, the Thundercat, and Hong Xiaoniao. Every time Xiao Duo and the rest were beaten up, they would habitually beat up these 3 people to vent their anger. Gradually, it formed a good cycle, a kind of atmosphere. The higher-ups beat me up? No problem. I'll beat up the Thundercat. Beat me up again? No problem. Beat up Jin Jingjing. Beat me up again? I'll join forces with everyone to beat up Hong Xiaoniao. The great shamans of the Umno Alliance were angry. All of you have obviously eaten so much more than Xiao Duo and the rest. Now that Xiao Duo is already at the primordial chaos realm, all of you are still wandering around. The 2 who have improved the fastest have only just reached the ascension realm. Moreover, the number of times you suppress your true essence is far less than others. How can you call yourselves geniuses? Who gave you the confidence to be so arrogant? One shouldn't be afraid of comparing goods, but one should be afraid of comparing people. If you compare goods, you'll throw them away. If you compare people, you'll die. This is the truth no matter where you go. Even Xiao Duo and the rest of the 15 people, not to mention Xiao Duo and Xiaonian, who had the strongest cultivation, in the eyes of the great shamans, they were all other people's children. This also led to Hai Hun Shan and the rest directly to hell. None of the 12 great shamans were pleasing to the eye, let alone in their eyes. They would roar angrily from time to time. They're also cultivating, and you're also cultivating. How can there be such a big difference? Why don't you all go to hell? How can you have the nerve to live so energetically? The 56 people of the Umno Alliance wanted to cry, but had no tears. We're fucking inferior to them in cultivation. We're also very desperate. But what can we do? Why don't you just kill us directly? Well, that's not right. There's a gap of generations between us. A gap of many, many generations. It's fine if we didn't know in the past, but now we know very well that Xiao Duo is the Flood Witch's godson, your mutual nephew, the son of the Sky Patrol Minister. What about us? We are thousands of generations away from you, Xiao Duo has directly become our ancestor. How can we compare to our ancestor? There's also Xiao Duo's followers. They're fellow disciples of the same subject. That's also the same generation. It's natural that we're inferior to them. The Thundercat and the rest were not convinced at first. They used all their strength and felt that they could catch up. But as the gap grew bigger and bigger, they quickly changed their minds, and they quickly convinced themselves. They all felt, Zhuo and the rest are stronger than us. It seems. This matter, how natural. Chapter 1294. Hai Hunshan complained in private. What's the point of beating us up? What's the point of not being able to catch up with others? Besides, Zhuo should be outstanding. If he's not outstanding, who is? He's our ancestor. If you ask me, Zhuo's cultivation is not high enough. Based on his background, he's the son of the minister and the godson of the Flood Witch. He should be on par with the emperor's ex-son, king of Yu Dongtian. People are afraid of comparisons. If Zhuo is compared to Yu Dongtian, heavenly King Yu, he's far inferior. Zhuo shouldn't be compared to us. He should be compared to Yu Dongtian, Yin Zhonghu. Comparing to us, isn't that bullying? The group of juniors from the UMNO alliance quickly convinced themselves. They felt that they were weak. It was only right that they were weak. Compared to Zhuo, it was wrong that they weren't weak, hence, they calmed down, of course. They only thought about this in their hearts. They said it out loud in private. After all, everyone knew that this argument couldn't be refuted. Yu Dongtian's cultivation was high and had reached the peak of this world. However, he had cultivated for many years, while Zhuo had only cultivated for a few years. How could they be compared? But the blame wasn't on their backs. Zhuo was the elder. If we don't compare to you, you shouldn't compare to us either. On this day, Hong Xianyo came to look for Zhuo with 2 tumors that were about to explode. Ancestors Zhua, please help us beg for mercy. We're being beaten more than 30 times a day. What kind of fucking life is this? Zhuo rolled his eyes and said, "It's none of my business." Before he finished speaking, he had already left. It was chaos in the Tower of Emptiness. More than 70 people were being beaten, and more than 100 people were being beaten. Li Chenglong was the only one who was free. He was organizing the groups. He also organized the 56 people from the UMNO alliance into groups. 8 people in a group, a total of 7 groups. It was the same number as 1 week. According to Li Chenglong's deeper explanation, it was a perfect mix of people being beaten up every day. In such an atmosphere of chaos, shouting, and screaming, everyone's strength also showed a state of leaps and bounds. If there was no comparison, there would be no harm. If there was no harm, there would be no motivation. This sentence was vividly reflected here. The 56 little fellows of the Wizard Alliance were on the verge of collapse. They could even kill themselves by training every day. 2 months in the outside world was more than 30 years in the Tower of Emptiness. The cultivation strength of Zhuo and the others had reached the peak of primordial chaos. With such combat strength, they were on par with the king of Zhuolu and the others. They could finally join the ranks of the top in this world. Although they were at the end of the top, they were still at the top. The further difference was that the king of Zhuolu and the others were anxious to break through every day. At their level, it was no longer a matter of accumulation. It was a breakthrough in cultivation and state of mind. Sometimes they could break through with a flash of inspiration. It was like becoming a Buddha. However, most of them might not be able to break through in their lifetime. They were stuck at this stage. There were many people like this now. The king of Zhuolu, Nan Zhengxian, Dongfang Jingyang, and the others. There were more than 40 people. They were all stuck at this stage after more than 30 years of hard work. They were unable to break through and take another step. After the battle with Zhuo, Grand Shaman Dan Kong and Grand Shaman Bing Ming tacitly retreated. Fortunately, they were evenly matched this time. However, if there was a next time, they would not be a match for him. Even if they could not afford to offend him, they could still hide. However, they really cannot hide. Because of this battle, Zhuo completely understood something. Are you Bing Xiaobing? Are you Kong Xiaodan? Bing Ming and Dan Kong were in a sorry state. So Xiaoduo recognized Lai Xiao suddenly. The three of them hid when they saw Zhuo Xiaoduo, because when Zhuo Xiaoduo saw him, he called out Xiao Bing, Xiao Dan, Xiao Hua. He did not call him uncle anymore. Thought, what the fuck was this? However, the three of them could not refute. Zhuo Xiaoduo's words rendered them speechless. Tell me, were we not equals at that time? I treated you as my brothers and even treated you to drinks. However, you want to be my elders. What is the reason for this? No need to quibble. Just say that we were never equals. Humph, after eating and drinking my food, you still want to use this trick. Lai Hua, Dan Kong, and Bing Ming were badly battered. In the end, they could not hide anymore and went out to fight. That if they went to the battlefield, they would not be bullied here. With the 12 grand shamans, the sky inspecting throne, and the 7 swords of the Tao League, they gathered the highest experience of the 3 continents and taught them step by step. They even helped to unblock their meridians. Everyone's cultivation had increased considerably. It could even be said that their cultivation progress in this lifetime could not be compared to the 30 years in the Tower of Emptiness. However, as their cultivation reached the peak, they were all stuck at the bottleneck of the realm. There was no exception. After more than a month of learning and accumulation in the outside world and waiting, the demon race finally began to launch their general attack. Time and tide wait for no man. There is no point in forcing ourselves to stay here. It is not because of the foundation accumulation, but because the opportunity has not arrived yet. Zhuo Changlu was also very depressed about this. So many people at the peak of this world were all unable to break through because of the realm. It was also a very strange thing. If everyone was still scattered across the continents, they might not think much of it. They might even think that it was normal. They were already at the peak of this world. How could it be so easy to go further? It was safest and most normal to put them in the thousands or tens of thousands of years of grinding. However, gathering together, it seemed wrong. Now that the war is fierce and dangerous, we might as well go out and fight. Try to find opportunities at the edge of life and death. If we break through, we break through. If we don't, it is just a matter of luck. At this moment, a group of people at the peak of this world looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others with eyes full of envy. Everyone knew one thing. They were stuck at the bottleneck of the realm, but these 15 little guys did not have this concern. What they lacked was just not enough accumulation, which was why they could not continue to break through. In other words, as long as they had enough accumulation, they could break through the bottleneck at any time. Everyone had faintly guessed the reason for this. It was because they had repeatedly suppressed each realm. Every time they broke through, their true essence would be suppressed to the point where they had no choice but to break through. Once they released their true essence, the so-called bottleneck would be easily broken through even if it was not ignored. Now that he thought about it, the path of cultivation was a thorny path. Everyone walked step by step. He had endured that kind of pain 7 times, 8 times, and even the so-called highest number of times, 9 times. It was probably because of the accumulation of such a foundation that he was able to achieve what he had today. However, every time they recalled that kind of pain, they still had lingering fears. But what about Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and the others? Each of them had gone through 17, 18 times, more than 20 times, and it was said that the most had gone through 40 to 50 times. They had endured dozens of times more than them, and also dozens of times more tragic pain. With such a foundation, such accumulation, if they did not succeed, who would? How could their road ahead not be smooth? Why would there be a bottleneck? Wasn't the so-called bottleneck because of insufficient accumulation in the current realm, making it difficult to break through? It was all their own fault. How could they blame others? Everyone was chosen at the time, the peak of the current world, and also experienced the world. After thinking through this point, they could not even feel jealous. Not on the battlefield. Suddenly, the wind whistled. In the sky above the 3 continents, blood clouds gathered, as if announcing something. With a roar that shook heaven and earth, the demons, under the lead of the 12 demon gods, finally began an all-out attack. 27,000 miles of the defensive line pressed forward. Billions of demon soldiers pressed forward without holding back, launching an all-out attack. Their intention to finish in one fell swoop was clear. If we can't break through, we will all die here. This was a death order from the 5 great demon lords. The 5 great demon lords held the line in the sky. Demon ancestor Rahu still did not participate in the battle, and no one knew what he was doing. The higher-ups of the 3 continents did not let down their guard at all. Who knew where the demon ancestor was hiding? Who knew what he was planning to do? If he suddenly attacked, even Zhou, Changlu, and the Flood, which would not be able to withstand it in the battle, the 7 teams of the Umno Alliance and Zhou Xiaoduo's insufficient team also joined the battle. They spread out and entered the battlefield separately. As soon as the battle started, all modern communications could not be used. In the beginning, the few signal towers that could barely be maintained communications. This time, all of them were destroyed by the demon masters. Even the mountains were flattened, and the soldiers guarding them were not left with any corpses. Zhou Xiaoduo had just left the Annihilation Tower when he felt a rainstorm coming from the sky. It was a rainstorm of fate points. Before entering the Annihilation Tower, just on the battlefield alone, he had scattered more than 1 billion divine secret orders. During this period of cultivation, too many people's divinations had come true, and they had died. These people were all cultivators who had entered the path of Tao, and each of them produced at least 3 drops of fate points. So Xiaoduo's harvest from this wave alone was enough to make him explode at least 100,000 times. This is awesome. Zhou Xiaoduo felt a rainstorm of fate falling from the sky, and it was all directed at him. He was so happy that he felt a little dizzy. Since there was a large amount of fate points in his account, he would not be stingy at this moment. He immediately shared the benefits with Xiao Long, who was now a great help. Therefore, it started to rain heavily in the Annihilation Tower. Eat, eat, you will explode. At this moment, Xiao Long could not help but feel that he had reached the peak of his dragon life. It was like a dream, and he was intoxicated. There was actually a time when he cannot finish it. What kind of crazy happiness was this? Countless fate points entered the space of the Annihilation Tower and turned into the energy of the Annihilation Tower. At this moment, because of the battle between the 2 sides, the Annihilation Tower, which was temporarily empty, suddenly expanded like a balloon. It was visible to the naked eye. Chapter 1295. As more and more fate points entered, the changes in the interior of the Tower of Annihilation also increased gradually. Fog started to appear in the Tower of Annihilation. Then it started to drizzle. Boundless pure spiritual energy started to form. The height of the entire space also started to increase bit by bit, until that a day later, boundless karmic luck began to converge in the sky, forming a small, sparkling star. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan were hiding in Bei Gonghao's camp, ready to attack. There were only the 2 of them here. Li Chenglong and the rest were nowhere to be seen. Since they were not big enough, the small team members scattered into the dense forest. Do whatever you want. Mission 1. Pay attention to the safety of the Commander-in-Chief and ensure that he is not assassinated by the demons. Mission 2. Kill as many demon soldiers as possible. Mission 3. Survive. These were the 3 mission requirements of Military Advisor Li. The main reason why there was such a mission requirement was because Zhou Xiaoduo's heavenly secret command indicated that in this battle, Bei Gonghao's life would be in danger as the star of misfortune shone upon him. Because of this, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan chose to hide in this team and wait for an opportunity to save Bei Gonghao. However, even Bei Gonghao did not know that they were hiding. The 2 of them stood on top of the mountain and looked ahead that in broad daylight, the army of the devil race soared into the sky and surged towards this side. How big is this army? How can there be so many of them? This was the first time Zhou Xiaoyan had seen such a large-scale battle from such a high vantage point. He couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. The most conservative estimate is that there are at least 3 million demons participating in this battle. So Xiaoduo glanced around. Also, there must be a demon god hiding among the ordinary people, waiting for an opportunity to strike. To the upper echelons of the demon race, it doesn't matter even if this batch of demon army is completely wiped out. As long as they can deplete the combat power of the 3 continents to the greatest extent, this price is nothing. Zhuo Xiaoyan took a deep breath. Later, the 2 of us will have to split up. One of us will stay by Commander Beigong's side and be careful in case something happens. One of us will go and kill the first wave. Then, one of us will return and the other will go again. Okay, I will go first, Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Okay. The demon army flew closer and closer. Their demonic aura was overwhelming. Halfway up the mountain, countless cultivators of the allied army calmly looked at the demon race that was about to arrive. They were expressionless, but in reality, they had already gathered their strength and were ready for this tragic battle. Bei Gonghao's majestic body stood under the commander's flag that fluttered in the wind. He raised his eyebrows and squinted his eyes in concentration. The mountain wind blew and his clothes fluttered. Bei Gonghao was like a statue. He did not move at all. All the Northern Army soldiers could see their commander standing under the commander's flag when they turned around. He was like a stabilizing needle that calmed the hearts of the Northern Army. 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 500 meters. Suddenly, there was a thunderous roar. That roar came from Commander Beigong's mouth. Soldiers of the North. Bei Gonghao's order was like the clanging of metal and thunder. We are invincible. The thousands of soldiers on the other side roared in unison. The sound waves accumulated and impacted, stirring up dust that covered the horizon. Bei Gonghao unsheathed his saber. The roar of a dragon and a tiger shook the sky. He pointed forward and shouted, "Kill them all. Don't embarrass me, Bei Gonghao. Don't humiliate the reputation of the Northern Army." Roar, the neat army formation on the other side, flew into the sky like lightning. The curtains of the battle were drawn. As soon as the 2 sides clashed, the moment the 2 sides came into contact, a dense rain of blood suddenly burst out from the dust that filled the sky. Blood splattered in the air. It fell a few meters before it turned into blood droplets and dripped onto the dust. Puff, 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 but on the ground. Countless drops of blood smashed into the dust like raindrops. Unexpectedly, the dust that was flying in the air was completely soaked and could not be splashed anymore. The Northern Army was advancing and attacking. There was no turning back. When the Blade Demon was alive, he was stationed in the north. Because of this, many of the Northern Army soldiers were taught by the Blade Demon. Now, the Blade Demon's saber skills were once again shining brightly in this war between humans and demons. When a saber is drawn, there is only life and death. There is no turning back. Kill. A wisp of green smoke flashed across the sky. Zhuo Xiaoduo threw out millions of heavenly secret orders. In half a second, he threw them out 10 times. Then, he raised a sledgehammer and smashed into the waves of demons like a meteor. In an instant, it was as if a pillar had suddenly appeared in the middle of a torrential flood, a pillar that stabilized the sea. The moment it landed, the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer was fully unleashed. The void trembled, and the gates of hell appeared with a loud rumble. The 99 Kitty Hammer was in full swing. It had already turned into a whirlwind. The moment it came into contact with the 3,000 demons, they were reduced to dust. Blood splattered everywhere like an explosion. So Xiaoduo waved his hand, and the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer instantly turned into a meteor hammer. A white and a black light flashed, and Little White and Little Geo were already in position. This change was limited to a spin on the spot. The range of the attack had expanded to 30 meters. The black and white halos intertwined to form a complete Tai Chi halo, and none of the devilish beings were able to block it for even an instant. Only the one in charge was invincible. Huff, huff, huff. The moment the twin hammers swept up the hurricane, Zhuo was like a giant ship riding the wind and breaking the waves in the ocean. He did not dodge or evade the waves of attacks from the devils, and went against the momentum. Following Zhuo's forceful advance, the black and white halos also quickly followed. In less than 3 breaths of time, the Taiji halos had already rushed out a distance of 1,500 meters. It had also opened up a 60 meters wide complete passage in the midst of the densely packed demon army. It was a bloody path, and Zhuo was still rushing forward, continuing to attack indiscriminately. Along with a muffled sound, there seemed to be a demon expert who came forward to stop the Tai Chi halo. However, Zhuo's Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer's power was already at its peak. The hammer was like a single entity. How could an ordinary demon general block it? Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox with a few muffled sounds and dense screams. All the demon experts who came to stop him were no exception. They were all turned into powder and scattered on the ground. Zhuo looked from afar. Zhuo's side seemed to be exploding all the time. Countless people were sent flying in the air. However, they were smashed into pieces in midair. Not even their bones were left. It was a pure death without any injuries. Even someone like Zhuo, who knew Zhuo's strength, couldn't help but be speechless when she saw this scene. Not to mention the other demons, who didn't know about Zhuo's strength and the extent of his strength. Kill him! Kill him! Seeing how powerful Zhuo was this time, countless commanders of the demon race roared in anger. Countless demons rushed over at every moment, hoping to break through Zhuo's Tai Chi circle, the death circle, but no one could do anything. But countless devils were still trying, one after another. The devil army had never retreated. Even though they saw Zhuo's strength, they did not feel fear. There was a limit to a person's strength. How could they maintain such a large-scale killer move for a long time? Now, they were just doing it in one spurt. When their strength was exhausted, they would inevitably be devoured by a large number of demons. They wanted to see how long this human could hold on. After a while, Zhuo suddenly withdrew his 2 hammers. His body was spinning as if he didn't have enough strength and wanted to retreat. However, there were too many demons around him. They immediately swarmed forward, wanting to cut Zhuo's body into pieces. However, the moment the enemies closed in, they suddenly heard Zhuo's roar. His roar was earth-shattering, and it was not inferior to before. With Zhuo's cultivation, how could such a high-energy output in such a short period of time be his limit? He just thought of a better way to kill the demons. As far as the eye could see, the primordial fire technique, which had been refined for decades, was activated. As soon as it was activated, the blazing flames instantly rushed out to a radius of thousands of meters. It really happened in an instant. Tens of thousands of demons who were in the range of the primordial fire were all vaporized without exception. Not even a trace of them was left. Just now, when the 2 hammers danced, and supported by Bai and Jiu to form the Tai Chi halo, he had just entered the battle and had not entered deep into the enemy's formation. He suddenly launched such a large-scale, indiscriminate attack, which might have affected his own soldiers. However, through the Tai Chi halo attack just now, he had long been separated from his own forces. He was alone in the enemy's formation. One of the benefits of being alone in the enemy's formation was also revealed. He didn't have to worry about hurting his own people when he launched any indiscriminate attack. The primordial fire technique came with great force, harvesting the demons in a large area. So Zhuo moved again and again, teleporting one after another. Every time he appeared in the midst of the demons, the flames would surge with him. He appeared and disappeared like a ghost in the middle of the demon's army. No matter where he went, there were soaring flames and surging flames. Wherever the flames passed, even the air would be burned to nothing. Later, Zhuo, who was in high spirits, directly controlled the primordial fire, forming a huge fireball that was no less than thousands of meters in size. He forcefully rushed from east to west, making a round trip. With the momentum of a prairie fire, the flames could not be stopped. Wherever they passed, even the mountains and rocks were burned. The air was burning and trembling, and the space was burning and fragmenting. Suddenly encountering such a ferocious and special attack, the demon's offensive momentum was cut in half and stopped by him. Now, that Zhuo had reached the peak of the primordial chaos. He was able to use the primordial fire technique, which was almost at the great success realm. Its power was naturally extraordinary, which was why there was such an earth-shaking movement. After the demon's army was divided by Zhuo Xiaoduo's strength alone, a gap appeared between the front army and the demons at the back. Chapter 1296. Zhuo Xiaoduo swept back and forth in a frenzy. The flames that could burn the heavens and destroy the earth continued to spread. As the primordial fire continued to burn, it covered the sky and covered the earth, vaporizing all the nearby demons. Even though the demons in the rear weren't afraid of death, they wouldn't jump into the sea of fire and die for nothing. As a result, the hundreds of thousands of demons that had already charged forward were surrounded by the Northern Army. Under the situation where the demons had the absolute advantage in numbers, this situation was simply unimaginable. How could the Northern Army let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity? One by one, they rushed forward and killed the surrounded demons with all their might. With a flash of extremely cold frost, the tens of thousands of demons along the way were all turned into ice sculptures. Then, they were smashed into pieces by the soldiers of the Northern Army. Countless demonic souls rose into the air and were swept away by the two rays of light, one black and one white. It was Zhuo Xiaoyan who had taken the time to swing his sword and fill a gap in the Northern Army that had been created by the demon army. If Zhuo Xiaoduo's moves were said to be domineering, then Zhuo Xiaoyan's moves were more focused on the fine details. A single sword strike could freeze tens of thousands of demons without harming a single one of them. This level of control, if one had not reached the realm of minute subtlety, how could one achieve it? Kill, kill, kill. With such a strong support, the Northern Army's fighting spirit soared. They waved their weapons and killed the demons to their heart's content. More and more demons were dying under his saber, and more of his fellow demons were falling beside him. But on a battlefield like this, grief, anger, none of that existed. There was only life and death. There was only waving the blade. Fighting nonstop. Countless demonic souls were sucked into the space of the Tower of Annihilation and devoured by the god-slaying spear, Immerse, as nutrients. A shining spear tip was gradually forming. Although Immerse was only a part of the god-slaying spear's essence and was far inferior to the real god-slaying spear, the nourishment of so many demonic souls caused a qualitative change from quantity to quality, which gave him new characteristics. As long as he could continue to use a massive amount of demonic souls to temper his sharpness and condense a new spear body, he would have the hope of transforming into a realm that was not inferior to innate spiritual objects. He might even be able to compete with them. Of course, this would be an extremely long process. As a large number of demonic souls entered the Tower of Annihilation like clouds of smoke, luck points poured into the Tower of Annihilation like a storm. The transformation of the Tower of Void Extermination continued. Xiaolong was wantonly churning and growing. The originally illusory scale armor was gradually becoming clearer. It was truly the god-slaying spear was swallowing inside the thousand souls' nightmare hammer. Bai and Jiu were fighting, refining, and devouring the outside. Essence fire soared into the sky, incinerating the heavens and setting the earth alight. Zhuo Xiaoduo pondered as he charged forward. It was no wonder that Zhu Wuzhu Rong had been targeted during the Great War of the Liches and Demons. The destructive power of the Zhu Rong flame was unimaginably great when it wreaked havoc in the army. It was as if he was carrying the epicenter of an atomic bomb back and forth in the city of ordinary people, jumping back and forth repeatedly. Furthermore, the prerequisite was that his speed was not slow at all. Wherever he went, he would be vaporized. As long as he could withstand it, he would be able to fight. If the difference in cultivation level was too big, he would be directly burned to death and vaporized. There was no need to make a move at all. Of course, this kind of cultivation technique was not without its drawbacks. The consumption was indeed quite high. Compared to the consumption of the Taiji Halo and the eruption of the elemental fire art, it could not even be described as a child or grandson. Based on this understanding, Zhuoxiaoduo could only endure the eruption of the elemental fire art for 3 minutes before launching the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer again. Together with Bai and Jiao, they reconstructed the Taiji Halo and set off a bloody storm. "Kid, don't be too arrogant." It was a loud shout. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a huge mace ruthlessly smashed onto the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. So Xiaoduo did not dodge. Instead, he gathered all his strength and rushed forward. Good timing. Boom! With this sudden tremor, the entire ground shook. All the demons within a kilometer were bleeding from their 7 orifices. There were few exceptions. Those who were closer to the impact did not even make sound. They fell to the ground with blood flowing out of their 7 orifices. Then they fell down stiffly like wooden stakes, and there was no more sound. Hundreds of demons were killed by the tremor. Zhuoxiaoduo, who bore the brunt of this attack, could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He looked up with bloodshot eyes. In front of him was a demon warrior who was more than 100 feet tall, and he was stumbling backward. The other party had 4 hands, and 2 of them were split open, with blood gushing out. It was obvious that the attack just now was from this devil. "Demon God?" Zhuoxiaoduo yelled and chased after the demon with his twin hammers. "Which one of the 19 demon gods are you?" With the sound of metal clashing, the 99 kitty hammers smashed all the demons who tried to stop Zhuoxiaoduo into minced meat. As a heavenly secret order flew out, Zhuoxiaoduo laughed strangely. Rank 17 of the 19 demon gods. Earth Demon. Ferocious Demon God, your ranking is too low. Isn't it too embarrassing? Come on, I'll help you solve this problem of face. The demon god retreated quickly and said angrily, "I don't need your help. I'll kill you, and you won't have any worries. You don't have to care about face. Help is help. You don't have to thank me. You won the higher-ups. How dare you attack the ordinary demons?" The ferocious demon god despised Zhuoxiaoduo's unruly behavior. You're right. Let's fight. It's a good time for the higher-ups to fight," Zhuoxiaoduo shouted as he chased after the demon god. "We're of equal status. Hey, don't run." The ferocious demon god ran even faster, but he didn't dare to say anything. When they exchanged blows just now, his demonic vitality was almost shattered. This kid's hammers were too hard and too domineering. The top grade acquired spiritual treasure wolf tooth cudgel that he collected from the iron essence was shattered in one blow. If he continued to fight, he would be courting death. Now that his weapon spirit was shattered, he would be killed in less than 2 blows if he continued to fight. The ferocious demon god was focused on retreating. When he realized that there was no one around him who could stop Zhuoxiaoduo, he turned around and ran as fast as he could. As he ran, he shouted, "Now is not the time for a decisive battle. Wait until the decisive battle. I'll fight you to the death. Don't wait until the decisive battle. Let's do it now." Zhuoxiaoduo chased after him and said angrily, "You don't let me kill the soldiers, but you don't want to fight with me. You said everything. How can there be such logic in this world?" As he shouted, he chased after the demon god. Along the way, countless demons screamed and flew away. The ferocious demon god shouted as he ran, "If you have the guts, fight with our demon ancestor. Can you be any more shameless?" Zhuoxiaoduo scolded. "How can you say such shameless words? You're a disgrace to the demon race." Zhuoxiaoduo's provocation had no effect on the ferocious demon god. The ferocious demon god turned a deaf ear. "You can scold me all you want. Anyway, I won't stop to fight with you if this guy ran too fast." Zhuoxiaoduo chased after him like a wave of blood. Most importantly, there were always demons who disregarded their lives to stop him. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as Zhuoxiaoduo disappeared. He couldn't help but be angry. Coward. Bastard. So Xiaoduo couldn't stop thinking about it. So he activated the primordial fire art again and burned the area around him. In the distance, a pair of eyes suddenly focused on this side. Zhu Rong's successor? There was a ripple in the demon chi, as if someone was muttering to himself. Zhuo Duo was in the midst of his arrogant killing spree. Suddenly, he felt an extreme sense of danger. He couldn't win. Damn! As soon as this sense of danger arose, Zhuo Duo immediately ran back. He activated the Tianyuan escape technique and retreated at the highest speed. In an instant, he flashed hundreds of miles away. Then, he immediately restrained his aura and connected his mind to Zhuo Xiaoyan. He immediately entered the Annihilation Tower. Zhuo Xiaoyan reacted quickly. She immediately activated her power and sucked the Annihilation Tower over. In just a moment, not only did he disappear from the battlefield, but he also completely disappeared from the world. The demon ancestor's huge divine sense scanned the battlefield, but he couldn't find the guy who was happily setting fire just now. He couldn't help but frown. What a coward. I didn't even release any killing intent. I just wanted to ask if Zhu Rong was still there. He just disappeared. To think that he's Zhu Wu's successor. What a coward. Even the demon ancestor, who was an ancient giant, felt a little depressed. What kind of personality did this guy have? He bullied the weak and feared the strong to the extreme. How could an ancient expert be like this? I just released my divine sense, and you ran away. This guy was unbelievably obedient. The ferocious demon god also felt it. He was instantly energized and turned to chase after Zhuo Duo. However, he couldn't find him. He was furious. Coward, don't run away. The demon ancestor was overthinking. As usual, Zhuo Duo judged others by himself. Since he sensed danger, why would he care about his reputation and image? If I can win, I'll definitely continue to fight. I'll chase after the enemy. I'll be as awe-inspiring as I can be. But now that the demon ancestor's attention is on me, if I don't run, am I going to die? I can't be like the tyrant. When he came out of the Annihilation Tower, he was still in shock. His face was still pale. I felt the demon ancestor's attention just now. Mommy, I was scared to death. This old thing is so shameless. He actually wanted to deal with me personally. That's too immoral. Zhuo Xiaoyan was shocked when she heard that. Her face turned pale. The demon ancestor? Is it really the demon ancestor? Yes. Zhuo Duo recalled and shuddered. It's a kind of, how should I put it? It's a kind of demonic aura that fills your body and mind in an instant, then suddenly explodes. This old thing, he actually shamelessly attacked me. Zhuo Duo was very dissatisfied. He muttered, I only killed a few 100,000 of them. That's too shameless. He actually became angry out of embarrassment. In my opinion, this demon ancestor's self-restraint is extremely ordinary. Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at the primordial fire that was still burning in the distant battlefield. She fell into deep thought. After a long time, she went against her conscience and agreed. Yes, the demon ancestor Luo Ho is too immoral. 2 chapters today. It's been raining for half an afternoon. It's so cool to watch the rain. Especially those who don't have umbrellas. I can't help them from upstairs, so I can only cheer them on. Chapter 1297. That's right. Demon Ancestor? He has no demeanor at all. He became anxious after killing a few of his people. Zhuo Duo complained. I'll help you beat him up in the future, Zhuo Xiaoyan snorted. I have to say that there's something wrong with my mentality. Zhuo Duo paused and smiled bitterly. I've been cultivating in seclusion for so long, and I've been praised by the people around me for so long that I've become blindly arrogant. I even thought that if the 15 of us joined forces, even if we still can't fight against the demon ancestor, we could at least resist a little and escape unscathed. There's always a chance. But this time, we've only felt a little of his aura. That's a power that's truly unrivaled. The Archean Almighty is truly worthy of his reputation. Zhuo Xiaoyan looked solemn. It's right to avoid him for now. Then, when you rushed out this time, did you discover the key point of the demon race's plot against Marshal Beigong? So Xiao Duo calmed his mind and focused on the fierce battle in front of him again. He said in a low voice, I did discover something. But because of our intervention, their established plan can't be carried out as scheduled for the time being. They can't gather their manpower. The ferocious demon god that fought with me before was a hidden chess piece of the demon race's army. Now that I rushed out and uncovered it, it's bound to be disconnected from the previous coordination. But now that I've retreated, there's a high chance that the ferocious demon god will blend into the chaotic army again and continue with the original plan. The haze over Marshal Beigong's head still hasn't disappeared, which means that they haven't given up. Zhui Xiaoyan was eager to try. You rushed out just now? Now it's my turn to go out and rush out again. You stay here and support. No. Zhui Xiaoduo flatly rejected Zhui Xiaoyan's suggestion and said in a low voice, the situation now is very different from the ordinary battle formation. If you go out and rush out again, our strength will be exposed too much. Furthermore, the fiend ancestor has already come out. If you go out, I'm afraid you will run into him. It's too dangerous. We'll be hiding near Uncle Beigong. If we can kill 2 or more demon gods in one go, it'll be far more powerful than if we kill 100,000 ordinary demons. Through the exchange just now, I'm confident that as long as we find an opening, it won't be difficult for the 2 of us to kill the demon gods instantly. What you said makes sense. The 2 of them moved stealthily, one on the left and one on the right, lying in ambush behind Bei Gonghao. This was something that even Bei Gonghao himself did not notice. The demon clan's attack became even more ferocious. It was like a stormy sea, endless and growing fiercer and fiercer. On the other hand, Bei Gonghao's strategy was just as clear. Do your best to kill the enemy. If you're injured or not at full strength, retreat immediately. Retreat. There's nothing we can do if they're killed before they can retreat. However, if they're injured and can retreat but are killed instead, we'll cancel the preferential treatment for martyrs who died in battle. This order had greatly reduced the casualties of the Northern Army. Once someone was injured, the other comrades would risk their lives to escort him back. Now all of the injured had already been evacuated and sent back wave by wave. Bei Gonghao had already made up his mind. Today, he would have a fierce battle with the demons. He had to give them a good beating and try his best to eliminate as many demons as possible without losing too much of his forces. Only then could he complete the mission of the Allied forces. In other words, this was a battle that the demon clan was determined to win. For the Alliance, this was the final battle in the Sea of Plagues. Wave after wave of wounded officers and soldiers retreated. The reserves and reinforcements took their place and withstood the attacks of the demons. Commander, it's about time. Let's get ready to retreat. The deputy general rushed forward. Bei Gonghao stood on the high ground and said indifferently, wait for the first batch of brothers to retreat, then we'll retreat immediately. It's better to prepare early. Now, there are signs that time is not on my side. If there's any delay, I'm afraid it'll be too late. The morale of the army is the most important. If even I, as the commander, can't hold on and retreat first, how can the morale of the army not be disrupted? Bei Gonghao said indifferently, if the morale of the army is disrupted, it'll be the same as me personally sending these brothers who could have lived to their deaths. As long as I, Bei Gonghao, am still standing here, even if there's only one person left on the front line, it's still the Northern Army. The Northern Army will still exist. Take the injured and retreat first. Seeing that the deputy general was still trying to persuade him, Bei Gonghao glared at him. This is a military order. Carry it out. Yes. The deputy general saluted, turned around, and quickly retreated with the 1,000 or so injured soldiers who had just retreated. Bei Gonghao looked at the demon clan army that was still surging forward like a tidal wave. Seeing that the defensive line was in a precarious state and could be broken at any time, he said indifferently, order the entire army to retreat. The bugle horns sounded, and the entire Northern Army that was fighting at the front turned around and charged. Bei Gonghao stood on the high ground, waving his black banner in the wind. He shouted, "Northern Army, retreat!" "Commander!" Countless Northern Army soldiers shouted in unison as they rushed out like a tidal wave and retreated. Bei Gonghao was still standing there without moving. Just as he said, as long as he was there, the Northern Army would be there. All the Northern Army soldiers were at peace. The commander was still commanding, and the Northern Army was only retreating strategically. "We haven't lost." Seeing that the Northern Army was retreating, the Demon Clan army's aura became even stronger. Another Demon Clan army of hundreds of thousands took advantage of the situation and attacked from the sky. The Dao League did not set up a no-fly zone here. What a sin. Bei Gonghao pulled out his long saber and said to the 36 saber guards and 3,000 personal guards beside him, 15 minutes. Bring up the rear for our brothers." Yes, everyone leaped into the sky. A dazzling saber light that was like a wave of snow instantly filled the entire defensive line. Wherever the saber light passed, blood would be seen everywhere. Within the Demon Clan army, dozens of experts roared and charged forward, intending to resist the Northern Army. This was the strongest and also the last resistance. Bei Gonghao laughed loudly. His muscular body leaped into the sky. The saber light that he had been accumulating for a long time suddenly flashed. The dozen or so sky-grade demon generals in the air were completely unable to resist, and were all cut in half by a single slash. Under the defense of Bei Gonghao's 3,000 people, the Demon Clan army was like a tide that had hit a reef. They could not advance a single step. The Northern Army's 3,000 people were like a dam that had broken the river. No matter how strong the Demon Clan army was, they could not advance a single step. In a flash, demon flames suddenly rose. 3 figures flashed in the sky like ghosts. In the blink of an eye, they were less than 10 zhang away from Bei Gonghao. A saber, a sword, and a mace attacked at the same time. Their target was Bei Gonghao. At the same time, 3 spatial cages came down from above. This was the Demon Clan's true killing move against Bei Gonghao. Operation Decapitation. The 3 demon gods attacked together, hoping to kill Bei Gonghao in one move. Dense poisonous gas surged in the sky. Bei Gonghao's expression froze. He shouted harshly, "Retreat!" The situation changed again. This time it was a drastic change. But Bei Gonghao was still calm. He was confident that he could charge out of the encirclement of the 3 demon gods. He who had been through thousands of battles did not care about such a small scene. Demon clowns, small tricks, not worth laughing at. However, there was another unforeseen event. After the 3 demon gods roared, their bodies suddenly spun, and the demon flame suddenly burst out, causing an unprecedented earthquake. And in that instant, the 3 fiend celestials fused into one. They combined into a gigantic devil god with 3 heads and 6 arms, standing over 10,000 feet tall. Every movement of his was as heavy as a mountain, and he came crashing down. Originally, even if the 3 demon gods worked together, they would only be slightly stronger than Bei Gonghao. But in an instant, their strength increased by more than 10 times. Such an increase in strength was more than 10 times what Bei Gonghao could bear. Just one hit, and it would be fatal. Bei Gonghao's expression darkened. Such a change was beyond his imagination. But he still did not panic. Facing such a dangerous situation, panic would only hasten his death. Instead, he fought with all his might. Even if he did not have much confidence, he could still find a way to survive. In the face of death, he would fight for a narrow escape. Just as Bei Gonghao decided to fight to the death, another change occurred. "It's been so tiring to wait for you." A ball of fire suddenly appeared. The spearhead was pointed at the towering demon god. Then a layer of frost spread for tens of thousands of meters. The cold sword light seemed to cut the heaven and earth in half, shining brilliantly. The hissing sound of the ice spirit could destroy one's soul. If it was not Zhuo Xiaoyan, who else could it be? On the other side, Zhuo Xiao Duo flashed in front of Bei Gonghao like a meteor chasing after the moon. He activated his 9-9 cat hammer with all his strength, and the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer was fully unleashed. With an unparalleled aura that could shatter heaven and earth, he faced the demon god's fatal attack head-on. With a humming sound, the gates of hell opened once again. A black and a white ray of light took the lead to meet the gigantic mace of the three great demon gods. Boom! For the first time, Zhu Rong's primordial fire merged with the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer and attacked together. This explosion was so close that it shocked the heavens. The violent sound waves caused the nearby mountains to collapse. Rocks flew thousands of zhong into the air. Even with Bei Gonghao's cultivation, he was dizzy from the shock. He could barely stand. But the demon god's attack was blocked by Zhuo Xiaoduo's twin hammers. In a flash, Zhuo Xiaoyan came to Bei Gonghao's side. She reached out and grabbed Bei Gonghao's collar. She shouted, "Uncle Bei Gong, retreat." Another ball of ice and frost was unleashed, transforming all of the attacking devilish beings into ice sculptures. However, the humans who were still engaged in battle only felt a chill instead of being frozen to death. Instead, they were reinvigorated. In terms of the use of cultivation techniques, Zhuo Xiaoyan had already reached the level of transformative realm. She was even more powerful than Zhuo Xiaoduo. Retreat. As the commander of an army, Bei Gonghao was naturally good at seizing opportunities. He made a prompt decision and roared. He led 3,000 bodyguards and 36 saber guardians to retreat without any hesitation. As for Zhuo Xiaoduo, who received the attack, his body tumbled in the air like a meteor. He was sent tumbling 100 times by this attack, and for a moment, he was unable to control his body and stabilize himself. But the situation of the three demon gods was even worse. Chapter 1298. The combined attack of the three demon gods was extremely powerful. It could instantly increase the combined power of the three by 10 times. It was a complete fusion of the divine souls. Such power was always a one-hit kill. No matter what enemy they faced, they had already tested it many times. The power was so great that even they were shocked by it. At this moment, they had already forced Bei Gonghao into a corner. They were just waiting for a successful attack. Even if Bei Gonghao wanted to counterattack, he would not be able to withstand the power of that attack. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's sudden intervention raised the power of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer to its peak. The power of his cultivation had also reached its peak. All kinds of divine techniques merged into one. The madness of the primordial fire was like adding wings to a tiger. The three demon gods did not expect this kid's explosive power to be so much stronger than Bei Gonghao's. It was even more powerful than the combined power of the three demon gods. This was simply unbelievable. In addition, they were caught off guard. After a crazy collision, the combined mental strength of the three demon gods was completely smashed apart. It was as if their bodies were completely torn apart. Bai Ao and Jiu's yin and yang powers instantly rushed out. At the same time that the three demon gods' divine souls were shattered, another wave of soul attack was launched. This directly caused the three demon gods' powers to rebound. Then, the other party's hammer was not exhausted. It smashed over as if the sky was collapsing, that after the spiritual power was severed, the fused body was also smashed and split into three independent bodies. Every one of them spat out blood and fell backward weakly. They only felt that their mental strength was in a daze, and they had lost the ability to think. Only the ferocious demon god was prepared the moment Zhuo Xiaoduo appeared. After being smashed apart, it did not resist and flew far away. Kid's assistant. From the demon army, 3 figures shot over. Obviously, they were here to help. The demon ancestors' mental strength was also shaken. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. Zhuo Xiaoduo had already smashed the demon god into pieces and lost consciousness. How could the nearby Zhuo Xiaoyan miss such a great opportunity to kill the enemy's chieftain? With a stern shout, the spirit-snatching sword instantly turned into a snowstorm, suddenly shattering the entire space. Even two of the three demon gods have been turned into ice shards. The demon god's tough body was almost defenseless against Zhuo Xiaoyan's spirit snatcher sword. It had already turned into a rain of blood. Swish, swish. Two streaks of light, one black and one white, shot out. Bai and Jiu happily rushed into the shattered space. Oh, it immediately swallowed the souls of the two demon gods, and then flew back with a whoosh. What a great tonic. At the same time, the god-slaying spear, Yin Shursi, in the space of the exterminating void tower, suddenly grew bigger. The shining spear tip and half of the spear body had actually taken shape. What a great tonic! Yin Shursi whined greedily. If he could kill a few more of these high-quality ones, it would be too nourishing. You almost made me take shape in an instant. Although it was still far from the real god-slaying spear. Once it was formed, it would be able to form a complete spear spirit. I know all the methods that the god-slaying spear knows. I can use all of them. I have limitless potential for growth. The Huahuang sword and Xiao were flying back and forth. They were a little anxious. There's a big battle outside. Why don't you let us out to fight? What the hell? The Zhuo Xiaoyan, who had succeeded in her attack, did not continue fighting. She quickly tore through the void, grabbed Zhuo Xiaoyan's neck, and disappeared in a flash. The two demon gods vanished into thin air. The third surviving demon god was the ferocious demon god. Because he had fought with Zhuo Xiaoduo before, after taking the blow head-on, he was scared witless and flew several thousand feet away. The Zhuo Xiaoyan only had the time for one blow, so it was too late to deal with him. However, when he saw his two brothers' souls being swallowed in an instant, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A wave of fear surged in his heart, and his body trembled. That was close. Damn it! A series of earth-shattering roars came from behind. The few demon lords and demon gods that came as reinforcements clenched their teeth so hard that they nearly shattered. Be it Zhuo Xiaoduo's hammer or Zhuo Xiaoyan's sword. Even if they killed a demon god without any deliberate pursuit, they would only destroy his physical body. As long as his essence spirit remained, with the fiend ancestor around, he could refine his fiend aura and recover in half a month. However, what were those two black and white beams of light? They were so domineering that they could devour a demon god's essence spirit in a split second. That was too terrifying. That was the soul of a demon god. Although it could not be said to be indestructible, it should not have been so easily killed. Wasn't it too easy to die? In the distance, the god-slaying spear that was flying over like a bolt of lightning clearly sensed the two black and white beams of light. It clearly felt its heart palpitate. Wong. The god-slaying spear actually paused for an inexplicable moment. However, in that instant, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan tore through the void and vanished without a trace. The god-slaying spear buzzed and vibrated. It was very displeased that it had paused for a moment. It sliced the air into pieces to vent its anger. After a while, it flew back to the fiend ancestor. The fiend ancestor had been guarding the rear. When he saw the god-slaying spear fly back, he looked at the god-slaying spear with a puzzled expression. He meant, "What's wrong with you?" There seems to be the aura of an unfamiliar connate spirit root. The god-slaying spear appeared to be a little surprised. The god-slaying spear was familiar with the so-called connate spirit root. They were all old opponents from the primordial era. However, what was up with the two unfamiliar faces here? Therefore, it subconsciously thought about it and made a judgment. With that thought, it slowed down its extreme speed for a moment and missed the enemy. The god-slaying spear also felt embarrassed. Unfamiliar connate spirit root? The fiend ancestor frowned. How can a new connate spirit root appear in this world? It doesn't make sense. The god-slaying spear flashed with a beam of light. It transformed into a picture. In the light was a gore vine. It has its aura. The fiend ancestor's eyes focused. There's such a thing? The god-slaying spear buzzed as it flew back and forth, looking a little frustrated. The fiend ancestor Rahu also frowned. Is it new? Or is it two of the original seven? It's new, and it's a little immature. Immature? The fiend ancestor's eyes widened. Now that the continent had returned and the heavenly secrets were in chaos, the fiend ancestor could not deduce it. He frowned and thought for a long time before muttering, "Could it be? There's a new birth?" But the 7 back then had already been plucked. No, that was 7. If we add these two, wouldn't it be 9? SSS. The fiend ancestor gasped as his eyes were filled with shock. 9 is the extreme number. Could it be? 9 is the extreme number? These two have the ability to devour souls, the fiend ancestor asked in a deep voice. No, it's not completely devouring souls. It seems. The god-slaying spear buzzed as it flew. After a long time, it said, "It seems like heaven and earth's yin and yang, but it's too far away. Heaven and earth's yin and yang." The fiend ancestor's eyes flickered. For a moment, no one knew what he was thinking. They're still weak now. If they grow and combine forces, they'll probably be stronger than the other 7, the god-slaying spear added. The fiend ancestor did not reply. The fiend army had reached billions. They were like locusts as they charged towards a tall mountain. After paying hundreds of millions of casualties, the first stage of the fiend invasion was finally successful. The retreating Alliance army looked at the tall mountain behind them that was getting further and further away. Their eyes flashed with deep regret. Although the fiends had come ashore from here, this was the border of the Tao League continent. The continuous mountain range and steep cliffs could be considered a natural barrier. If the Tao Alliance had constructed the heroic soul barrier here, the demon race would have a hard time breaking through the restricted airspace barrier. If they really wanted to break through this barrier, they would have to take one step at a time. They definitely wouldn't be able to fly up and attack from above like they were doing right now. Even if a few of the higher-ups could break through the restricted airspace, it was only a minority. The threat was relatively limited. At the end of the day, if the fiend ancestor Rahu did not appear, the others would not be a threat. It would be difficult for them to break through. In this way, if the fiend race wanted to break into the Tao League's continent, even if they succeeded, they would have to pay 3 to 5 times the casualties. More likely, this place would become the second Sun-Moon Pass, sealing the fiend race outside the Tao League's continent for a long time. This was because the heroic Soul Pass terrain could not be destroyed. It would give the Alliance army an excellent geographical advantage. Furthermore, if the fiend race's continent returned in a similar direction as the fiend race's continent, and the 2 continents were connected, the fiend race could even become a barrier for the 3 continents to resist the fiend race. Even if it was only a small part of the barrier, it was still very good. When that happened, it was very likely that they would just sit back and watch the dogs fight each other, however. A mistake on the Tao League side, a little selfishness, and a little arrogance had ruined a good hand of cards. It had destroyed all the good situations. There were now 7 to 8 gaps in the tall mountain. Those were the gaps caused by the destruction of the entire mountain. The natural moat had turned into a smooth road. This was especially so for the Tao League's teams. After recognizing the current situation, their faces were filled with tears. Boundless regret, boundless remorse, boundless grief, and grief. The retreat of the army stretched for thousands of miles. It was a spectacular sight. Along the way, countless Tao League citizens looked at the rapidly retreating army in the sky. They were all stunned. Ever since the start of the war, there had been a notice, or rather, there had always been a notice to forcibly migrate. Every day, there would be soldiers mobilizing 7 to 8 times a day. It had been 2 months since then that although many people had already migrated inland with their families, there were still many people who would rather die than leave. No matter what was said, they would not budge. If they were forced to migrate, they would fight to the death. They would not relent even if they were beaten to death. This is my home. This is my land. This is where my ancestors have lived for generations. I would rather die than leave. Chapter 1299. All right now. The sudden retreat of the army and the faintly discernible collapse of the mountain stunned these people who refused to leave. take us away." Some people began to shout at the sky from the ground. "Please take us away." The wind and clouds surged in the sky. The first wave of the Umno Alliance's army retreated. The second wave of the Astral Soul's army retreated, and the last wave of the Tao League's army retreated. Battered and bruised out wave after wave of people flew away. But no one lowered their heads to look. Pitiful, pitiful. They were about to become food for the demons, and also fresh human lives. As fellow humans, how could they not feel pity? But do they deserve pity? No. Pitiful people must have something hateful about them. And they were such hateful and pitiful people. There was a very clear answer to this question. If they stopped now and took the people with them, they would only implicate those who stayed behind and would be torn apart by the demons. And the biggest possibility was that if the army stopped to take these people away, they might have hope in their hearts and wouldn't leave. If the army stayed behind, why should they leave? Taoist Lei closed his eyes and gave the order for the army to retreat at full speed. Then, a deafening wave of curses came from below. High and mighty, shameless people, living off the people's hard work and enjoying the support of our taxpayers. You want to flee at the last minute. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Is this still our army? Is this still our army? Bah, I'm really blind. I've paid taxes for so many years for nothing. Greedy and cowardly, shameless. The curses echoed for thousands and tens of thousands of miles. The Tao League's soldiers who were bathed in blood were all covered in wounds. They kept their mouths shut and retreated with their heads down. Countless people's faces were full of tears. They really did their best. But what else could they do now? Who could they blame? Although the higher-ups made a mistake, the allied forces of the three continents, especially the Tao League soldiers, used their lives to buy a buffer of 2 months, enough for everyone to retreat. After 2 months of bloody battles, the Alliance army had suffered tens of millions of casualties. Could it be fake? We risked our lives to buy time for you to retreat. You don't want to leave. You don't want to leave even if I force you with a blade. You say that you want to die here even if you die. Then just stay here. Don't tell me that you want all the soldiers to die here just because you don't want to leave. Your lives are human lives, but aren't the lives of soldiers our lives? Although everyone understood this principle and knew what was right and wrong, the reality was that the army had abandoned the common people. This kind of heavy moral condemnation, even if he knew that the decision to withdraw was the right one. How could he bear it? He had no regrets and a clear conscience. Would he really feel at ease just because he had a dream in the middle of the night? The wind and clouds changed as the army whizzed past, leaving behind a trail of dust on top of the mountain. Demonic flames soared into the sky as countless demons flew up and rushed towards this side. The originally peaceful and tranquil place of residence was about to become a living hell. In fact, all living beings would be exterminated, and not even a blade of grass would grow. Everyone looked at the sky in despair, hoping for a miracle to happen, hoping for a savior to suddenly descend, until their vision was blocked by the ferocious figures of the demons. When their bodies were cut open, when blood flowed out of their chests, when their loved ones screamed and became food in the mouths of the demons. As they screamed, they were devoured alive. Everyone regretted it. If they could do it all over again, they would definitely migrate back when the first order was given. But life couldn't be repeated. People would only regret at the last moment. But when things came to it, what was the point of regretting at the last moment? It was already too late to regret. For those who retreated, the tens of millions of casualties were considered meaningful. But for those who stayed behind, those who died in battle, they died with their eyes wide open. If you don't leave, then what's the point of the time that we fought so hard for? Heavenly Wolf Pass. Although this pass was much lower than the high mountains of the Plague Coast, it was still a place that was easy to defend and hard to attack. The high mountains on both sides were like a barrier. The only path was a plain area that was less than 1,000 miles in the middle. During this period of time, countless heroes and seniors of the Tao League stepped forward bravely and sacrificed their own flesh and blood to become the new heroic Soul Pass. The air-restricting domain was also densely set up. Under the leadership of the 12 great shamans, the Umno Alliance's army whizzed past without stopping at all. They respected the army of astral souls, respected them, appreciated them, and even admired them. But they didn't have a good impression of the Tao League at all, let alone respect it. Following that, the army of astral souls also didn't stop at all. They shattered the flowing clouds in the sky and sped away. They had more important missions and their respective defense lines to build. The war had just begun. If they were sad about the sacrifices or the battles that were about to be sacrificed in battle, they didn't need to do anything else. Tom wasn't on their side. Zhuo Chenglu and the other higher-ups stopped for a while to bid farewell to Daoist Hua and Daoist Yin. It was because they wouldn't meet again in the future, so they bid farewell to these two old friends for the last time. Daoist Hua and Daoist Yun would lead the 6 heavenly kings of the Tao League and 20 million soldiers to stay here and fight to the death with the demon race. Everyone knew that these 20 million soldiers would never return to the astral souls alive. This farewell was really the last farewell, the last. Farewell. Daoist Lei and the others felt like their hearts were being cut by knives. They held their 2 brothers' hands, and their eyes were red. The 7 swords of the Tao League had reached the peak of the Tao League together. Their friendship lasted for tens of thousands of years, and they shared heaven and earth. Who would have thought that they would have to part today? Indeed, the world was like a game of chess, unpredictable, and the future was unknown. Boss, from now on, the Tao League will be handed over to you. You must do well. Daoist Yin smiled, looking very carefree. Brother, Daoist Lei's voice was trembling. We must try our best to make up for the mistakes we made. Then let us do it. Boss, the people of the Tao League behind you still need to rely on you to migrate. If there are stubborn people, just let them be. It's important to save ourselves. Those who don't know how to love themselves are asking for death. Don't be wishy-washy. Now is the autumn of war and the extinction of our race. We've already done our best. Understand, brothers, it's a bit tacky to meet again, but I still want to say that it's tacky to meet again. Daoist Hua and Daoist Yun faced the other 5 swords and bowed. In this life, we've been happy to be together with our brothers. I'm afraid we'll have to leave first. You must take care of yourselves. No, you must take care of yourselves. When they said the last few words, their voices couldn't help but tremble. After tens of thousands of years of brotherhood, today's farewell was more than just sad. Daoist Lei, Daoist Feng, and the others felt their throats clog up. They said hoarsely, "Brother, take care." Daoist Yin smiled faintly and turned to look at Zhuo Chenglu. For so many years, although I've always been selfish in the face of the big picture, I'm not an ignorant person. Even if you ask me today, I still don't regret the selfish things I've done in the past. When I tried to assassinate your son, I was the one who gave the hint. Maybe I was wrong in this matter. However, I know my personality. If I could do it all over again, I'm afraid I'd do it again. Because I'm really jealous of the good and the capable. That's my nature. I don't regret it. Daoist Yun smiled freely. However, I also don't regret staying behind to fight the demons to the death. Minister, although I, Daoist Yun, am a despicable person, I'm still a despicable person. I can't be considered a hero. But today, even if I have to be a hero, I have to be a hero. Zhuo Chenglu pondered for a while and said, "You staying behind today is a heroic act. However, I don't have the right to forgive you for your petty mistakes. In short, you and I are friends. I only hope that you live happily and die heroically." Daoist Yin laughed out loud. "I'm afraid it'll be difficult to live a happy life, but I can definitely die a heroic death." Zhuo Chenglu also laughed. He cupped his fists and said, "After parting today, our friendship and gratitude are gone. If there's a next life, we'll be friends again. We'll be enemies again." Amidst his laughter, Zhuo Chenglu tore open the space with one hand. His body flashed and disappeared without a trace. The only reason he stayed behind was to bid farewell to her. And in this last period of time, he still wanted to give them some time together. How could Zhuo Chenglu not understand the ways of the world? Therefore, He simply left after saying goodbye. You guys should leave as well. I'm going to organize the army and prepare for battle. Taoist Yun and Taoist Hua hardened their hearts and urged. They knew that if they didn't chase their brothers away, they would be even more reluctant to leave when the demon army attacked. The demon army had the demon ancestor. If things went wrong, the 7 swords of the Tao League would all become history. They might as well just leave the 2 of them and hope that the demon ancestor wouldn't fight personally. This way, the 2 of them and the 20 million soldiers under them could buy as much time as possible for the rear. Brother, Taoist Feng felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. Tears flowed out of his eyes. The demon army is about to arrive. Are you sure you want to abandon the big picture and stay here with the 2 of us? Taoist was said angrily. If that's the case, then what's the point of us staying behind and dying willingly? Under Taoist Hua and Taoist Yun's urging, the remaining 5 swords of the Tao League left with their army. Taoist Hua and Taoist Hua didn't have time to say anything. They immediately split up and organized the army to prepare for battle. The remaining 20 million soldiers were divided into 3 waves. The first wave quickly filled up the Brave Soul Pass and all the restricted airspace. Before the second and third waves finished organizing, the dark shadows of the demon army had already appeared in the distance. They were like a dark cloud that covered the sky and the earth, pressing towards this side. Chapter 1300. Everyone get ready. Taoist Yun's roar shook the entire place. Everyone could hear it. He knew that there was a heroic soul pass here, but the demon race didn't know about it yet. The demon race would definitely be caught off guard for a period of time and turn into dumplings. This might be the Tao League's only chance to take advantage of the situation. If he couldn't even take advantage of such an opportunity and missed it, then this commander would really be worse than a pig's brain. As expected, that when the demon race's army was 100 miles away, all the demon race's army suddenly fell down neatly like angels with broken wings. When the ones in front fell down, the ones following closely behind naturally noticed that something was wrong. However, the ones behind couldn't notice it at all. As a result, even though the first wave of people saw the first wave of people falling and wanted to stop, they were still pushed into the restricted airspace by the army behind them. Just like the first wave, they fell down with a thud. Just like a bowl, the Devil Race's army, which was in front and behind, fell to the ground in piles. The ground in front of them suddenly flipped over. Countless Tao League's army rushed up like mad tigers. The dense rain of arrows directly covered the sky. Countless axes, blades, and swords. Almost all the weapons that could injure the enemy were thrown by the army of the Tao Alliance with all their might, filling them with vital energy. At this moment, looking down from the sky, the demon race's army that fell to the ground couldn't be seen. Only the weapons that covered the sky could be seen. In an instant, only waves of blood could be seen rising into the sky. The spectacular scene at this moment was simply unbelievable. It was as if a bomb was suddenly thrown into the boundless sea of blood. The demon race's army, including the frontline commanders, never expected that the no-fly zone that they hadn't discovered or appeared for such a long time would suffer such a loss at this moment, when everyone was rushing overexcitedly. In a moment of haste, something unexpected happened. They didn't even have time to react before they were killed, and their blood flowed like a river. And the demon race's army in the sky was still falling down like dumplings. That at this moment, more and more commanders were roaring furiously, "Stop! Stop! There's a no-fly zone in front." The demon race's army along the way had already gathered and stopped. But now, billions of soldiers were moving at the same time. How could they be stopped by a single command? The demon race's army at the back was still charging forward. As for the army of Tao Alliance, after throwing out all the hidden weapons that they had prepared, the first group of soldiers of Tao Alliance had already charged into the piles of demons on the ground with weapons in hand. They raised their sabers and slashed down, causing blood to spurt into the sky. When they finally stopped the demon race's army and stopped outside the no-fly zone, The demon race's army had already lost more than 300,000 soldiers. The demon race's army, and a worse armies were almost completely. The armies into the demon army, The army. This armies have, at this moment, Zhuo, who was tens of thousands of kilometers away, was receiving Providence points like a storm every second. However, Zhuo didn't keep them. Instead, he put them into the Tower of Annihilation. During the few months he was at the front line, Zhuo's heavenly secret orders didn't differentiate between friend and foe. He would give them to anyone he saw, and he would give them to millions of people. In total, he had given out more than 3 billion heavenly secret orders. Now, the Providence points that were raining down every day seemed boundless, but in fact, it was less than 1/10 of the number that was given out previously. Sometimes, Zhuo would think that a considerable portion of these Providence points were probably the life scars left behind by heroes. Although this thought was heavy, it disappeared in a flash. Heavenly secret fate. Most of them couldn't be changed, or they couldn't be saved in time. This was a war that engulfed the 4 continents and involved hundreds of billions of lives. At this moment, it wasn't that the so-called mercy and mercy didn't need to exist, but that they didn't have the time to exist. There was no lack of people who had never experienced war who would scold. Are you fucking inhumane? Your comrades are dying in front of you one by one, but you're so indifferent. You even want to step on their heads and continue to move forward, dragging their corpses over to block your blade. Doesn't your heart hurt? Are you still human? In the eyes of the soldiers who had really been to the front line and seen blood and death, the people who said these words were so naive that they should be scolded to the point that their whole family should die. Because on the battlefield, there was no time to cry, let alone pity, let alone grief. Once tears appeared in your eyes, it would cause you to be unable to see the enemy clearly. At this moment, even if it was only for half a second, it was enough to kill you more than 10 times. After the war, you could be sad and reminiscing, no matter what, but during the war, think about it yourself. Just like now, the defense line of the Astral Souls continent was in the White Mountain snowfield. The soldiers of the Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance continued to strengthen the fortress on the original foundation of the Hero Soul Pass. The heavy snow in the sky was still fluttering and falling in a dense manner. The 8,000-li defensive line of White Mountain was filled with white frost as far as the eye could see. However, everyone knew one thing. Soon, the snow that had accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years in the White Mountain snowfield would be completely stained red and even melted by the boiling blood. This was going to become a true battlefield, because behind it was a vast expanse of fertile land, a vast expanse of flat land, and the interior of the Astral Souls continent. If they gave up on this place, or if the defense line was breached by the demon army, there would be no more natural barriers within a radius of 30,000 kilometers of the Astral Souls continent. Although there were mountain peaks and dense forests, there was no geographical barrier that connected them together. Even if they set up defenses, the demon army would be able to easily bypass them. Hence, to the Astral Souls continent, this was already the final defense line. If this defense line was breached, then they would have to defend one city after another in the future. That way, their forces would be unprecedentedly dispersed, and the so-called Allied army would be destroyed in a very short period of time. All the powerful beings of the Tao integration stage and above were constantly patrolling the various fortresses. In some of the more spacious areas, they even built new brave soul fortresses. So, Xiaoduo, Li Qinglong, Xiaoyan, and the others led the 56 juniors of the Umno Alliance into the snowfield and disappeared. What are we doing? Digging. The long underground tunnel that Xiaoduo and Xiaoyan had dug out was once again dug by everyone. However, the movement this time was very different from the last time. Xiaoduo had dug out all of the mysterious ice underground and stored it in the Spatial Destruction Tower. Next, the 70 people split up into 70 directions and dug around the clock. They dug thousands of meters deep and then dug out as much as they could until the demon army arrived. So Xiaoduo even planned to dig out half of the mountain in front of them. When Zhuchanglu and the others heard about their movements, they also came over to take a look. After seeing Xiaoduo's arrangements, Zhuchanglu vaguely guessed the deeper meaning of his actions. Thus, he set up 3 brave soul fortresses on both sides of the mountain and set up a no-fly zone. Of course, there was no need for troops to be stationed here as long as there was a no-fly zone. The non-toxic witch and Zhu Yin volunteered to stay here and set up an ambush. They also placed a large amount of extreme poison in the large holes that they dug. You guys have to take it easy this time. The territory is different now. Don't blow the poison onto our own people's faces when the wind blows, Zhuchanglu reminded them again. The two of them thought about it and didn't act stubbornly. Instead, they changed their established strategy and changed the form of extreme poison into a poison explosion. With just this wave, it won't be a problem to kill hundreds of thousands of demon army soldiers. The flood witch checked and said to Zhuchanglu, "My prediction is about the same number. But my idea is to gather the higher-ups on our side and go all out to try to replicate the ambush on the Plague Coast." Of course, that's not a problem. There was an opening on the side. All the people of the Dao League passed through in a long line and were led into the interior of the continent of astral souls by the Allied forces. However, Daoist Thunder and the others still felt like their hearts were being twisted by a knife as they watched the number of people passing through. There were actually so many people who thought that they were lucky. People who said that they would rather die than migrate were everywhere. It wasn't just the Dao League. The dozens of cities in the continent of astral souls near White Mountain were also ordered to migrate. There were also many people in the astral souls near White Mountain who claimed that they would rather die than migrate. And with regards to this point, even those at the highest level of astral souls were helpless against it. It can only be said that, at any time, in any era, in any world, such fools were never in the minority. There were even many scholars who wrote poems to express their heroic feelings. They were impassioned and full of vigor. When the higher-ups heard this, their first thought was to slap these fools to death. You're not even a warrior of the lowest level. How can you be so heroic when you face the demon army? Are you going to stuff them to death with your own flesh and blood? These impassioned words were completely indifferent to the soldiers. With this poem, we will fight to the death. Without this poem, we will also fight to the death. We will be here. To live, we will live and fight here. To die, we will be buried here and sleep forever. It didn't matter. But to the ordinary people, the effect of these powerful poems was unparalleled. They successfully incited the people's determination to fight to the death. Facing this kind of encouragement, it was really tiring. Chapter 1301. Even Yu Xingqian, who had the best temper among the higher-ups, couldn't help but sigh. Now, I really understand what it means to be a useless scholar. It's not just useless. Dragging others down and sending them to their deaths is first class, super top class. All kinds of weirdos sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain, especially when a letter was sent to Zhuchanglu. Zhuchanglu flew into a rage. These scholars who wrote poems to encourage the people. After a few days of heroism, most of them joined the migration team and went inland to avoid the disaster. I've done my duty. I'm weak, so I won't stay and cause trouble. People have to know their limits. I use my culture. I use my poems to drum up the fighting spirit. They said so. Zhuchanglu fumed with anger and ordered, "Capture them all and put them to death. Capture one less and bring his head to me." Such a farce actually happened every day. The higher-ups didn't even dare to tell the soldiers. It was really too much to shake the morale of the army. There was actually a bunch of such things that we tried so hard to protect. What the hell? The heavenly king of the right was so angry that his face turned green. He personally led his men to capture them. You encouraged the people and made them fight the immortals and gods. That was a big crime. If they could really stay, it would be fine. But after you sent everyone to their deaths, you actually ran away yourself. Righteous people are usually butchers, but unfaithful people are usually scholars. This sentence was actually so vivid in this war, where the demons were pressuring the top and the races were being exterminated. Here, preparations were in full swing. All the troops of the Astral Souls, and even some experts of the Astral Souls gang, were desperately gathering at the White Mountain Range. All the major sects of the Astral Souls had also arrived. Days passed by one after another. Zhuo and the others dug for 10 days. When they were tired, they entered the Tower of Annihilation to rest, and then cultivated for a few months before coming out to dig again. Well, a few months was nothing more than half a night or a few hours in the real world. Time flew by. In the first few days of the Tao League, news could still be sent back. However, after 10 days, all modern communications were completely paralyzed. No news could be sent back. It was not hard to imagine how intense the battle over there was. Fortunately, Elder One Minsheng extended a helping hand here. He used the grasshopper as a means of communication and acted as a correspondent, allowing the communication to be smooth again. Elder One originally didn't want to get involved in the war between the continents. Even though the Devil Ancestor's cultivation was exceedingly high, if Elder One decided not to meet him face to face, even the Devil Ancestor couldn't do anything about it. However, the demon race had gone too far. They had devoured the entire area within tens of thousands of miles after the Tao League had retreated. No matter if they were humans or animals, all living creatures were wiped out. Seeing such a tragic scene, Wan Mingsheng, who was a good person, could not help but have the impulse to stop the evil and save the common people. However, Elder Wan knew that he was not good at fighting. Although his cultivation was high, his killing intent was not strong. He simply set off for the White Mountain Range. Through Xiaoduo, he contacted Zhuo Chonglu and expressed his intention to do his part for the 3 continents. In this way, the strongest experts of the 3 continents could be said to have united for the first time. The current peak experts were naturally led by the Devil Ancestor. He was invincible, and no one could stop him. Under the Devil Ancestor were the Flood Witch, Zhuo Chonglu, Elder Wan, and Chan Sheng. The 4 of them were considered super experts of the same level. In fact, when it came to cultivation, Wan Minsheng's cultivation was above the Flood Witch and Zhuo Chonglu. Chan Sheng was more or less the same. However, the 2 of them were not good at fighting. In actual combat, they could not compare to the Flood or Zhuo Chonglu. In other words, the 2 of them were more than enough to defeat the Devil Monarch. However, when it came to facing the Devil Ancestor Luo Ho, it was inevitable that they would die. In any case, the 4 strongest experts in the world besides the Devil Ancestor all stood on the side of the alliance of the 3 continents. This gave everyone more confidence. The people of the Tao League were retreating in large batches every second. Until this day, someone came to report, the Wind and Cloud families have evacuated from the Wind and Cloud plains. They want to go to the inland of the Astral Souls. The generals at the border have let them go. Zhuo Zhonglu was just about to grunt in acknowledgement when the 5 swords of the Tao Alliance jumped to their feet, their faces flushed red. Especially Taoist Feng, he almost went crazy. His whole face was as red as a monkey's butt. The shame almost overflowed. Everyone was waiting here to fight with their lives. At the moment of the bloody battle, his bloodline family actually turned around and ran away along with so many experts in the family. They fled to the rear. Who told them to retreat? Taoist Feng was furious. Taoist Lake grit his teeth. They've really disgraced the Tao League. Taoist Feng rushed out and said furiously, I'll kill these little bastards. After being humiliated again and being slapped in the face in front of everyone, Taoist Feng was about to break down. The higher-ups made a mistake in their decision. The middle management obeyed in public, but opposed in private. Such a low-level mistake like the construction direction of the Brave Soul Pass had occurred, causing tens of millions of soldiers to die in vain because of the mistake they made. Then, at such a critical moment, his family secretly fled in order to drag out an ignoble existence. They were really shameless. Although Taoist Feng was narrow-minded, at such a time, he couldn't go against his conscience no matter what. If he continued to do things against his conscience, his own Tao heart would collapse and his foundation would be destroyed. His heart was really filled with anger and his hair stood on end. Go and get some people to stop him. So Changlu hurriedly said, something big is going to happen. At such a critical moment, there can't be any more trouble. Looking at Taoist Feng's crazy appearance, no one doubted what he would do. If he really caught up, it would be easy for him to kill a large number of people from the Feng and Yin clans. It wouldn't be surprising even if their clans were exterminated. Taoist Yu and Taoist Shui sighed and flashed out. In the distance, Taoist Feng's angry roar had already shaken the world. Aren't you ashamed? Don't you have any sense of shame? Run? I'll let you fucking run. 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 That was a hysterical roar. Obviously, Taoist Feng had already made his move and was really going to kill. In the hall, all the higher-ups were silent. Taoist Lei only felt that his face was completely gone, as if he had died tens of millions of times. He lowered his head and didn't say a word for a long time. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but really, he had nothing to say. After a long, long time, Taoist Feng was pulled back by Taoist Yu and Taoist Shui, who were almost on fire all over. He sullenly found a chair in the hall and sat down. He just panted and didn't say a word. After a long while, Taoist Feng's face turned even redder. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was exceptionally bright. It was the blood of his heart. Taoist Feng heaved a long sigh. How can I face the word Tao in the Tao League when the descendants of my family are like this? Before he finished his words, he looked even more dispirited. He had reached the extreme. The flood which said coldly, if you have to shoulder the sins of your descendants, then the weeds on your grave would have become a forest. I mean, if your grave hasn't been dug up. Taoist Feng dug his eyes and looked at the flood witch. He knew that she was comforting him. But why did her words sound so unpleasant? How did you deal with those little bastards? Asked Taoist Lei. 300 people were slapped to death by me. The descendants are unfilial. Taoist Feng coughed. His anger subsided gradually, and instead, he felt a bit regretful. You didn't deal with them well. Why didn't you put them on the battlefield? That would be more meaningful and effective. How could I think of anything else just now? I've lost so much face that I don't want to live anymore. He gave a long sigh, with all kinds of indescribable feelings. Taoist Shui was the last one to come back. He said slowly, I've already sent the children under 15 years old and some female warriors under the level of cloud into the pass. Taoist Feng was enraged. He slapped on the table and yelled, Why? The others are fighting. Why should they go to the rear? Why did you do that? I can't afford to lose face like this. Taoist Shui said blandly, Why are you yelling? If you really don't want to, you can catch all the babies of your family and throw them into the mouths of the evil army when they arrive. Those who are powerful enough to kill enemies want to run away, of course. We won't let them. But those women and children who can't kill enemies, isn't it right for them to go to the rear? If the ordinary people can leave, why can't the weak in our family? Just because you're the leader of the Tao League, they can only fight to the death here? Even if they don't have cultivation, they still have to die? Are they rushing to their deaths? What kind of logic is this? Taoist Feng paused and said angrily, All right, that's it. Zhuo Changlu made the final decision. Look at the situation now. What's the point of getting entangled in these trivial matters? Let's continue the meeting and discuss how to deal with the enemy. According to the news from Wan Mingsheng, Taoist Hua and Taoist Yin of the Tao League were in a precarious situation. It was hard for them to continue. The 20 million soldiers who built the defense line and the civil armed forces of the Tao League added up to about 23 million soldiers. After 12 days of fierce fighting, there were less than 7 million soldiers left. Most of them were injured and couldn't fight at their full strength. Of the 6 heavenly kings left, 3 had died in the battle. More than half of the 20-odd marshals and vice-marshals had died in the battle. Even Taoist Hua and Taoist Yun were severely injured. They were barely holding on with their cultivation base. If it weren't for the sky-mending stone, that's what Changlu gave them, they probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Especially when the Dao League's people sacrificed themselves at the last moment. The evil army actually formed a similar team and responded with the same extreme method. In this way, the casualties of both sides returned to the same level. Chapter 1302. Self-detonation had always been used by the weaker side as a last resort against a strong enemy. The demons clearly had the advantage in terms of military strength, overall strength, and other aspects. However, they followed the example of the Dao League and self-detonated at every turn. The defenders of the Dao League were caught off guard and unable to defend themselves. Faced with such a heavy attack, how could the Celestial Wolf Mountain not be in danger? It could really be lost at any time. Daoist had already sent a messenger over and was rushing over. At most, we can only hold on for 3 more days. I'm ashamed that I can't complete the 1-month mission. It's a pity that I can't exterminate the demons in this lifetime. These were Daoist Hua's original words. It was also his will, his final farewell. There was no anger or despair. It was very calm, and there was no concern for the safety of his brothers here. It was just a plain and straightforward notification. 3 days. At most, we won't be able to hold on for 3 more days. Prepare yourselves, that on the other side of the Celestial Wolf Mountain. Daoist who stood in front of the pass and watched the fierce battle outside. Within a radius of a few thousand miles, corpses had already piled up very, very thick. There were Dao League warriors and demon warriors. The smell of blood filled the air. On the other side, a huge fire had already started to burn the corpses. However, the demons didn't care about corpses or plagues. Almost all the corpses that landed on the demon's side had been eaten, that it was only because they were fighting on the battlefield that they didn't have time to eat. Otherwise, that Daoist will looked at the smoke in front of him and asked softly, "How many people have not retreated from the continent behind us?" Roughly estimating, there are about 700 to 800 million people who haven't retreated. Over here, the battle is still ongoing. There are countless people who have stayed behind and are sending resources to the front lines to reward the army. A heavenly king behind him lowered his head. His face was filled with indescribable complexity. In reality, those who hadn't left weren't just 700 to 800 million. This number was far more than that. Reward the army. Daoists were revealed a mocking smile. Rewarding the army was once an exceptionally honorable act, especially rewarding the army who had personally gone to the battlefield. It showed even more camaraderie. However, rewarding the army in this era had long lost its original meaning. If it was an ancient war, there would be no such thing as flying in the sky or burrowing into the ground, and there would be no such thing as a space ring. Rewarding the army would naturally be very meaningful and would be able to stimulate the morale of the soldiers. However, it was now the peak of martial arts, and everyone who participated in the war was a cultivator, a warrior who had entered the way. Why would they need ordinary people to reward them? Even if they sent food or whatever, it was useless. The Jade of Astral Souls was used by high-level martial artists for cultivation. High-grade Jade of Astral Souls was just the beginning, but for ordinary people who didn't know any martial arts, a low-grade Jade of Astral Souls was not only a family heirloom, but also a treasure to show off the family's wealth. This difference had long surpassed the knowledge of ordinary people. The so-called reward for the army is just these ordinary people trying to find some comfort for themselves. They don't want to leave, they don't want to give up anything, but they want to use this method to lock the soldiers on the moral high ground and force them to fight to the death. Daoist Hua was experienced in the ways of the world, and his heart was as clear as a mirror at this moment. What he thought and said were the thoughts of those who didn't leave. If I want to leave, I can leave even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, and billions of lives are waiting to be slaughtered. If I want to stay, I can stay even if there's no one behind me. using this little trick on me, is simply a joke. A heavenly king beside him had cracked lips and begged, Elder Ancestor, please leave with Elder Yun. If we stay here, the war will continue. For the foundation of our Tao League, I beg you, Elder Ancestor, please leave. All the soldiers knelt down at the same time. Elder Ancestor, please leave. I beg you, for the sake of the Tao League. The Tao League Heavenly King's words made sense. The Tao League's 7 swords were the pinnacle of the Tao League, the pillars that supported the heavens, and the gathering of the Tao League's fate. Even if too many of the other members of the Tao League died, as long as the Tao League's 7 swords were still around, the fate of the Tao League would be complete. However, once one of the 7 swords died, the fate of the Tao League would no longer be complete. If both Taoist Hua and Taoist Yun died in this battle, the fate of the Tao League would definitely be weakened. How could it survive this apocalyptic catastrophe? Leave. Taoist Hua and Taoist Yun chuckled. The 2 brothers looked at each other and smiled. Leave. We can leave any time. However, once we lose our face, the 7 of us won't be able to raise our heads again in this lifetime. The 2 of them were full of kindness as they looked at the smoke in front of them. Yun, back then, when you plotted against Xiao Duo, have you ever felt ashamed? Have you ever regretted it? Not all. Taoist Yun smiled calmly. After all, I've never admitted that it's better to be known by others than to be seen by others. That was until that day when I told Zhou Changchong. However, at that time, Zhou Changchong couldn't hit me anymore. He narrow-minded. Yes, I'm short-sighted. This problem of being jealous of talents seems to have been brought from birth. I really can't do anything about it. Taoist Yun smiled and said, however, I didn't go too far. Now that I think about it, I should be thankful. I should be thankful that I hesitated at that time. Taoist Hua smiled. You're right. Back then, we only lost a few fairies. Against Zhou Changchong's son, even if you, Feng, personally took action, it might not be safe. However, I still did it in the end. It doesn't matter who did it. Taoist Yun sighed softly. Hesitation is one thing. However, back then, I really didn't want that kid to live. He said with a heavy tone, this is the truth. I understand. I completely understand. Taoist Hua smiled warmly. Taoist Yun smiled bitterly. However, when I say that I'm thankful, I'm also telling the truth. If I had really succeeded back then, I'm afraid we wouldn't even have to fight today. Taoist Hua fell silent for a moment. After a long while, he said indifferently, if I had succeeded back then, even if we fought today, I'm afraid you might not have been able to participate, or perhaps the demons wouldn't have had to put in so much effort. Taoist Yun coughed violently and smiled bitterly. Perhaps it's because I'm at death's door that I keep thinking about the past. I've actually done a lot of wrong things in this life. Taoist Yun said, since young, I've been narrow-minded and competitive. I've been short-sighted and only looked at what's in front of me. I've been selfish and thought that doing my best for the Tao League was the most noble thing in the world. I've let go of small mistakes for the sake of the greater good. Now that I think about it, my life has been full of small mistakes. Everything is ironic and ridiculous. Taoist Hua looked into the distance in a daze and said, as if he was dreaming, I wonder if demon ancestor Rahu will have a day like us. We also feel that his life is actually very ridiculous. After a long while, the 2 of them didn't speak and looked at each other in silence. The sky darkened bit by bit. The demons had already gained the upper hand. It was only a matter of time for them to overcome this obstacle. At most, they would break through in 3 days. The wind whistled. The brothers of tens of thousands of years looked at each other and smiled. You first or me first? I'll go first. Remember to wait for me. Take care. Definitely. The tragic final battle finally began. Taoist Hua and Taoist Yun led the remaining 6 million Tao League soldiers and decided to fight with their lives on the line. In the following 3 days and 3 nights, they didn't even stop for a second. The demons had already seen the dawn of victory. They wouldn't slack off at all. They pressed forward with all their forces, only wanting to take down Celestial Wolf Mountain in one go. The demons that covered the entire mountain broke through from many directions and surrounded the Tao League's army from all sides. Yes, at this time, many demons had already invaded the interior. Demonic clouds billowed and smoke filled the sky. Screams and curses sounded one after another and disappeared one after another till late at night on the third day. Taoist Yun fought with his sword and shouted loudly. He didn't have the demeanor of a Taoist expert. Instead, he was more like a demon god that had descended to the world. There was no one around him. The Tao League's army had already been wiped out. The three heavenly kings had also died from self-detonation. Taoist Yun was the only one left fighting with his life. His sword flashed and swept back, carving out a bloody path in the dense demon army. However, it was filled by even more demons. Countless experts of the demon clan charged back and forth, one after another. Although Taoist Yun was a giant of the current era, he was at the peak of the world. However, there was a limit to one's strength. At this time, he was already exhausted. The Heaven Min Stone that Zhuchanglu gave him had already been used up. He was constantly injured, constantly recovering, constantly receiving heavy blows, and being injured again and again. The demon powerhouses were hiding in the army and constantly launching sneak attacks. Taoist Yun was very unwilling. He knew that his life had already come to an end. His only remaining wish was to find a demon king and perish together with him. He didn't want to leave like this. It didn't match his status as the peak of the current era. However, this wish was obviously a delusion at this time. At this time, after experiencing too many self-detonations from the Tao League, the demons were more and more familiar with the timing of self-detonation. At this time, there wasn't a single demon king who was stupid enough to fight head-on to fulfill his opponent's final wish that, in fact, even a demon god wouldn't come close to it. In a faraway place. Brother, so it's me who went first. A heroic laugh shook the heavens. An earth-shattering explosion shook the earth. Even the heroic Soul Pass, which hadn't been damaged much until now, was blown apart by the earth-shattering power. Countless crisscrossing ravines appeared on the ground. Taoist Hua had self-detonated. Taoist Yun waved his sword crazily. The demons around him fell one by one. Blood splattered everywhere. Tears streamed down his face. He laughed loudly. Old bastard, we agreed that I would go first. You didn't keep your word. You didn't keep your word. Don't go too far. Wait for me, wait for me. Priest Yin boosted up the last bit of his life force and let it erupt. He rushed towards the place where the devil army was densest, forgetting about everything else. Boss, I'm sorry. I can't hold on for another month. Chapter 1303. With another loud bang, Taoist Yun turned into a mushroom cloud. With him, as the core, tens of thousands of demons were turned into dust. He was truly at the end of his rope. Even if he self-destructed, he could not unleash too much power. With the sound of his self-destruction, the space paused for a moment. In the next moment, the demon army cheered excitedly and passed through the battlefield. At this moment, not only did they kill a top powerhouse of the three continents, but they also officially conquered Celestial Wolf Pass. From now on, there were no more obstacles in their way to invade the Tao League. Countless demons were like a swarm of locusts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. With infinite destructive power, they surged into the interior of the Tao League continent. Hell on Earth opened. Celestial Wolf Mountain fell. On the White Mountain range, Taoist lay, and the others did not see or hear the moment Taoist Yun and Taoist Yun died. After all, they were hundreds of thousands of miles away from each other. However, when the two died one after another, the five of them trembled and burst into tears. In the dark, only the five of them could vaguely feel that two people were smiling and looking at them. Then they waved goodbye. Boss, brothers, we're leaving. The five of them felt like their hearts were being twisted by a knife. Brothers, the five of them bowed at the same time. Tears splattered on the ground. Have a safe journey. Don't go too far. Wait for me. When they straightened up again, their fighting spirit was already soaring. I'm right here. If I can't kill the demon ancestor, I'll fight until I die. The demon army that drove straight into the Tao League continent flew freely, covering the sky and covering the earth. Their demonic traces wreaked havoc, and the disaster was boundless. The citizens of the Tao League who refused to leave, no matter what, did not survive. However, there were very few who could escape from the demonic claws. It was truly a disaster. Just as Elder once said, wherever the demon army passed, there were no humans or animals, and all signs of life were wiped out. Whether it was domestic animals, demon beasts, star beasts, or humans. Even the citizens who hid underground and in the mountains were mostly dug out and eaten. The low-level demons of the devil race were all very satisfied. Compared with the abundance of materials in the 3 continents, the life of the middle and lower levels of the demon race was extremely difficult. It should be known that the demon race had to take the initiative to separate from the continent after a decisive battle. After so many years, the few resources on the continent had long been exhausted and were close to exhaustion, especially the cultivation materials, which were close to extinction. If they couldn't come back, all the demons at the bottom of the demon continent would starve to death or be eaten by their own kind in 100 to 200 years. If not for this, as long as the devil race had a way out, how could they be so valiant? It was precisely because they understood that fighting bravely meant death, self-detonating meant death, and retreating meant death. If they couldn't conquer the continent in front of them, the only fate that awaited them was to be devoured by the other demons. Only by fighting with all their lives would they have a chance of survival. Even though they were attacked by the elites of the 3 continents' allied forces as soon as they arrived, even though there was a clear difference in their strategies and tactics, the devil race was still fearless. They fought with their lives, learned, and mastered all the combat methods of the 3 continents' armies. It was also because of this that they were able to overcome 2 major obstacles consecutively in such a short period of time. The Tao League wasn't the only one who brought this upon themselves. Now that they had returned, they even broke through the Tao League's defense line and invaded the continent. Every demon felt like they had entered a treasure mountain. They ate with all their might, snatched with all their might, and killed with all their might. They even stuffed many plants into their mouths to taste. The countless wild beasts, spirit beasts, and demon beasts in the Tao League's mountains. To the devil race, they were unparalleled delicacies that they had never seen before. Even if they were eaten raw, it was already a delicacy that many low-level demons had never tasted in their entire lives. Not to mention the humans. Those were the most delicious delicacies on the devil race's menu that had been passed down since ancient times. They were the most precious delicacies. On the Tao League side of the continent, the people who remained indifferent and steadfast despite thousands of mobilizations were now a bunch of stray dogs. They panicked and wanted nothing more than to kick the back of their heads and run further inland. However, most of them were ordinary people. Even if they had some cultivation, the highest was only a martial master innate. They didn't even have many Dan essence cultivators. How could they escape the pursuit of billions of demons? For a moment, the devil race was burning, and the flames of disaster were burning the plains. If it was peacetime, it would be fine if they were a little stupid. At most, they would lose some property. However, in this cruel atmosphere of war, stupidity was the price of their lives. It was the greatest sin. On the Tao League's mainland, the mountains and rivers collapsed. The land was barren for thousands of miles. Humans and animals were extinct. The devil race's army roared and swept past. They continued to advance inland and continue their feast. Along the way, there was blood everywhere. It was too horrible to look at. Later on, the devil race's residents also began to step onto the Tao League's land. They experienced the beauty of the legends and received the legacy of the people of the Tao League. The demon ancestor, Rahu, used his powers to connect the 2 continents. He also continuously channeled the vitality of the Tao League's mainland to the devil race's mainland. That this method alone was a bit like stealing the sky and swapping the sun. draining the pond to catch the fish. However, the demon continent before was really too barren. It drifted in the starry sky, and even meteors did not land on this barren continent. Now that it had returned, the various meteors in the sky had a new place to land. Naturally, they all landed on the Devil Race's mainland. At this rate, it would only take 500 to 1,000 years for the mainland's foundation to be formed again. However, the demon race had never been a race that was willing to wait and make painstaking efforts. Not to mention the many Dao League cities that had been conquered. There were ready-made houses everywhere. Yes, most of them were empty. It was more convenient than carrying a bag and moving in. As for the few places that still had people living there, they were even better places. Not only did they have houses to live in, but they also had delicious food. That all of this could not be more convenient for the Devil Race. As the Devil Race continued to advance, the land in front of them became desolate again. Then there were cities and forests. As they continued to advance, finally, the weather slowly turned cold. It was not a change in the weather. Instead, it was because the Devil Army had reached the area near White Mountain. In other words, the Devil Army had reached the northernmost position of the Astral Soul's mainland. As the Devil Race's vanguard crashed into the snowstorm, more and more of them followed. The black mass of the Devil Army continued to press forward. The sirens sounded in a heart-wrenching manner. It pierced through the snowstorm, one station after another, and reached the peak of White Mountain. They're so fast. Wu Ying took a deep breath. Her gaze was solemn. She turned her head and said, "Where's Xiao Duo and the others? Don't worry about your son. That kid has been holding back for a long time. He dug a big hole for the Devil Race." Zhuo Changlu pursed his lips. Dug a hole? Where did he go? Didn't I say? He dug a big hole for the Devil Race. Naturally, he's in the hole he dug. Will he be in danger? You still don't know that kid. He cherishes his life the most. There won't be any accidents. Their team of 15 people is a little weak in our eyes. In fact, each of them has reached the level of Dongfang Nangong and the others. As for Xiao Yin and Xiao Duo, they have surpassed Xiao Hu and Yin Duo. They have reached the level of Xiao Yu'er. So Changlu said, if the 15 of them join forces, nothing will happen unless the Devil Ancestor personally attacks. Be careful. It's better to be cautious. Wu Ying took a deep breath. Then, she looked at Yin Zhonghu and Bai Yin Duo. You too. Sigh. She wanted to say something, but she did not. However, the couple's faces were already flushed red. The two of them were old cultivators. The matter of their cultivation being caught up by their junior brother really made them lose face. You too. It's good that you gave birth to one. Not only did you not even lay an egg, but your only decent cultivation has also been caught up with. How can I and your master face the two of you? Wu Ying finally said it after a long silence. Bai Yin Duo lowered her head and blushed. Yu Dongtian, who had been harboring evil intentions for a long time, suddenly became excited when he heard this. He laughed and said, "That's right. Since your main accounts are useless, you can give birth to a second account to continue. But you didn't even create a second account. Get lost." Zhuo Changlu kicked Yu Dongtian out. You talk too much. Bai Yin Duo lowered her head for a long time. Finally, she said softly, Master, mistress, it's not that we don't want to have a child, but we really don't want our child to be born in this kind of war. If we want to have a child, not only will we be on tenterhooks, it will also be difficult to ensure the child's safety. If the war ends and we are still alive, we will have a child immediately. If the war ends, then we can forget about it. We can't be responsible for our child. Even if we are parents, we can't help but feel guilty. Sophistry, pure sophistry, is what Changlu said with a black face. So, your mistress and I are irresponsible? What a bastard. You just don't intend to take responsibility. Yin Zhonghu said with a bitter face, Master, can you not speak like mistress? You are a discerning person. Can't you see that both of us are stuck at the void refinement stage? If we could take a step forward, it will naturally not be difficult to have a child. If we take a step back, it will still be possible. But we have been stuck at this stage for thousands of years. Both husband and wife sighed. We are also helpless. Bai Yin Duo lowered her head. Her face was as red as a monkey's, but Yin Zhonghu said sullenly. It's really not that I don't work hard. Ha ha. Yu Dongtian laughed like a fur seal. Bai Yun's face was red. She pinched a piece of Yin Zhonghu's flesh fiercely and scolded in a low voice. You. Will you die if you talk less? In the face of Bai Yun Duo and Yin Zhonghu's helplessness, Zhuo Changlu and his wife also sighed in their hearts. They had the power, but could not do anything. Just as Yin Zhonghu said, they were both discerning people and experienced people. For Yin Zhonghu and his wife, who had been stuck at the bottleneck for thousands of years, there was really no way to deal with them. In terms of cultivation accumulation, it was already enough to break through to the zenith heavenly realm. In terms of cultivation, it was even more dense than the average beginner zenith heavenly realm. However, without that kind of comprehension, they could not break through. In this delicate moment, where one step forward was indestructible and one step backward was beyond redemption, outsiders really had no way to do anything. Chapter 1304. It wasn't rare for someone to be stuck at a bottleneck for tens of thousands of years without being able to break through until they died. At least, Zhuo himself had seen several such people. Now that it was his disciples' turn, he felt helpless and powerless. As he thought about it, he suddenly had an idea. Wu Yuding said excitedly, "Wait for me. Maybe I have a way. If there is a way, we can't miss it. Let's give it a try." Before she finished speaking, she disappeared in a flash. Yin Zhonghu and Bai Yunduo looked at each other. At this moment, even Zhuo Changlu was a little confused. If he couldn't do anything about it, how could Wu Yuding have a good idea? Zhuo Xiaoduo was pestering Zhuo Xiaoyan shamelessly. "We haven't practiced together for a long time. Let's practice together. Nyin, kitty, nyin, kitty. Wife. Zhuo Xiaoyan pushed him away firmly. "Stay away from me. Just once." Zhuo Xiaoduo swore solemnly. "Ha! Get lost." Zhuo Xiaoyan was angry when she heard this. Last time, she couldn't stand his pleading and agreed to do it just once. In the end, it took her more than 20 hours to now. Zhuo Xiaoduo's reputation in Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes had long been ruined. It had become an infinitely negative number. Especially after the speed of duo cultivation had become relatively slow, Zhuo Xiaoyan had become particularly diligent in practicing by herself. If the speed of self-cultivation was fast enough, who would practice duo cultivation? The whole time, she meditated seriously, practiced, absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, treasures of heaven and earth, and practiced with Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo persuaded Zhuo Xiaoyan under the guise of practicing. Zhuo Xiaoyan was using the excuse of practicing to avoid Zhuo Xiaoduo. In all fairness, Zhuo Xiaoyan did not object to the normal love between husband and wife. However, when things came to a head, she could not bear the reality, which made her flinch and keep quiet out of fear. He was scared and, however, Zhuo Xiaoduo, a young man, was so excited that he didn't know how to control himself. As for Zhuo Xiaoyan, that once, Zhuo Xiaoyan had a private conversation with Xiang Bing and asked her about it. Xiang Bing was also distressed. "Swollen, ever since I drank the wine that boss gave me last time, it suddenly became unbearable." "You didn't drink?" Zhuo Xiaoyan blushed and asked. I drank it too," Xiang Bing stammered. "But it's too frequent. I can't stand it. There's so many variations. It's a good thing to increase one's cultivation, but it doesn't sound good to increase one's cultivation like this." This sentence made Zhuo Xiaoyan feel the same way. Zhan Xuejuan, Yuyan Divian and Wan Lixiu were all distressed. When they gathered together, they would try to persuade Zhuo Xiaoyan. "Sister-in-law, boss the wine. Let's stop for a while. Don't make so much wine. What about Zhuo Xiaoyan?" Zhuo Xiaoyan was also helpless. She could persuade Zhuo Xiaoduo to do anything. Even if she did not want him to sleep in the study, he would occasionally agree. However, if she did not let him make wine, it would be like asking for Zhuo Xiaoduo's life. No way. Everything is for the mainland. Everything is for the people of the world. Everything is four. Every time this happened, Zhui Xiaoyan would cover her ears and run away. Now, Xiaoduo came to pester her again after he finished practicing. Zhui Xiaoyan was about to waver while the two were still pestering each other. Wu Yuting descended from the sky. Mom, why are you here? Mom, please talk to the dog. He's getting more and more out of hand. Wu Yuting was very anxious now. She was not interested in resolving their dispute. She said directly, well, water and fire don't mix. Zhui Xiaoyan immediately blushed. She stomped her feet and twisted her waist. Mom, what are you talking about? Wu Yuting coughed. I'm not talking about the two of you. Give me a few jars of wine. I'll help your brother and sister-in-law improve their cultivation. Zhui Xiaoduo was reluctant to part with the wine. The wine was good stuff, so he asked carefully, how much do you want? I don't have much. Wu Yuting rolled her eyes. You've been selling wine here for decades. How dare you say you don't have any? How dare you say that? Hurry up. Hurry up. Wu Yuting stretched out her hand. 4 jars. Zhui Xiaoduo looked pained. Why do you want so much? Hurry up. If you say one more word, I'll beat you up 8 times. Whoosh. Zhui Xiaoduo immediately took out 4 jars of wine and said flatteringly, Mom, you misunderstood. I mean, are 4 jars enough? Do you want a few more jars? Wu Yuting rolled her eyes. She was not interested in teaching this guy a lesson or paying attention to him. She turned her wrist, put away the wine, and flew away. Sigh, you only know how to exploit me. So Xiaoduo looked resentful. It's not easy for me to make some wine. It turned out that this guy had used up the 1,000 jars given by the fire, which after cultivating in the Tower of Emptiness for many years. Now, the wine in his hand was made according to the secret method given by the Fire Witch. If he did not make so much wine, he would not give it away. Wu Yuting quietly appeared in front of Bai Yunduo and handed her a space ring. Then, she began to whisper into Bai Yunduo's ear. In just a few words, Bai Yunduo's face, which had just recovered, turned red again. This time, even her ears were red. Have you memorized it? Yes. Yes. Have you memorized the cultivation method? Yes. Yes. Bai Yunduo's voice was like a mosquito, almost inaudible. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and drink. Don't come out until you've finished drinking. This is an order from your master's wife. Today, you can't succeed. No. No. Bai Yunduo lowered her head. Her face was red all the way to her chest. She did not dare to say anything. She pulled Yin Zhonghu and ran away as if they were running for their lives. As they ran, Yin Zhonghu's puzzled voice could be heard in the wind and snow. Drink? Why are we drinking at this time? Zhui Changlu coughed and looked up at the sky. He seemed to be very deep in thought. Of course, he knew what his wife meant, her movements, and all the causes and effects. But what could he do? It was not good to pretend that he did not know. So he could only pretend to be deep in thought. That kind of thing was really mostly due to fate. The two of them had Xiao Duo, and 99% of it was because of the mortal dust transformation. Among the older generation of cultivators, there were very few who had the luck of Yu Xingqian or Wu Yuting's father, who had children at an early age. This wine could help Yin Zhonghu and Bai Yunduo break through their bottlenecks. It was the best thing. Yu Dongtian looked back in the direction the two of them had left. He walked over sneakily and pretended to be chatting casually. They went to drink? They actually went to drink at this time? Get lost. Wu Yuting sent him flying with a slap. You're a useless bachelor who can't even get a wife. How dare you mock a loving couple? In an instant, Yu Dongtian was hit both physically and mentally. He felt that his young heart had suffered great damage. He turned back and went to find Mu Yinyin before the battle started. Useless, Wu Yuting said bitterly. Every day, except for passing the buck and using your brain, you're just a blockhead. So many people say that you're good at playing tricks. Don't you know that people who play tricks have dirty hearts? Mu Yinyin's cultivation had improved rapidly during this period. Yu Dongtian was afraid that she would die in the battle. Not only did he instill cultivation into her from time to time to improve her combat strength, but he also asked his father to help instill cultivation into her. Of course, he was using Lan Lan as a cover to deceive others. Mu Yin and Lan Lan's cultivation strength had been forcibly raised to the level of Dao integration, and now they were infinitely close to the peak of Dao integration. Such cultivation strength couldn't even be ranked in the top 10,000 among the masters. But in the 3 continents, except for Zhuo Xiaodui's team, no one could compare with their cultivation speed. At least in a normal battle atmosphere, the danger was not very great. At this moment, Mu Yin was cultivating with Lan Lan, as usual. They continued to improve while chatting. I don't know how Miss is now. Lan Lan was very worried. Miss? Mu Yin was stunned. Mu Yin later found out about He Yuanyue's identity. Not to mention others. Just what Xiaoyan had told her countless times. But the matter of the red spider lily was very important. Neither was Xiaoyan nor Lan Lan told her. It's like this. Lan Lan explained, and then she was a little fascinated. Miss should have been born by now. I really want to go back and see her and hug her again. Mu Yin sighed and said, even if she really reincarnates, there's a 99% chance that she won't recognize you, right? A child's body, whether physical or mental, is not enough to bear the memory of the previous life. If you force it to be activated, there will be no harm. Don't believe in those stories. It's all nonsense. That's true. But even if she grows up, if the memory of the previous life is activated, it's also a problem. There will be a moral conflict. Lan Lan was really melancholy about He Yuanyue. Don't think too much. Mu Yin said, everyone's life is their own. With time, everything will become natural. No matter what the problem is, let nature take its course. There will be corresponding solutions, and there will be ways to overcome them. And these are things that outsiders can't interfere with. Forcibly interfering will often make things more uncontrollable. There are many good intentions that do bad things. The only thing we can do is to give them our blessings. Or when they really can't solve it, we can help them from the side. Don't do too much. You're right. But I can't let go. I'm always thinking about her. I just want to see her happy with my own eyes. Sister Lan sighed deeply. We've been sisters for decades. I really can't forget her. On one hand, I hope that she doesn't need to know me and can live a peaceful life. On the other hand, I especially hope that she can recover her memory and make up for the regret of being alone with Qin Fangyang in her previous life. This feeling is really contradictory. Sometimes it's so contradictory that even I can't understand it. Humans are inherently contradictory existences. Mu Yin sighed. At this moment, a voice came from outside. Is Miss Mu here? Hearing this voice, Mu Yin's face darkened. Lan Lan's worry disappeared. She laughed out loud. Heavenly King Yu is here. Mu Yin showed a hopeless expression, but it's not that Mu Yin didn't want to give him a chance. It's the way Yu Dantian wooed girls. It was full of uniqueness and weirdness, and also a little sad. Chapter 1305. Amidst his hearty laughter, Heavenly King Yu strode in. What a coincidence. It's rare to see you at home. Oh, Miss Lan is here too. Nice to meet you. Mu Yin said weakly. I'm always at home. What's so rare about that? Sigh. It's rare to see you every time. Yu Dantian waved his hand and asked carefully, Hee, I haven't seen you for a few days. Have you remembered anything? Mu Yin's face turned ashen instantly. Her eyes stared blankly, and her lips started to tremble. You haven't remembered? It's okay. Yu Dantian smiled. I brought new disc today. Mu Yin sat on the chair weakly. She couldn't care less about her manners. Every time Yu Dantian came, other than dragging her to watch a disc, there was nothing else. Such a weird way of wooing a girl. It was still fresh once or twice, but it was fine if it happened 3 or 4 times. But he kept doing it, and there was nothing she could do about it. At least now, Mu Yin had the urge to die. It was a complicated feeling that she couldn't describe. Anger, shame, inferiority, pity, heartache, disappointment, that Mu Yin didn't even know what she was feeling. On the other side, Yu Dantian was talking to himself. He turned on the machine and placed the disc in. He sighed. This is the recording of my wedding. Come, let's take a look. It was so lively back then. Maybe you can remember something. I was so young and energetic back then. Mu Yin sighed deeply and said softly, Heavenly King you, I've said it time and time again. I'm not Yin Fenghua. I'm really not your wife in your previous life. I've said this too many times. Or rather, how many times do you need me to say it? I really don't want to be your wife's replacement. Do you understand? Do you understand what I'm saying? Mu Yin's words were not polite at all. It was as if she was asking, Lord King of Zwalu, do you understand human language? Can you stop pestering me? It's nothing. It's nothing. I just came over to watch a movie with you. Haha, come, look, it's starting. Look. Yu Dongtian's face stiffened for a moment. Then he smiled as if nothing had happened. As the image appeared on the screen, the hope in his eyes suddenly began to shine. Miss Mu, you see. Haha, at that time, Mu Yin looked dull. His eyes were lifeless. He was in a daze. There was nothing left to live for. Can you let me go? It was too torturous. As the recording continued, the cheers were deafening that a beautiful woman with a shy smile on her face looked lovingly at Yu Dongtian, who was dressed as a groom, in front of her. Her eyes were filled with happiness and satisfaction. Everyone around her, including Chong Kong and Chong Kong, had become her foil. This beautiful woman was the only main character on the screen. Such peerless beauty, so unparalleled in the world. Every time her gaze landed on this woman's face, Mu Yin indeed felt that she was looking into a mirror. The Yin Fenghua on the screen was at least 85% similar to herself. Even her temperament and charm were 90% similar. Even if they were twins, it was rare for them to be so similar. Or it should be said that there was almost no difference between the two. The only obvious difference was Yin Fenghua's superior demeanor. That was the peerless demeanor of commanding thousands of troops and horses, standing proudly at the top of the world. Other than that, everything else was cast from the same mold. The more she watched, the more Mu Yin understood why Yu Dongtian pestered her and refused to leave. But at the same time, the more she watched, the more uncomfortable she felt. Because Yu Dongtian's deep love was not because of Mu Yin. It was because of Yin Fenghua. This was extremely unfair to Mu Yin. Mu Yin had protested many times, but every time she could not help but watch with Yu Dongtian. The more she watched, the more her heart ached. Her heart ached for this infatuated man. At the same time, she envied that peerless beauty. The disappointment in her heart could be imagined, especially obvious. Especially every time she saw some memorable scenes, Yu Dongtian would always ask hopefully, You remember? At that time, Mu Yin had even hoped that if she was really Yin Fenghua, she would not have to experience this awkwardness and enjoy this man's gentleness. But she was not. After all, she was not out on the screen. The sound of gongs, drums, firecrackers, and the newlyweds bowed to the heavens and earth. Yu Dongtian's eyes shone, eagerly and carefully expectantly. Fenghua, you remember? Back then, the two of us. Tears streamed down Mu Yin's beautiful face. She painfully shook her head. Heavenly King. I'm really not. Don't worry, let's continue watching. Your memory will definitely recover. Yu Dongtian would not give up at all. He had tried many times, and it did not matter if he tried again. As long as he did not give up, there would definitely be a day when his dream would come true. No one was more certain than him that Mu Yin was definitely the reincarnation of Yin Fenghua. Appearance, temperament, charm. It was exactly the same, and she often had that strange nightmare of self-explosion. If it was not my Fenghua, who could it be? There were many similar people in the world, but they could not be similar to this extent, right? I've only seen this one in 7,000 years. Besides, Mu Yin was not young anymore, but she had never gotten married. She did not even have the thought of looking for a partner. Wasn't this also a freak? Or should it be said, in her subconscious, she did not want to marry someone else? Although she did not know it herself. But she had been lonely until now. That this must be my Fenghua. This was Yu Dongtian's persistence, and Yu Dongtian's only hope now. For this hope, Yu Dongtian had waited for 7,000 years. Since Mu Yinyan appeared in front of him, Yu Dongtian's entire person had changed. He was like a person who was about to drown and suddenly grabbed a life-saving straw and refused to let go. This is my Fenghua. My Fenghua has come back to find me. How could Yu Dongtian not know that what he had done was extremely absurd? Especially to Mu Yinyan, it was not only unfair, but also a kind of humiliation, an insult. But Yu Dongtian had no other choice. He could only hope that Mu Yinyan could recover Nian Fenghua's memory one day. At that time, perhaps Mu Yinyan would not feel that it was unfair. Especially, there was a clear example. White-haired fairy Shan Xiaoru and frenzied blade General Tai Mengru. That was the pair that Yu Dongtian envied the most. Recover your memory, Fenghua, even if it was only for a moment. Even if it was only for a moment, I've already waited for too long. The video continued to play. The scene of the wedding, the scene of the expedition, the scene of the battle, the shock of the army, the elegance of the white-robed sword testing the world. Yu Dongtian watched attentively as always. Every time he asked, he was so careful, filled with wholehearted expectation, worried about personal gains and losses. Fenghua, why can't you recover your memory? The Devil Clan has already come. The tragic war is about to begin. I really don't have the confidence to survive with you. I really hope that you can recover a little bit of your memory. I don't ask for much, even if you only recover for a minute. Just tell me, one sentence will do. After a long time, Mu Yinyan still did not recover any memory. It's okay, next time, we have plenty of time. Yu Dongtian forced a very ugly smile, hiding the despondency in his heart, and got up to leave. His tall figure walked out of the door, his long shadow dragging on the ground, like a dead snake, full of powerlessness and decadence, as if he was carrying the loneliness of the whole world. Mu Yinyan sat on the chair in a daze, only feeling that her whole body, including her soul, had been hollowed out, and her whole person had become an empty shell. Only tears kept flowing down. I really tried to remember, but I really don't have those memories. Lan floated out of her room, holding Mu Yinyan in her arms, gently patting her back, sighing silently. After a long time, Mu Yinyan suddenly leaned on Lamlin's shoulder and cried, I really hope that I am Yin Fenghua, but I don't have those memories. What should I do? What should I do? I've been dreaming for several days. I dreamed that I was a woman like the god of war, and at the last moment, in order to protect my comrades who were in a desperate situation, I self-destructed and died. I've had this kind of dream many times since I was young, but when I wake up, I can't remember anything. I can't remember. Woo. Mu Yinyan burst into tears. I don't want to see him in so much pain. As long as I can stop him from suffering, even if he really wants me to be a substitute, I'll accept it. But I really am not her. Even if I'm a substitute, I'm still a fake. I can't become real. I know his guess, and I also guess that maybe it's really my previous life, but I really can't remember. I don't have any memory at all. Mu Yinyan cried her heart out. Lan hugged her body, not saying a word, only sighing. She really didn't know how to comfort her about this matter. Yu Dongtian sat in his room in a daze. His whole person was like an empty shell. The four walls of the room were covered with photos. Fenghua with a smile, Fenghua with happiness, Fenghua in the wind, Fenghua in a battle, Fenghua in the snow, Fenghua with a smile, that this was a space that belonged to him. Every time he came back here, he felt that his beloved wife was still alive. This room had once been destroyed by the furious monarch star, Plucking Star, in order to force him to leave. But Yu Dongtian returned to his original state again, because he kept too many images of Nian Fenghua. Even if Yu Xingqian could smash everything, he couldn't smash Yu Dongtian's heart. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't erase that memory from his son's mind. Yu Dongtian sat in a daze, looking at her in a daze. He looked at Nian Fenghua, smiling sweetly at him. Suddenly, tears streamed down his face. Girl, why aren't you back yet? I've missed you for 7,000 years. I've waited for you for 7,000 years. I originally thought that I wasn't afraid of waiting for you for another 7,000 years, or even 70,000 years. But now, the Devil Army has arrived, and the continent is facing a world-ending disaster. I might really die in battle. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm afraid that after I die, I'll lose your memory forever. Girl, I miss you so much. Chapter 1306. Outside White Mountain. Demonic aura filled the air. The demonic race's vanguard of 2 million soldiers crushed the Fengyun plains that originally belonged to the Fengyun clan and advanced toward White Mountain. Heavy snow fell. The thick demonic aura seemed to have dyed the boundless snow. Black, as with Xiaoduo and the others, the venomous shaman, and the Zhuyan remained in the enormous pit. Those with limited cultivation like Hai Hunshan and the others from the Umno Alliance had been chased back to the Tower of Annihilation by Zhuxiaoduo. They're here. Zhuxiaoduo took a deep breath. Get ready. The chance to create another demonic army is right in front of us. Li Qinglong sighed from time to time as he watched the demonic race's black mass flying toward them like a swarm of locusts. To him, he really could not understand the demonic race's commander's actions. Based on the demonic race's commander's actions, what was the difference between the current battle and a group fight? It was really a swarm of bees charging into the battlefield, attacking fiercely, forgetting themselves, and fighting head-on. Before this, he had led his own small team to the battlefield at least hundreds of times, which made him realize that the demonic race's army's greatest weakness was its military formation. In the same army, the astral souls had 300 people in a team, while the demonic race had 300 people in a team. However, if both sides fought as a unit, even if the demonic race's individual combat power was stronger than the astral souls, the final winner would be the astral souls army. Moreover, the demonic race's army would not suffer heavy losses. Because the troops had been trained to cooperate with each other, they had already formed a tacit understanding and could make up for each other's losses. Although the demonic race's army seemed to have formed an organization, it did not have the cooperation of a military formation. In other words, the organization of the demonic race's army was limited. If I gave you 300 people, you would be a brigade. If I gave you 5,000 people, you would be a detachment. If I gave you 30,000 people, you would be a legion. Yes. That was it, and that was it. Fuck. This is really a weird race since ancient times. They formed an army, but did not train in military formation. Do the demonic race think that they have an army just because they have enough people? Are you kidding me? Li Qinglong, who had awakened his talent as a military advisor ever since he entered the path of cultivation, could not understand this at all. However, it was undeniable that such a demon army was a great boon for the Allied forces. It was too easy to scheme against. In all fairness, the overall strength gap between the 3 continents and the demon continent was actually very large. The fiend ancestor Rahu, who stood at the pinnacle of the infernals, was unparalleled and unrivaled. Just by looking at him, he was able to suppress the peak experts of the 3 continents to the point of being unable to breathe. Even if the demon ancestor was disregarded, the upper echelons under him were not as many as the Allied forces. However, they were not easy to deal with and were enough to fight. As for the middle and lower levels of combat strength, they were much stronger than the Allied forces. This was especially so now that they had copied many of the military tactics of the Tao League and even self-destructed their attacks. Their combat strength had increased by leaps and bounds. In terms of overall combat strength, the combination of top and bottom far exceeded that of the Alliance army. However, there was still one thing that Li Qinglong couldn't figure out. It could be said that it was the fundamental question that he couldn't figure out. Zhuduo, what do you think Demon Ancestor Rahu is thinking? This was the question that Li Qinglong couldn't figure out the most. Zhuduo frowned. In the previous few battles, although the final result was that the Infernals had some gains and the army advanced. In reality, it wasn't the case. The Infernals clearly had a more radical battle method with a higher success rate. As long as the demon ancestor came out to participate in the battle, he could quickly settle the situation in every battle. With a push, he could open the door to the Tao League and even the door to the Astral Souls. With the demon ancestor's battle record of severely injuring the minister and killing the blade demon in one shot, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Li Chenglong pondered and said, but the demon ancestor didn't do so. Instead, he allowed soldiers to fight soldiers and generals to fight generals. He watched as millions of Infernals died. The victory was a Pyrrhic victory. Logically speaking, a person like the demon ancestor shouldn't care about his status to such an extent, right? Huh. Xiao Duo was stunned. He really didn't think in this direction. I know that you haven't thought about this problem, but if we look at the overall situation, let's put ourselves in their shoes. If our Astral Souls, or the Umno Alliance, or the Tao League were faced with such a situation, whether it was Master Lei, the Flood Witch, or Uncle Zua, would they watch millions of soldiers die in battle without doing anything? But a Pyrrhic victory, what kind of victory is that? Li Chenglong said. After putting yourself in his shoes, anyone would realize that the demon ancestor Rahu's inaction is a very strange thing in his bones. Long Yuxing pondered and said, maybe the demon ancestor Rahu is an idiot? The others collectively rolled their eyes. The other party was an ancient mighty figure. Can your idiot cultivate to the point where even the saints have to be afraid of him? Then what is the reason? Li Chenglong shook his head and said, I can't figure it out either. If I could figure it out, I would have already made a response. But there is still one thing that can be confirmed. As long as we don't touch the remaining 5 demon monarchs and the left and right guardians, who we don't know if they're still around, the demon ancestor Rahu will most likely still not make a move. Maybe we can use the Battle of White Mountain as a test. I bet that the demon ancestor still won't make a move. Li Chenglong's words made everyone even more confused. Everyone knew that Li Chenglong didn't make a conclusion easily, but he was always right. Since he dared to say that the demon ancestor wouldn't make a move in this battle, then there was a very high chance that he really wouldn't make a move. What is your basis? It should be known that until now, the demon ancestor Rahu was the biggest headache for the Allied army. If they could confirm that the demon ancestor wouldn't make a move, then all their worries could be eliminated. My so-called not making a move also has a prerequisite. We can't really let our guard down and forget ourselves. Li Chenglong smiled bitterly. In the end, this is just a small guess. I always feel that the demon ancestor seems to have a special purpose. Moreover, the demon ancestor really doesn't care about the casualties of the demon monarchs. So I suddenly thought, in the end, it's still between the two. Otherwise, why would I use the word bet? Indeed, there is something fishy about this. Xiao Duo muttered to himself. After Li Chenglong said this, everyone felt that there was indeed something unusual about this. The demon race ate people, but Rahu didn't care. He didn't care if the war went well. He didn't care if 100,000 died. He didn't care if 1,000,000 died. He didn't care if 10 million died. He was still indifferent. Ever since he returned, he only made a move because he was ambushed at the moment of his return. He heavily injured Zhou Chonglu with one blow and killed the blade demon with one spear. But after that, he really didn't make a move again. If the demon ancestor's goal was to let the demon race dominate the entire continent, this was really unreasonable. Even if he was cold-blooded and didn't take the demon's life seriously, if all his clansmen died, what would he use to dominate the continent? It was difficult for a person to be invincible in the world, but it wasn't impossible. However, it was impossible to dominate the continent with one's own strength. One had to have a lot of subordinates to do so. Then what is the demon ancestor Rahu's goal? If Li Chenglong hadn't mentioned it, perhaps everyone would have thought that the demon ancestor was so cold and heartless. The demon race was warlike and didn't take life seriously. However, now that it was brought up and carefully considered, it immediately touched the blind spot. For this battle, Let's fight and see what happens next. Li Chenglong said, "The clues we have now are still limited. This battle can still be described as a gamble. The White Mountain battle line is only suitable for battle for 8,000 miles. It can allow our men to arrange things more easily. I believe that the arrangements of the heroic soul pass here will be enough to deal with the demon race's attack. If the demon ancestor Rahu doesn't make a move, there's no hope of attacking. In other words, then let's fight and see if the demon ancestor Rahu will make a move and join the battle. Let's gamble on our luck and see what happens." Duo and the others nodded in unison. In the sky dozens of miles away, the demon cloud continued to expand wildly. The demon chi rushed to the sky and covered the ground. The sky was filled with snow, blocking one's line of sight. However, one could still clearly see that the sky had been dyed completely black. "They're here! Start the detonation." At the same time, the 3 heroic soul passes at the very front activated their restrictions. The air-restricting domain was suddenly activated the moment the demon race was about to cross over. "Huh!" The demon cloud, which was hundreds of miles in front, fell from the sky like a big pancake. It was so neat that it looked like it had been cut by a knife. At the same time, boom, 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 the 30 million kilograms of modern explosives that Duo had buried here long ago were also detonated. Amidst the deafening sound, a huge amount of non-poisonous great sorcerer and Juyin absolute poison spread wildly among the demon race's army. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of demon race's bodies were blown up into the sky by the explosive force. They flew up tens of thousands of meters high. This was a height that they couldn't fly up in an instant with their own cultivation. In contrast, they didn't fly up in a complete sense. Instead, it was a part of their body or their flesh and blood. The amount of explosives that Duo had planted this time was really too much. Coupled with the strong poison, the demon race's soldiers were poisoned after falling from the air-restricting domain. With their cultivation and strength, they couldn't withstand such a violent explosion at all. Moreover, there was sword chi sweeping back and forth in the sky from east to west and from west to east. Along with the explosion, a ravine that was thousands of kilometers long and hundreds of kilometers wide appeared on the ground. It was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. All the demon race's soldiers who had just rushed over couldn't stop their momentum and fell from the air-restricting domain. They fell into the abyss like dumplings. Then, both sides of the abyss began to collapse. The poisonous fog directly spread and sealed the sky above the abyss. Demons kept rushing over and falling into the abyss. Duo and the others' original intention was to ambush them. But now it seemed that the effect was unexpectedly good. There was no need to ambush them at all. They could ambush them with manpower that, in view of this, they simply disbanded and left on the spot. On White Mountain, the eyebrows of the higher-ups twitched wildly. Their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. This effect was really too unexpected. Chapter 1307. Is this the result of all their hard work? It's really quite a big commotion, but it's also very effective. Taoist Shuang, who had been in low spirits for a long time after losing 2 of his brothers, was now beaming with joy. It's very effective. It's really very effective. Not only him, but even Zhuo Changlu and the Flood Witch's eyes widened. Although the 2 of them were aware of what Duo and the others were doing, they never would have thought that they would be able to create such a big commotion. What was even more unexpected was that they would be able to create such a good effect. In fact, they weren't the only ones who didn't expect this. Even Duo himself didn't expect this result. His original intention for setting up this trap was to kill a wave of demons. What he had envisioned was the follow-up to the ambush. However, the reality was that the follow-up was completely useless. The first wave was enough. The pit was too deep and too wide. With the addition of countless explosives, it created an abyss that was hundreds of kilometers wide and thousands of kilometers long. What was even more unexpected was that, with the addition of the anti-air domain, this place had become a natural moat. If the demons wanted to attack from here, they would have to go to the bottom of the moat and then climb up from there. This was something that Xiao didn't even think about. His eyes also widened. How could something like this happen? Of course, there were still a few powerful cultivators above the Dao integration stage who could fly over. However, among the billions of demons, how many of them were above the Dao integration stage? Not to mention the demons, even in the prime of the demon race, could they produce millions of demons above the Dao integration stage? Furthermore, if there really were demons above the Dao integration stage who recklessly flew over, they would be nothing more than fodder. They would be directly killed by the combined forces of the Allied army. Taking all of the above factors into consideration, so Xiao's original intention was to trap the demons. However, he had accidentally created an unprecedentedly dangerous natural moat. At least from this side, the demons would never be able to attack. Thus, they could only choose to attack from the other side. As a result, the original 8,000-kilometer defensive line was instantly shortened by more than one-third. This was simply everyone was in a state of disarray. Everyone, including Changlu, the Flood Witch, and all the higher-ups, had their mouths wide open as they looked at this glorious result. What the fuck? There's actually such a move. Just one change, and it's actually like this. If we had known earlier, we might as well have gone to dig holes. TSK, TSK. TSK, TSK. TSK, TSK, TSK. The deep ice which kept shaking her head, sighing and sighing. She then raised her thumb and said, "You are really a young hero. Awesome. How awesome. It's only a matter of time before a strong father surpasses his ancestors. TSK, 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 TSK. We are boorish people, so it's fine that we can't see this. But you two, one is the biological father, and the other is the godfather. You two have even seen the child's actions, but you two are still acting like two idiots. Haha, I feel embarrassed for you two." Changlu smiled faintly, turned his head and said, "Brother Hong, now that the defensive line is shortened, the pressure on us has also become relatively smaller. It seems that we don't need so many people. It doesn't matter if some of the higher-ups are killed one or two. How about using them to test the demon ancestors' movements? It's a worthy death, and it will bring glory to the future generations." The Flood Witch nodded slowly and said, "Good. Deep Ice, you go and assassinate the demon ancestor." Assassinate the demon ancestor? The Deep Ice Witch's face turned green. She took to her heels and ran away. "I only said a few words, and you want to send people to death. You're too shameless. I haven't even had time to fire, and you're already in a hurry. What's the hurry?" Her voice was still echoing in the air, but she had already disappeared without a trace. The Fire Witch stood on the side, looking down and not daring to make a sound for a long time. The Flood Witch could give him face, but Changlu definitely wouldn't. To be honest, the Fire Witch was already very satisfied that Changlu didn't pat the Fire Witch's head and earnestly call her little fire. How many is too many? It's better for people to keep a low profile. Well, not only for people, but also for witches. Xiao Duo accidentally created a natural moat this time, but a man-made natural moat can naturally be destroyed by human power. It's not impossible for the demon race to destroy it. Changlu said softly. The simplest way is that once the demon ancestor Rahu takes action, the air-restricting domain over there can be broken with a snap of his fingers. But if he doesn't take action, at least in a short time, the 3 heroic soul passes will be impregnable and unbreakable. The two looked at each other and knew what the other was thinking. Yes, even those with Xiaoduo had created a natural moat that exceeded everyone's expectations. The root of this natural moat was still built on the foundation of the heroic soul passes. With the heroic soul passes and the air-restricting domain, the foundation of this natural moat would be unbreakable. Similarly, at the root, The heroic soul passes, which were related to the heavens, earth, and stars, could not be broken or destroyed by ordinary people. But for the demon ancestor Rahu, it might just be a matter of a slap. The strength of an ancient powerhouse, who is comparable to a saint, was not something that anyone in the world could evaluate. And once the air-restricting domain was broken, the so-called natural moat would be a joke. The demon race's army could just fly over directly. Even the 5 demon monarchs under the demon race might not have such strength. However, there were also higher-ups guarding this place. If the demon monarchs really dared to come over, they would have to face many strong enemies before they could talk about destroying the heroic soul passes. The risks involved could not be ignored. But if the demon ancestor Rahu personally made a move, everything would be different. For Zhuochanglu and the Flood Witch, it was hard for them to calm down with such a fact in front of them. They actually had to place all their hopes on the premise that their biggest enemy would not make a move. The two of them, who had been the strongest in the 2 continents for a long time, felt so aggrieved that they wanted to vomit blood, but there was nothing they could do. The situation was stronger than the person. What could they do? The 2 swords of the Tao League, the 2 great shamans Lai Hua and Jin Lin, the sword monarch of the astral souls, and the Qin demon. How about leading 30,000 elites? Zhuochanglu asked. The Flood Witch frowned at Zhuochanglu's question. You're making a mountain out of molehill, aren't you? It's necessary. The 3 heroic soul passes over there involve a defensive line of more than 3,000 kilometers. Okay. Fortunately, that's all. If it's really like what Bing Ming said, and the entire defensive line uses this air-restricting domain to create an abyss, then we'll be going to the extreme and force the demon ancestor Rahu to make a move. There will be no room for negotiation. That's right. This will give them a chance to fight. Looking at the expression on Zhuochanglu's face in the distance, the 2 almost burst out laughing. They saw that Zhuochanglu himself was also looking at the cliff in a daze. It turns out that this kid didn't even think about this. The Flood Witch was speechless. He's just farting on the sparks. And it's on fire. Zhuochanglu was also speechless. In any case, you should at least act like you're awesome. In the end, who are you trying to show off your dumbfounded face to? While they were discussing, the battlefield was in a mess, and battle cries sounded like thunder from the 9th heaven. Translator, WQL Editor, Alim Zhuochanglu, Senior Sorcerer Zhuyan, Senior Sorcerer Zhuochanglu, and the other 15 people formed 17 sharp daggers. They rushed out of the dense demon army one after another and rushed up White Mountain, covered in blood. The non-poisonous shaman and Zhuyan followed behind. They raised their hands, and countless poisonous gases intertwined before exploding. More than tens of thousands of demon soldiers rotted in an instant. High in the sky, the invisible demon ancestor Rahu's body suddenly shook, and the god-killing spear, which was also invisible, suddenly buzzed. It was a feeling of shock. That's Zhuyan. Rahu furrowed his brows tightly. A look of dread flashed across his eyes. The god-killing spear instinctively retreated a foot without warning and hid behind demon ancestor Rahu, saying, "Definitely." The muscles on the side of Rahu's face, which had been as calm as an ancient well, began to twitch. Then he subconsciously cursed out a curse exclusive to the demon race. Why is this scourge here? It was no wonder that demon ancestor Rahu was so afraid. Zhuyan was really too strange. Wherever this person went, there would definitely be people who would be unlucky. No matter if it was holy, demon, shaman, immortal, ghost, or human, he would meet gods, evil gods, or Buddhas. No matter what cultivation level, strength, or background, he would be defeated. Even the 2 demon emperors and the 2 sages had suffered a great loss because they had underestimated him. They did not even know how they had suffered a loss. They were baffled and could not figure it out that Zhuyan's current combat strength was weaker than before. In the eyes of demon ancestor Rahu, it was just SOSO and could be destroyed with a casual strike. However, when it came to this fellow's bad luck, it had to be said that, Even demon ancestor Rahu was afraid and did not dare to act rashly. He went to consult Saint Jade Pure, and a few of his disciples betrayed him and went to the west, causing the 12 golden immortals with perfect providence to be incomplete. He went to consult Saint Prime, and the Saint Prime's huge Jie sect was annihilated not long after. No longer existing, that Dong Wang comforted him out of goodwill, and then he was attacked by Ancestral Dragon and Primordial Phoenix and almost killed. The Demon Emperor met this fellow twice, and he was ambushed by the Wu people who were not good at scheming. And this was only on the surface. Demon Rahu also knew some other secrets, and that was, Dao Ancestor had originally obtained the complete creation plate, but there was a small beast beside it. Legend had it that it was Zhuyin. Dao Ancestor was merciful and pointed to the small beast to awaken its intelligence. At that moment, Demon Ancestor Rahu, a Khanate life form, appeared and destroyed the creation plate with a spear. Then, Ancestral Dragon and Primordial Phoenix rushed over, and the first battle of Dragon Han began. Dao Ancestor won in the end, but only one side of the creation plate was left. The legendary creation plate. As for the other corners, they had no idea where they had disappeared to. Chapter 1308. Of course, at that time, Zhuyin did not have the title of Beast of Misfortune. At that time, Zhuyin was very well-behaved and adorable. It was a clean little monkey with big, clear eyes. It was small and very lively as it hopped around, in the words of modern people. It was very cute. Otherwise, the Dao Ancestor would not have pointed at it. If Zhuyin was in its current state, the Dao Ancestor would have slapped it into ashes. Enlighten it? Dream on. But it was that point that pointed out the problem. If it was not for that point, the creation plate might have fallen into the hands of the Dao Ancestor. After all, it was just a little bit more. Was there really nothing to it? Furthermore, the Demon Ancestor also knew that at that time, another almighty Azura Mingi was traveling the world. When he saw Zhuyin in the form of a small beast, he was excited and wanted to bring this cute little thing back for his daughter to play with. At that time, Zhuyin had just started cultivating and was really just a weak chicken. Then, on the way back, Styx was ambushed by the two sages of the West. That battle was tragic. Even the sword spirit of Styx's eternal spirit treasure, the Yuan Killer Sword, was beaten until it could not recover for hundreds of thousands of years. A large number of elites of the Azura clan were taken away, and it was said that they were converted. Since then, the Styx patriarch hid in the Azura realm and did not dare to come out. As for the Scarlet Ape, it had been instinctively thrown out by Mingi the moment he was attacked. But in that kind of atmosphere of battle, this guy was actually safe and sound. Was there really nothing to it? The two sages of the West were also tied to Zhuyin. When the Taoist guide went east to preach, he brought some of the prime clear sage's disciples back to supplement the West. It could be said that he benefited greatly. On the way back, he also brought Zhuyin along. But halfway through, he felt that this guy's cultivation was too low compared to other great demons, and its future was not promising. So he threw it away. And after he returned, it seemed that his eternal spirit treasure, the 12th rank Golden Lotus, was eaten by some mosquito. That the eternal spirit treasure of a great sage was eaten by a mosquito. This matter was as absurd as it could be. If there was nothing to it, who would believe it? No matter how many catastrophes there were, Zhuyin was still alive and kicking. However, anyone who was close to him was basically dead, regardless of whether they were friend or foe, far or near. Those who had given him pointers or had a good impression of him were all unlucky. As a Khanate life form and a primordial mighty figure, Fiend Ancestor Rahu was very familiar with such matters. He had even personally experienced some of them. When he carefully recalled them, he could not help but draw a cold gasp. This was because all of them, without exception, had crossed paths with the Scarlet Ape before they met with misfortune. Then, they all ignored it only by summarizing all these encounters and slowly sorting them out bit by bit. Could one discover from the most inconspicuous corner? And this guy was also there at that time. In this way, the matter became clearer and clearer. Thus he thought, Zhuyan is involved in this matter. Another thing also became clear. Thus, he thought, Zhuyan is also involved in this matter. Another thing, Zhuyan is also involved. But even so, it was not until the North Sea black tortoise was killed by Empress while that the name of Zhuyan, the beast of misfortune, truly resounded. Then, when they connected it with the previous matters, they truly understood. Damn it, was it also because of him? No matter how awesome Fiend Ancestor Rahu was, he did not dare to say that he was more awesome than anyone else. Even the god-slaying spear was frightened, let alone others. Perhaps no one knows, but Hong Yun, who was widely acknowledged as the best person in the primeval times, had once given Zhuyan pointers in cultivation. Zhuyan's initiation technique was taught by Hong Yun. Fiend Ancestor Rahu murmured. With a hum, the god-slaying spear drilled into the Fiend Ancestor's body. Even if it was a top Khanate spirit treasure, it was as weak as a cicada in winter. Whether it was the 12th grade Golden Lotus of the Taoist Guide or Mingyi's Yuan Killer Sword, neither of them was inferior to it. It also knew that Hong Yun's death and disappearance of his Tao, and even the soul-scattering gourd, his eternal spirit treasure, had disappeared. Perhaps it was also because of this guy. Don't worry. The Fiend Ancestor coughed and said, "It's all because I have a good impression of him that I'm unlucky. I've never had a good impression of him. Even if he hindered me, it was limited. Zhuyan had no effect on me at all." The god-slaying spear buzzed and said, "Is it really limited? Really no effect? Did you forget that you just said that you met him face to face when the primeval chaos was judged? With your cultivation, you should have become a saint long ago, but you still haven't. Is there really no other reason?" Fiend Ancestor Rahu's face darkened completely at once. He could not help but feel suspicious. Could it be that I can't become a saint because of this guy? Damn it. What the hell is this thing? Why is it so strange? Thinking deeper, it was not as if no one had ever found this fellow an eyesore since ancient times. There had been many mighty figures who had wanted to kill this fellow, such as the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, Supreme Immortal Dong Hua of the Rin sect, Patriarch Qinquan, Jinren Wuwan. However, most of these mighty figures had already completely disappeared from the world. And this Zhuyan actually appeared here alive and kicking after the continent was split and reunited. He was still as weak as ever, still as wretched and cowardly as ever. He was still the same as he was back then, but it did not die. It just did not die. The Fiend Ancestor frowned. Thinking deeper, the series of encounters after the return of the Demon Continent was abnormal. Everything was strange. First, the return of the continent. The other party was actually able to accurately target the time when the Demon Continent was at its weakest and launch a surprise attack, killing the top 3 demon monarchs of the demon race. Was this reasonable? This was too unreasonable. The 3 demon monarchs were too unlucky. Then, the target of their attack was the Tao League. It was clearly the allied forces of the 3 continents. They had clearly targeted the time and place of the Demon Continent's return, but they did not make any follow-up arrangements. Even the defensive line was built in the opposite direction. Everything was strange. Previously, when they defeated the Sirius Pass, there were 2 super powerful figures in the Fiend Ancestor's eyes who were also at the top of the 3 continents. However, not long after the 2 sides started fighting, they died. There was not even a suitable opponent to be buried with. Was this not tragic? Was there any meaning to this? It had to be said that everything was not worth thinking about. Once he thought about it, it was not only extremely terrifying, it was simply too terrifying, especially after his own imagination filled in the gaps. Fuck. The Fiend Ancestor Rahu cursed the demon race again. I'm not afraid of him, but I really don't want to see him. I'd rather fight with Hong Jun again than see this monkey. Fuck, I'm afraid of him. I'm afraid of this scum. Before this, Rahu would never have thought that he would be so afraid of a scum that he could pinch to death with 2 fingers. Of course, if Zhuyan knew that he was qualified to be feared by the Fiend Ancestor Rahu, it would probably be the most glorious moment of its life. The demon race army braved the wind and snow and began to attack. On the other hand, the allied forces of the three continents did their best to resist, repelling the demon race's attacks time and time again. This time, the surrounding atmosphere was completely different from before. The weather was bone-chilling, and snow fell endlessly from the sky. Then, Zhuchanglu and the others were shocked to find that. This time, they did not even have to clean up the battlefield. The scene in front of them made many people in the allied forces almost vomit out their dinner from last night, that the demon race army actually found the corpses of their comrades who had died in battle and dragged them back to cook and eat those that were still intact or partially intact. Are they still fucking human? Yu Dongtian's eyes widened as he roared in disbelief. They're not human in the first place. The demon heart and demon nature are beyond our understanding. It's not surprising. If the demon race eating the corpses of their own people made the allied forces of the three continents feel shocked and disgusted, then they further discovered that the strength of the demon race army who had eaten their comrades actually increased considerably after eating the corpses. This discovery, this understanding, made the allied forces even more dumbfounded and feel a chill in their hearts. What the fuck? What exactly are we fighting against? Changlu instantly ordered, "Do your best to take back the corpses of the allied forces' soldiers who died in battle." This order was wholeheartedly approved by the entire allied forces. Yes, we can die in battle, but we can't accept being cooked and eaten by the demon race after dying in battle. The soldiers of the original Tao League all had bloodshot eyes, and their bodies were filled with indignation and anger as if they were about to explode. It was not difficult to guess just by looking at the demon race in front of them. Now, in their hometowns, the people who had stayed behind, the brothers who had stayed behind to fight and cover the retreat, most probably, most of them had already become the food of the demons and were eaten alive. This was something that could be easily imagined, but the reality was even more terrifying than this. Everyone's aura was boiling. If we can't defeat them, we must self-destruct, in case we don't have time to take back the corpses and get eaten by the demon race. That's right. When I think that I might become the shit of the demon race one day, I feel so disgusted that I can't eat anymore. Fuck off. I'm eating. What bullshit are you talking about? What bullshit are you eating? Take a guess. If you were eaten by the demon race and then digested and excreted, would you be watery or dry? This meal was wasted. Many people at the side rolled their eyes speechlessly and put down their bowls. Not only did they lose their appetite, but they also felt nauseous. They probably wouldn't be able to eat for the next few days. Fuck, don't run. I'm going to kill you. It had to be said that the brutal actions of the demon race had aroused an unprecedented sense of unity among the soldiers of the three continents. From this day onwards, the battle became even more intense and tragic. The Allied forces' soldiers were fighting without any regard for their lives and counterattacking after seeing the demon race's attitude towards the people of the three continents. No one would not fight with their lives on the line. When they thought of the loss of this line of defense, the beautiful world behind them, and all the old folks who would become the demon race's food, no one could bear it. The offensive and defensive battles continued day and night, and the situation became more and more tragic. Chapter 1309. While the higher-ups of the Devil Race were attacking nonstop, they were also urgently summarizing information. Previously, they had broken through 2 lines of defense and captured a lot of captives. Some of the more powerful people were also kept alive to inquire about the situation in the 3 continents. The Devil Race was not a group of people who only knew how to fight fiercely. There were also many logistical people. For example, countless Devil Race clerks were sorting out and summarizing many useful things that the fierce battle started from that day and never stopped. Day after day, night after night, Zhuo and the others also kept attacking, fighting, and killing the enemies. Hai Shan and the others were also divided into groups and followed the army to attack. Every time, They were beaten black and blue. They were the descendants of the Wu people. They were not afraid of death in battle and killed the enemies as if they were cutting melons and vegetables. Even if the devil race's cultivation was higher than theirs, the bloodthirsty and tyrannical devil race was still no match for them. The descendants of the Wu people who had achieved such results were all in high spirits. They felt that they had become heroes. When they gathered together, they talked about how to kill the enemies and how to kill the high-level enemies. When they were not with Zhuo and the others, the 56 people were really in high spirits. They talked to each other excitedly. Even if they were bleeding all over, they could still participate in the discussion excitedly. Of course, in terms of merit and commendation, it was true that everyone had made a lot of contributions. There is no falsehood in their contributions. Everyone was very satisfied with the current atmosphere of their lives. After killing the enemies and bragging about themselves, they returned to Zhuo Xiaoduo's space-destroying tower to cultivate and heal their wounds. When they felt that they had made progress, they went out to kill the enemies. Their personal cultivation was improving rapidly. However, how could they only be happy? Zhuo Xiaoduo decided to charge them 10 pieces of the best quality jade of astral souls per day. The rental fee was definitely not cheap, but no one cared. After all, it was worth it. With the backing of the UMNO Alliance and their recent achievements, this amount of resources was not a problem at all. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo often inexplicably raised the price for no reason, such as when he was in a bad mood, when he was in a good mood, when he was in a bad mood, when he was in a bad mood, when he was not in a good mood, and so on, everyone was used to it and did not care. As long as it wasn't prohibited from entering, they could raise the price as much as they wanted. Only a fool would refuse to enter such a blessed land with such a small rental fee. However, every time they were with Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others, they felt that their cultivation had clearly improved by leaps and bounds, but the gap between them seemed to have widened. This feeling and recognition made the group of Wizard Alliance's geniuses feel aggrieved and dejected. But there was nothing they could do, and they were dispirited and powerless. In the same way, after a battle, we would return in high spirits and joy. But the others, that every time they went out, they were filled with murderous intent. When they returned, not only did their murderous intent not decrease, but it was even more intense. Every time they went out, they would be smiling, but when they returned, their faces would be so gloomy that it seemed like they would kill anyone at any time. The Thundercat and the others really did not understand. They even said that all the spoils on the battlefield belonged to them, and that it was enough for them to be self-sufficient. Did you hear that? Is this human language? Now, we're both poor. I'm aggrieved. I'm wronged. I'm wronged. No, no, no. You have to pay to enter the Tower of Annihilation in the future. If you don't raise the price, you won't be able to survive. 10,000 pieces of top-grade astral souls, jade per person per day. If you don't hand it over, you're not allowed to enter. Hearing this, the crowd was stirred up. You're poor? How dare you say you're poor? At this time, I'm afraid that no one in the 3 continents can be richer than you. You're already the richest man in the world, but you're still complaining about being poor? Where's your shame? How dare you raise the price? How dare you ask for it? Look at the heaven and earth treasures and spiritual herbs in your tower. At a rough estimate, there are more than 300,000 stocks. How dare you say you're poor? How dare you say you can't survive? Do you really think you're invincible just because you're cheap? I despise you. As soon as Xiaoduo mentioned raising the price, the crowd was stirred up and attacked him together. Who didn't know this guy's temper? His previous complaints were filled with grievances and grievances. In fact, this guy only had one purpose in his bones, which was to charge and raise the price. Everyone knew his character well. How could they let this bastard have his way? Although it was said that a cheap man was invincible, he had never met a cheap man. When a cheap man met another cheap man, it would depend on who had the lower limit, who was truly invincible. Hai Hanshan and the others who were listening from the outside were confused by this round of verbal sparring. What the hell? There's such a saying. We're going to kill the enemy. It's good enough if we can survive on the battlefield. We're going to make contributions, kill the enemy, survive. If we can accumulate more merits, that's all we're going to do. But look at him. His original intention of going to the battlefield was to make a fortune. Their thinking is completely different from ours. No wonder we're so happy every time we come back, but he's so unhappy. It's because he didn't achieve his original goal. Don't be discouraged, everyone. Li Chenglong's voice rang out. The higher-ups of the demon race are still somewhat profitable. Let's identify some targets tomorrow, and we can always gain something. Maybe we can even make a fortune. I vaguely feel that the higher-ups of the demon race are more or less human. I reckon that their actions and thoughts are different from the general demon race, and their wealth is most likely different. Long Yusheng complained that Demon Mountain and Demon Sea, where do we have the time to select them one by one? Everything depends on human effort. We have to try. There's no time like the present. Let's do it tomorrow. With the gains, we could pay the rent to Zhua. Although he's cheap, he still gives us a place to cultivate. He may be unkind, but we can't be unrighteous. Military counselor is right. It's settled then. All the gains will belong to Zhua. So the Shao duo was flustered and exasperated. Right my ass. Those poor demons, how can they afford my rent? You still have the nerve to talk to me about benevolence and righteousness? Think about your IOUs. How much have you accumulated? How can you have the nerve to say that I'm not benevolent and righteous? Is there any justice in this? Don't worry. We'll pay you back in this life. Just wait and see. Don't worry. We'll pay you back in this life. Long Yusheng and the others immediately dispersed and entered the Tower of Void Extermination to practice their cultivation. I just feel that I've lost so much that I'm going bankrupt. Really? Zhua Xiaoduo looked at Zhua Xiaoyan speechlessly. Wife, I need comfort. I want kisses and hugs. Why don't we have a drink tonight? Zhua Xiaoyan disappeared in a flash. There was no trace of her. Thundercat and the others were amazed by her high-speed movement. They couldn't figure out how she could cultivate such a body movement that was faster than teleportation. Zhua Xiaoduo stared at the direction where Zhua Xiaoyan left with a dumbfounded expression. I haven't finished speaking. I haven't finished feeling sorry for you. Do you know what I mean by drinking? Maybe I'm just talking about drinking beer? Really? How could our body movement be so fast? I didn't catch her in time. Next time, I'll have to be prepared to catch her. Zhua Xiaoduo muttered to himself. That night, a few demon monarchs of the demon clan launched a sneak attack on the 3 heroic soul passes that controlled the no-fly zone of the Broken Cliff. They were repelled by the allied forces. Probably because the battle was intense, some of the top people on both sides were injured. From the second half of the night onwards, the battle became intense again that Zhua Xiaoduo and the others kept attacking and cultivating. They kept entering the battle formation wave after wave to harvest demon lives and make money in advance. Unfortunately, they still didn't gain much. Chapter 1310. Zhua Changlu, Flood, and Thunder Dao hadn't fought since the beginning. They just stayed in the middle of the army, while the others went to the battlefield in batches. Zhua Xiaoduo and the others' main task was to put out fires. They rushed to wherever there was danger. With their current cultivation level, this was the most appropriate task for them. Zhua Xiaoduo was the most active among them. As he rushed to help, he kept spreading heavenly secret orders. He threw them out like snowflakes. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of heavenly secret orders were scattered. Zhua Xiaoduo complained that he was poor, and it was true that he didn't have many resources. However, the biggest winner of this war was undoubtedly him. Countless heavenly fate points that others couldn't see poured out continuously every day. It was no different from a rainstorm. As time went on, countless astral souls jade powder from the 3 continents were sent into the space-destroying tower. There were also countless space treasures that were found and sent into the space-destroying tower. Countless demonic souls were scattered by Bai and Jiao, and then devoured by Yin Shirsi. Countless heavenly secret fate points were divided among Xiao Long, Xiao, and Huang's sword, the space-destroying tower was improving by leaps and bounds every day. Xiaolong was also growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao and Huang's sword strength was also increasing at a rapid pace. At this moment, Yin Shirsi had already formed a relatively complete spear body and spearhead. Bai and Jiu were also growing stronger and more mature by the day. Ever since Zhou Xiaoduo had obtained the main body of the creation plate, he had never thought that one day heavenly secret points would come so easily. It was beyond his expectations, and it was such a huge amount. Once upon a time, he had been reluctant to use a few drops of heavenly secret points. He had shared a few drops with Xiaolong, and Xiaolong had been so grateful that he shed tears of gratitude. Now, at this moment, he was using heavenly secret points at an insane rate. Every day recently, Zhou Xiaoduo felt as if he was in a dream. Every step he took was shallow, and every step he took was unsteady. The demonic race's attack continued and became more and more frenzied. However, in front of the towering White Mountain, which was like a natural barrier, they couldn't break through the defense line no matter what they did. Even the demonic race knew how to fight with their lives and self-destructed from time to time. However, the Alliance army of astral souls was even more frenzied and desperate. They resisted the demonic race's attacks. After all, no matter how frenzied the demonic race's attack was, their defense line was only so wide. They couldn't all of them. It was only limited to the tactic of adding fuel to the fire. Naturally, the results obtained were very few and close to none. On the other hand, although the Allied forces had suffered heavy casualties, in terms of the overall situation, they were dealing with it relatively calmly. And it's demonic demons, but they had enough manpower, and again, they had, and this demonic tests, and there was demonic war on them when they started. In comparison, the demonic race was at an absolute disadvantage. They had to suffer heavy casualties every day. After a few more days, the demonic monarchs finally realized that if they continued to fight like this, even if it took a long time, they wouldn't be able to take down White Mountain. But the demonic ancestor, Rahu, didn't seem to have any intention of making a move. The astral souls weren't the only ones who didn't understand. Even the higher-ups of the demonic race were confused. Why didn't the demonic ancestor make a move? The situation was obvious. The demonic race is too strong. We can't take them down alone. But as long as the demonic ancestor makes a move, we can win in one fell swoop. And it's an overwhelming victory. This was an indisputable fact. But now, the demonic race's demonic race had suffered more than 5 billion casualties. Even if many of the demonic race's corpses became food for the demonic race, it was still a huge loss. The demonic ancestor was still indifferent. Then why did you bring us back here? Was he looking for death, or was he here to die? The 5 demon monarchs did not have the guts to question the demon ancestor. Instead, they secretly found the left and right guardians who had not made a move. Evil Dragon and Dark Phoenix. I can't take it anymore. If the old ancestor doesn't make a move, I'm afraid we'll all die here in the end. What's going on? Little did he know that the Evil Dragon and Dark Phoenix were also deeply puzzled by this, because both of them were completely confused now. Such a grand return, yet no one was allowed to make a move after returning. Could it be that the descendants of the devil race were only there to be slaughtered? What was going on? The two of them mustered up their courage and asked to see the devil ancestor. Ancestor, what's going on? The evil dragon asked. Right now, our demon brothers have suffered heavy casualties, while the enemy's morale is rising day by day. If this goes on, I'm afraid this battle won't be optimistic. Seeing demon ancestor Rahu remain silent, the evil dragon mustered his courage and said in a small voice, "If ancestor doesn't want to help, the two of us can help." Demon ancestor Rahu opened his tightly closed eyes and looked at his 2 old brothers, who had accompanied him for tens of thousands of years, with a complicated gaze. He seemed to want to stop them, but after hesitating, he said, "If the 2 of you want to help, that's fine. However, I have to remind all of you that everything has a cause and effect. If all of you intervene, it will cause a disturbance in the heavenly secrets and cause karma. If all of you want to intervene, then you must be prepared to die. Don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. He paused for a moment before saying in a low voice, I suggest that you don't help. Die. Evil Dragon and Dark Phoenix seemed to have heard a huge joke and loudly laughed. Ancestor, you're thinking too much. In this world, even if the two of us together can't defeat a saint, in terms of survival, even a saint would find it difficult to stop us. The sorcerer tribe and the human tribe on the other side don't have the power to kill the two of us. Ever since the demon race had returned, the two of them had been observing the allied forces of the three continents. It had been many days. They were confident that they had an estimate of the enemy's strength. It wasn't wrong to say that they were a bit of a threat, but to die, that was just a joke. With the strength that the enemy had displayed so far, the two of them didn't believe that the enemy could do it even if they were beaten to death. Evil Dragon and Dark Phoenix were powerful existences from the ancient era, and they even dared to fight demonic emperors. When they wanted to leave, they had a unique escape technique. Even a saint would find it difficult to grasp their whereabouts. Dying, that was just a joke. Although the current battlefield was cruel and dangerous, compared to the ancient era, there were billions of casualties and countless races dying. It was far from being the same. In that kind of environment, we didn't encounter any real danger. Now, you're saying that we're going to die. Ha! Ancestor, you think too highly of those scums. Don't worry. Dark Phoenix smiled and said, we still have to follow you to rule the world, so how could we die? This time, we'll definitely sweep through everything. Demon Ancestor Rahu said indifferently, there's already a problem with your mentality. This is a new great calamity, and it's much more dangerous than the previous ones. Why did you Taoists, Buddhists, demonic spirits, and other ancient era experts hide from the world? Just to avoid this calamity. Otherwise, do you think it would be so easy to conquer the Tao League? This is a calamity. In a calamity, you'll experience the calamity. Since you've entered the calamity, you'll have to face the calamity. If you don't overcome the calamity, you'll have to face the calamity. Don't tell me the two of you don't understand this. Evil Dragon laughed loudly. The two of us were born before the world was created, and we've experienced the heaven-opening calamity, the Dragon Phoenix calamity, the God-sealing calamity, and the world extermination calamity. We haven't come out unscathed, but we've faced very few dangers. We've seen too many so-called calamities. The two of them looked at each other and revealed disdainful smiles. They said in unison, the so-called calamities are nothing more than this. We've seen too many of them. The so-called calamities are nothing more than this? Nothing more than this? Demon Ancestor Raha didn't say anything and only glanced at them. He had a strange look in his eyes. The two of you are determined to enter the calamity? Yes, please grant us our wish, Ancestor. If we don't do anything, the 10 billion demons will all die here. In this sentence, there is already an undisguised, strong sense of complaint. You won't do anything, but you won't allow us to save the demons from destruction? Demon Ancestor Rahu smiled faintly and closed his eyes again. If that's the case, go. Yes. The two of them strode out. In the hall, the god-killing spear danced and buzzed. Why didn't you stop them? The god-killing spear was very curious. Stop them? Can you stop them? Demon Ancestor Rahu smiled faintly. I've said everything I wanted to say. It's impossible to escape the calamity. It's never just a saying. Is the path to death. Those bastards back then, each and every one of them had deep thoughts and schemes. You have to remember, ever since we returned and set foot on the ancestral land, our opponents have never been these aboriginals in front of us, but those scheming bastards back then. facing them, especially when the secrets of heaven are chaotic and can't be predicted, no matter how cautious we are, it's only right. Especially, none of them have appeared. All the more we can't be the first ones to stand out. Maybe we'll block the saber for all of them, go through the calamity, and die without knowing anything. They'll only laugh at us, and won't be grateful at all. It had to be said that the demon ancestor Rahu, a Khanate expert and a mighty figure in the prehistoric times, always thought far and wide when he was scheming and acted only after he had made up his mind. Although he had always been known for killing, when it came to the critical moment, he could be calmer and steadier than anyone else. After noticing the calamity, he made a prompt decision and stopped immediately. Old things, do you think I, Rahu, am so easy to scheme against? I'm back, and I'm going to enter the calamity? Aren't you guys dreaming too much? Everyone just wait and see. If you don't come back for a day, I'll lose if I make a move. The god-slaying spear flew here and there, complaining. That Zhu Yin deserves to die too. Why is it here? It was obvious. The beast of misfortune was so famous that even the demon ancestor Rahu, whose name shook the prehistoric times, and the god-slaying spear, who was the world's #1 killer, were extremely wary and didn't dare to act rashly. After all, the timing of Zhu Yan's appearance was too frightening. In the midst of the calamity, all of a sudden, this shining star of misfortune, the star of misfortune, was increased by another 3 levels. If it were a normal time, it wouldn't matter if it appeared and caused bad luck. As long as its cultivation was high enough, it wouldn't be life-threatening. But in the midst of the calamity, who could guarantee that? As long as it wasn't a saint, it was hard to guarantee that it wouldn't die. Although the demon ancestor Rahu was said to be on par with a saint, he wasn't a saint after all. How could he not be wary? In that case, the return of the demon race this time is actually in response to the calamity, destined to be destroyed? The god-slaying spear asked. The demon ancestor Rahu said indifferently, facing the calamity is already inevitable. The demon race has no divinity, no humanity, no demonic nature, no spirituality, and no mercy. Since it's to clear the calamity, a race like the demon race must be on the list of targets to be eliminated. Moreover, they should be the first target to be eliminated. They shouldn't have returned, but they unexpectedly returned. After returning, they inexplicably took the place of the calamity's first target. They foolishly blocked a blade for others. In the midst of the calamity, they can actually manipulate the situation, using the location of the demon race's return as the starting point to launch an ambush. All kinds of inconceivable things have happened to the demon race. Looking at the situation of clearing the calamity, the demon race, from a moment they returned, it was no different from stepping into the gates of death, into the end of the world. The demon ancestor Rahu said indifferently, they're destined to be unable to reverse the situation. The god-slaying spear circled back and forth, as if it was irritated, but also as if it was unwilling to resign to its fate. You don't have to feel indignant. In the vast firmament, there are countless lives and races. The evolution of life and death may take a long time in our eyes, but in the firmament, it's just a snap of the fingers. The demon ancestor Rahu said, a star rises and another dies. A race rises and another dies. This is an unchanging law since time immemorial. The god-slaying spear chirped. Perhaps only at the level of Tao ancestor can one truly command the firmament. The demon ancestor Rahu sneered. Tao ancestor? Him? He's still far from that. All along, we've known that saints are the pinnacle and Tao ancestors are the peak above the pinnacle, suppressing the firmament, the end of the Tao. But this time in the galaxy, I deeply feel that. Our cultivation is still but a drop in the ocean, a speck of dust on the ground. What exactly is the true pinnacle? With our current knowledge, we haven't even found the path. The light of the firmament is endless. Where's the end of the Tao? What scenery lies ahead of us? Is still unknown. At this moment, none of my old opponents are here. I'm the only one here. This is already very unusual. How dare I act recklessly and recklessly enter the killing tribulation? Let's not talk about the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race. Let's talk about those crazy Zhu Wu from the Umno Alliance. Are they really all dead? As for the Tao League, it's even more nonsense that it's so weak. The 3 pure ones are the most respected saints, but where are they now? Where are their disciples? Until now, none of them have shown themselves, allowing their disciples to be slaughtered and devoured. You can imagine how big their plan is. These people clearly want me, Rahu, to explore the path for them and test the depth of the killing tribulation. How can I do as they wish? Even if we can't avoid entering the tribulation in the end, we have to wait for them to come back together. The demon race can be the scapegoat, but I, Rahu, can't be their vanguard. Want to scheme against me? I like to see who is scheming against whom in the end. Demon ancestor Rahu snorted softly, closed his eyes, and remained motionless. The war between the allied forces of the 3 continents and the demon race was long and drawn out. It went on day and night without any rest. Time was like a cold machine that continued to move forward. 3 days, 5 days, 10 days, half a month, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. The number of casualties on both sides was getting more and more shocking. It was a shocking sight. As time went on and the war went on, the demon race's relative disadvantage became more and more obvious. The allied forces of the astral souls finally breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like the demon ancestor really wouldn't take action. It was foreseeable that the demon race's army would be blocked out of White Mountain by us. If the demon race didn't retreat, all the elites would be exhausted. It wasn't an illusion that the vast continent behind everyone's backs, that beautiful world, wouldn't be tortured by the demon race anymore. That Zhuo Changlu and the others who have been tense all this time finally showed a relaxed smile. A feeling of relief flowed through their bodies. They finally brought the war into the most familiar rhythm of the allied forces of the 3 continents. With regards to this kind of protracted battle, everyone was very experienced and familiar with it, especially the Wu people and the human race of the astral souls. These 2 races have been fighting in this way for tens of thousands of years. It would be strange if they didn't have any experience. Too many warriors had spent their entire lives like this. Now, after a fierce battle, the demon race's army was brought into the rhythm that they were most familiar with. This feeling was very familiar and even nostalgic. Then, would the demon race adapt? Ahaha! It doesn't matter if you adapt or not, as long as we adapt. Chapter 13:12. Now that the battle mode had been set, they could take turns to sleep and rest their minds. What was this called? Bliss. The strength of Zhuo, Xiao Duo, and the others continued to increase during this period of time, somersaulting and rising. In the beginning, Li Chenglong and the others weren't a match for the demon god. But now, they could fight alone and force the 5 demon monarchs to a draw. It had to be known that although the battle between the 2 sides had only been going on for 3 months, Li Chenglong and the others seemed to have cultivated bitterly for more than 200 years under the support of the Void exterminating pagoda. How could it be that their cultivation had broken through again? As time went on, everyone had no choice but to believe that the originally aggressive demon race army that had come with the power to destroy the world was becoming weaker and weaker. These weren't baseless inferences. Instead, there was a large amount of evidence. The truth was right in front of everyone's eyes, making them feel as if they had been given a new lease of life. First of all, through the continuous battles, as well as the detection of people who had infiltrated the enemy's rear, the demon race army's losses had already reached a considerable scale. This was definitely not the so-called training of soldiers. The purpose of training soldiers was to improve the combat strength of their own soldiers through fierce battles. But the demons simply didn't have this concept. They only blindly shouted and fought until they died. The most important thing was that the total strength of the demon continent had already been lost by more than 30%. This was an extremely huge number. If this was a conspiracy, a trap, or a trap, then even Zhuo Chonglu and the Flood, which would lose more than they gained in terms of strategic vision. Up until now, the peak fighting strength of the three continents, apart from the dual Taoists of Fire and Cloud and the Blade Demon, had not been reduced. The only unexpected thing was that the two protectors behind the demon ancestor had suddenly entered the battle. This had caused great waves to appear in the previously stable battle situation and even posed a great threat. Every time the evil dragon and Dark Phoenix attacked, Zhuo Chonglu and the Flood, which would have to personally meet them in battle. Otherwise, any line of defense would be broken by them. The evil dragon Dark Phoenix was indeed an ancient almighty. Her battle prowess was ridiculously high. As soon as they met, she was suppressing the Flood, Witch, and Zhuo Chonglu. The two of them had almost no strength to fight back, and could only barely hold on. Lei Dao, Yu Xingqian, Lei Changtian, Wu Yuding, and the others saw that things were not going well. They went up to fight together and finally stabilized the situation. At first, everyone thought that this might be a trap set up by the Devil Race. They would lure out all the top fighting forces on their side, and then the Devil Ancestor would launch a sneak attack. He would defeat them one by one and accomplish the mission in one fell swoop. If he was beheaded by the other party, that would be terrible. All of them were extremely nervous. However, the Flood Witch of Zhuo Chonglu saw that the White Mountain defense line was in danger and that her soldiers were in danger. She had no choice but to save them, so she could only bite the bullet. However, who would have thought that the demon ancestor, whom everyone had been on guard against, would not show up at all? From the beginning to the end, only the evil dragon and the Dark Phoenix had joined the battle. Everyone was a little confused. Although the evil dragon and Dark Phoenix were indeed powerful, they were ridiculously strong. But if it was just the two of them, they wouldn't be afraid. Especially after confirming that the demonic ancestor wouldn't interfere, the situation changed again. Although there were people on the other side who were heavily injured by the evil dragon and the Dark Phoenix's big move every time. Why could they not only survive, but also recover so quickly? Today, they were beaten half to death, and the next day, they rushed up energetically. Are you fucking kidding? We are so tired today, and we haven't rested yet tomorrow. But your side is full of health and energy. The more the evil dragon and the Dark Phoenix fought, the more depressed they became. After that, they discovered another even more terrifying thing. That was, the people on the other side seemed to be getting stronger as they fought. After fighting for a day, when they fought again tomorrow, they discovered that the other side seemed to have become a little stronger. Was it an illusion? The day after tomorrow, they became a little stronger, but it did not seem to be an illusion. After a few more days, they actually became stronger. You guys are already at the zenith heavenly realm, okay? How can you improve so quickly? The increment of your improvement is actually calculated in days? This is not scientific. This is too fantastical. This is too unimaginable. Too unimaginable. The more the evil dragon and the Dark Phoenix fought, the more they doubted their lives. Could it be that I am the role of a whetstone? The more they thought about it, the more indignant they felt. How can we be the whetstone? During this long battle, the thing that left the evil dragon and the Dark Phoenix the most oppressed and impressed them the most was, in the chaotic battle, a couple came up to attack them. The evil dragon and the Dark Phoenix could tell with a single glance that this couple was the weakest among all the combatants. They definitely had the ability to kill any one of them. Based on this knowledge, the two of them aimed at their target and prepared to kill them in one blow. You want to use us as whetstones? Are you prepared to be broken by us? The evil dragon and the Dark Phoenix gritted their teeth and used all their experience to secretly create an opportunity. They made up their minds. The moment they made their move, they had to cause an irrecoverable result. Moreover, they had really found an opportunity to heavily injure this couple at the cost of their own injuries. They had beaten them to the point where it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Even their bodies had been shattered, and their dantians had been completely destroyed. They had almost died, and their bodies and souls had been destroyed, although the evil dragon and the dark phoenix had also paid a considerable price. The battle had already started. They had personally killed the highest level of the enemy. Moreover, they had killed two of them at once. Was this not worth celebrating? The two of them were overjoyed. Although they were injured, they laughed wildly and calmly retreated from the enemy's frenzied attacks. However, that night, thunder rumbled in the Allied army's camp. Purple lightning flashed in the sky without stopping for the entire night. That kind of vast heavenly might caused the hearts of all the humans and demons to tremble. Heavenly tribulation. What kind of person was the evil dragon and the dark phoenix? How could they not know that someone was undergoing tribulation? Something like tribulation. Although they knew that someone in the enemy camp had broken through and was undergoing tribulation, a new powerful opponent was forming. They would not dare to watch. However, the evil dragons and dark phoenixes definitely wouldn't join in on the fun. That was because it would be too easy for them to get into trouble. If that person who was undergoing tribulation didn't want to live anymore and chased after them, there would be too much of a chance for them to die. Moreover, they were all ancient powerhouses. They had experienced too many things. At their age, how could they have any curiosity? Moreover, even if there was more than one person undergoing tribulation, at most, there would be two more Zenith Heaven cultivators. It was not a big deal and had nothing to do with the main goal. It did not matter. After the tribulation, could it be that I can't kill you? I am very calm. I'm also very elegant. However, when they went to the battlefield the next day, the evil dragon and the dark phoenix's eyeballs almost popped out. The couple who had been heavily injured yesterday had rushed up again. Moreover, both of them had broken through their original bottleneck and reached the Zenith Heaven realm. Fuck, these two people who were bound to die had actually taken a step forward in their tribulation. Was this really not a joke? This reality that made them gnash their teeth caused the evil dragon and the dark phoenix to fly into a rage. They were unable to restrain their anger. They had spent so much effort purposely showing flaws and did not hesitate to get injured. They had paid so much to finally heavily injure the two of them. In the end, they had actually helped the other party break through. This was definitely the greatest humiliation they had ever experienced in their lives. The two Desolate-era powerhouses had gone crazy. In the battle that day, the evil dragon had directly revealed its evil dragon true body. Tens of thousands of huge bodies had appeared. The Dark Phoenix had even released the Nirvana Hellfire, burning everything in the world. The results of this battle were unprecedentedly glorious. The upper echelons of the Allied army were unable to resist the extreme eruption of the two Sciention monsters. They retreated in defeat, and several people were injured. Within a radius of a few thousand miles, hellfire soared into the sky. Regardless of whether it was the air or space, everything was burned to pieces. The cracking sound of space shattering like glass rang out continuously. Black holes appeared one after another in the space. So Changlu gave the order, and everyone immediately retreated. The evil dragon and the dark phoenix chased after them and fought in front of the defensive line. They had the upper hand and were showing off to the extreme. The resentment in Xiao Chen's heart was finally vented to his heart's content. The evil dragon and the dark phoenix returned victorious. However, these two old powerhouses felt that something was wrong. The battle was indeed real, and the results were definitely not fake. It was indeed a glorious victory. However, with the spiritual senses of these two top cultivators, they still felt that something was wrong. The evil dragon felt that its evil dragon's secret technique, or rather, the power of providence that belonged to the dragon race, was vaguely pulled away when it revealed its true form. Was that why it was pulled away a little? Chapter 13:13. As for the ones that were pulled away, they were almost negligible. Thus, the feeling was very weak. It was faintly discernible. Was it a misconception? Evil Dragon felt that it was too tired. On the other hand, Dark Phoenix also felt that when her Nirvana underworld flame was released, it seemed to have dissipated or been swallowed. But how could there be a creature that could swallow her Nirvana underworld flame? This was clearly an impossible matter. Even if the Demon Emperor's great sun True Flame, Ancestor Sorcerer Zhurong True Flame, and Ancestor Dragon's Ancestor Dragon Sun Flame, they were only on par with my Nirvana underworld flame, let alone steal my flame. Even if they did, what use would it be unless it was the fusion of all the flames in the world? But she had never seen or heard of such a cultivation technique. It should be a misconception. Dark Phoenix's brows furrowed for a moment before relaxing. No need to care. The two only thought for a moment, but they didn't care. After all, their losses, if they were to say that there was a real loss, it was very, very little. They would be able to recover it in a few breaths of time. What did that count as? Inside the void extinguishing tower, the black three-legged golden crow fell to the ground, its body covered in flames. Its 3 legs were facing the sky, trembling and spitting out flames from its small mouth. Yes, it was spitting out flames. There was also Xiaoduo, who was with the 3-legged golden crow. It was also facing the sky, twitching in pain and spitting out flames. However, the two of them forced themselves to keep their mouths shut. No matter what, they wouldn't spit it out. What a pity it wasn't easy to steal such a small amount of underworld flame seed. How could they spit it out? Even if they were burned to death, they wouldn't spit it out. They had to completely digest it. In the end, the two greedy fellows were on fire from head to toe, like 2 candles burning in the sky. They were almost burned to death by the underworld flame. Fortunately, Wu Yuding, who came in later, saved them in an emergency. She put down the north and the south and beat them up violently, forcing them to spit out more than half of the dark fire kindling. Only then did she slowly absorb the rest. So Xiaoduo and Xiao both had the same expression on their faces as they watched the Nirvana Hellfire essence slowly dissipating in the Annihilation Tower. Tears welled up in their eyes, and their hearts ached so much that they could not utter a single word. Such a good opportunity. And it was wasted just like that they really couldn't digest it. After all, it was a top-notch flame from a different domain. With their current shallow cultivation, they really couldn't absorb much. The portion that escaped was the portion that they could not bear. It would only cause a backlash from the flames in their bodies, so they could only reluctantly give up. And this decision was made by Wu Yuding on their behalf. Otherwise, with Zhuo Xiaoduo's character of plucking the feathers off a swallow, Xiao Xiao would never give up on something that was already in his mouth. How could he let it go so easily? It had to be said that one is marked by the company one keeps. Following Zhuo Xiaoduo, Xiao had learned his mother's character, temper, and habits. Wait for next time. There's still a chance. There's still a chance. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were brimming with tears as he hurriedly refined it. Xiao sighed and groaned, his face full of reluctance and helplessness. He couldn't wait to swallow back what he spat out, the flood which and Zhuo Chonglu were speechless as they watched from the side. This character, he's really your son. He's so good at plucking feathers off a swallow. His father is stronger than his ancestors. The flood which shook her head and sighed. She couldn't help but marvel at the human genes inside in her heart. Zhuo Chonglu's mouth twitched. He wanted to refute, but he found himself speechless and unable to refute. He could only snort. He thought for a moment and said, "If you want to absorb the primordial flame, you have to plan carefully." Zhuo Chonglu was gloomy for a moment and began to give his son ideas. The two of you can attack openly. Try to force out the Nirvana flame and the evil dragon's body more often in the future battles. A little at a time, don't be too obvious. If it's too obvious, the evil dragon and the dark phoenix won't be released. They're all ancient almighty beings. It's too difficult to take advantage of them. You must seize this opportunity. Zhuo Chonglu educated. If you can take advantage of them, you must not let go. Understood, understood. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Xiao nodded obediently. The Flood Witch sighed on one side. No wonder they were all like this, with such words and examples. I'll listen to Grandpa. Grandpa is so good. Moi. Xiao jumped around with his 3 legs, looking very happy. Hearing the word Grandpa, the Flood Witch, Zhuo Chonglu, and Wu Yuding's facial muscles twitched. Do you know how you're going to die? The Flood Witch asked Zhuo Chonglu. Zhuo Chonglu was confused. What do you mean? Just tell me if you know or not. I don't know. You'll definitely be killed by the Demon Emperor. The Flood Witch said to Zhuo Chonglu, I promise, I definitely will. Zhuo Chonglu looked helpless. You can't blame me for this. Besides, do you think you can escape? You're also his god-grandfather. The Flood Witch shook his head. Thank you. I can be this kid's godfather, but I don't dare to be Little Crow's god-grandfather. Although I'm very bold, I don't dare to do it. This was the Flood Witch's heartfelt words. Just thinking about the scene of the Demon Emperor and Dong Huang calling him uncle, the Flood Witch's legs and stomach cramped. His large intestines and small intestines convulsed together. Although he was never one to belittle himself, he was still very aware of his own capabilities. He already felt a little powerless to deal with one of the evil dragons and dark phoenixes, let alone the Demon Emperor Dong Huang, who was several levels higher than the evil dragons and dark phoenixes. Standing in front of those 2 existences as an uncle, the Flood Witch was afraid that he would be beaten into a pulp in the next moment. That as for Zhuo Chonglu, there was no other way. Who asked his son to be the Demon Emperor's 7th prince's mother? He couldn't escape, no matter how he wanted to. Thinking of this, the Flood Witch couldn't help but sympathize with him. This guy, his fate. Zhuo Zhonglu and Wu Yuding looked at each other. They didn't know what to say, but they still had to put on a smile on their faces. My grandson is a 3-legged golden crow. My grandson's father is the Demon Emperor. His uncle is Dong Huang. My son is his mother. Why is this scene so discordant? TSK. It's really glorious. But who knows the bitterness in my heart? Those of you who are not involved in this matter will never understand how deep our sorrow is. The shadow in our hearts can already envelop 3 continents. Do you know that? The next day, the evil dragons and dark phoenixes flaunted their might and challenged again. According to the established battle plan, the Flood Witch and the others, who had been diligently cultivating for a year and a half, fought again. It was still a group attack, still a group beating. The evil dragons and dark phoenixes went all out. All kinds of magical techniques and ancient techniques were used. From the sky to the earth, and from the earth to the sky, the fight was exceptionally brilliant and exciting. It had to be said that these 2 unleashed their full power and really caught everyone off guard. They were in a very sorry state. Yu Dongtian, Yin Zhonghu, Bai Yinduo, Boundless Bamboo Meng, Daoist Shuang, and the others who were weaker were all seriously injured and lost the ability to fight. Even Lei Chongtian's beard and hair were burned clean by the Nirvana flame. His face was full of blisters, and he hurriedly retreated like a big candle. The tragic atmosphere of this battle was almost indescribable. It also made all the experts in the Astral Souls remember the name of the evil dragons and dark phoenixes this time. Everyone was a little shocked. Facing hundreds of experts from the continent's allied forces, the evil dragons and dark phoenixes came and went as if they were invincible. The demeanor of the ancient experts was fully displayed. Seeing the experts who were famous in the 3 continents vomiting blood and directly retreating from the battlefield, the allied forces behind felt a chill down their spines. Too savage, too powerful, too domineering. Xiao Long, on the other hand, was extremely leisurely. He was moving around in the sky, looking for an opportunity to take a small bite of the evil dragons and dark phoenix's luck. That's right, he would only take a small bite every time. He was definitely not greedy. One bite, another bite. Xiao Long chewed slowly, using the word wretched to an unbelievable extent. Da Xiao was hiding in the front of Zui Xiao's clothes, peeking out from time to time, waiting for an opportunity. Zhuo Xiaoduo was wearing the clothes of an ordinary soldier, hiding in a group of sky source soldiers. He was not far away from the battle between the higher-ups, using his strength that did not exceed the sky-soar realm to fight against the devil army. Occasionally, when there was an opportunity, he would immediately tear space and teleport over, opening his mouth together with Shao and swallowing the scattered nirvana flame into their stomachs. Similarly, he would only take a small bite every time. He would not be greedy. Then, he would fight and refine the nirvana flame. During this period, even if there was an opportunity, he would not swallow it. Firstly, he was afraid that he would not be able to endure it. Secondly, he was afraid that the two experts in the battle would notice him. Although Xiao's cultivation had increased greatly, and he was already at the peak of the 3 continents, if he really fought against the evil dragons and dark phoenixes, he would definitely die. When the first mouthful of nirvana flame was almost fully digested, he would sneakily bring the 3-legged golden crow son over and take another mouthful. Then, he would turn back and continue to refine and fight Dada. In this way, he would swallow 7 to 8 mouthfuls a day. Of course, the actual amount of mouthfuls was so little that the evil dragons and dark phoenixes did not notice it at all. Another day, another battle. They fought from dawn all the way until midnight. After an entire day and night, no one retreated. This battle had been fought to the point of madness. In the end, the flood, which had a rare moment of calmness. With a loud roar, the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer was pushed to the highest level, and the potential of her entire body was activated. She led the 3 doppelgangers to attack the evil dragons without any fear of death. The flood, which unleashed her full strength, and with the help of the 3 doppelgangers, the 8 hammers smashed down, causing the sky to turn dark. For a moment, the others were unable to interfere. The wind howled, and it was as if billions of ghosts were crying at the same time. The gates of hell opened, and billions of ghosts rushed towards the evil dragons with bared fangs and brandished claws. Chapter 13-14. The evil dragon, who was facing this wave of attacks, was shocked. Even though he was extremely powerful and was known as an immemorial almighty, he was still only able to sever 1 corpse. He didn't know how many more years he would need to cultivate before he could reach the 2nd level. However, his cultivation base was already at a very, very powerful level. This kind of battle atmosphere was extremely beneficial to him. It was enough to greatly shorten his journey to the 2nd level. However, this Wu people guy in front of him had already reached the 3rd level. Is this a joke? But, if this guy has really severed 3 corpses, why is his cultivation still so weak? More importantly, as someone who has already severed 3 corpses, even if he isn't a sage, he should be on par with 1. Why is he so weak? What's going on? The evil dragon was suspicious, but he didn't dare to be careless. He quickly summoned his evil corpse and carefully fought the Great Flood Witch. After a few hundred moves, he finally confirmed that the Great Flood Witch was right. This wasn't the fucking 3 corpses at all. It was just a special secret technique. Maybe he had never seen this kind of secret technique before, but this is definitely not the 3rd level. After confirming this, the evil dragon was so angry that he almost fainted. You scared the hell out of me. You're actually a fake. How preposterous. I've always been curious. This guy clearly entered the Tao through killing on the battlefield, and this kind of cultivation is the most powerful. If he really severed 3 corpses, how could his combat power be just like this? He's almost as strong as the demon ancestor. I'm afraid I would be smashed in a meat paste by his 8 hammers. Even my primordial spirit wouldn't be able to escape. Now he understood. It turned out that it was just for show. It had a form, but no substance. Damn, I've almost scared the hell out of him. I've been roaming around for tens of thousands of years. Today, I almost peed my pants thinking about this. The evil dragon couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. He immediately used all his strength and attacked like a crazy demon. However, the members of the wizard tribe had always fought against the heavens and the earth. The stronger they met, the stronger they became. This was especially true for the Great Witch of the Flood. The Thousand Souls nightmare hammer danced powerfully, almost smashing a hole in the blue sky. It was as if the Milky Way had turned into a waterfall, and the flood which was right below it. She didn't let a single drop of water fall. Even though he was unavoidably at a disadvantage, his heaven-devouring aura made it seem as if he had the upper hand. He was full of pride. He looked down on everyone. He fought against the world. Facing an opponent like this, the evil dragon was so frustrated that he couldn't say anything. I'm fucking an advantage. But why do I feel like I'm being suppressed? His cultivation was higher than his opponent's, and his battle prowess was stronger than his opponent's, but his aura was completely suppressed. How could such a strange thing happen in this world? It's not like I haven't fought with the mighty figures of the sorcerer tribe in the past, but I've never been so aggrieved. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. He opened his mouth and a long whip flew out. This was the evil dragon's natal weapon. The whip whizzed through the air and turned into countless azure dragons. They roared in the air and surrounded the flood witch, biting and tearing at her. The flood witch roared, and a misty flame suddenly spread out from her body. She condensed her essence energy into flames, and her primordial spirit swallowed the fire of the world. She went against the wind and forcefully resisted the evil dragon's whip. She roared and fought fiercely. At this moment, the flood witch's battle intent filled the sky and swept through the universe. No hero in the world dared to stop her. Evil dragon. The flood witch's 8 hammers became the size of mountains at the same time. She smashed them down crazily and roared. You fought against Zhu Wu of the Wu people before. Today, how do you think I flood compared to the ancestors of the Wu people? Evil dragon. You once fought against the Kuan Pong. Today, how do you think I flood compare to the Kuan Pong? I don't need your answer, and I don't need to compete with anyone. The flood witch's maniacal laughter shook the world. I am a flood. I'm not anyone else. My life's hope, let me tell you, is to live. I want to live vigorously. Even if I die, I want to die so that the universe will lose its color and the heaven and earth will be moved. Fight. I want to fight until I'm crazy and crazy. I've always valued friendship and kept my promises. I have principles and a bottom line. Therefore, it's easy to find friends in my life. However, it's hard to find a mortal enemy. Today, you, evil dragon, can help me practice my hammer. Ever since I mastered the Thousand Souls nightmare hammer, I've never used my full strength. I've never fought to my heart's content. Today, I want to thank you. Let me use my full strength and give my all. Great, great. The flood witch laughed maniacally. She was extremely excited and arrogant. She had never talked so much before, and she had never been so crazy. However, at this moment, she was fighting and shouting at the same time. She forgot everything and focused on fighting the strong enemy. She no longer cared about winning or losing. She didn't care about whether she had the upper hand or not. At this moment, she only wanted to use her full strength and even burn her life and soul to fight to her heart's content. Just as she said, it was easy to find friends, but a mortal enemy was hard to find. This sentence might be the opposite for others, but for the flood witch, it was extremely appropriate. His demeanor, his persistence, his principles, his promises, and his character. Even if she had a blood feud with him, when the flood witch was mentioned, she would only have hatred. There would be no hatred or resentment. If they had the chance to kill the flood, they wouldn't let it go. However, they wouldn't scold him behind his back. The flood witch was such a person. Even if she was an enemy, she had to be respectful and respectful. In this aspect, no one in the 3 continents could compare to her. In this life, she had interpreted the words open and above board to the extreme. At this moment, she opened her arms and fought with all her strength. Her aura was shocking and peerless, and her fighting spirit swept through the universe. Even demon ancestor Rahu and the god-slaying spear, who were watching from the back, opened their eyes at this moment. They were unprecedentedly focused. The god-slaying spear came out with a buzz. What a strong fighting spirit. What a powerful aura. Who is this person? After seeing the two sides of the battle clearly, demon ancestor Rahu sighed deeply. As expected of the descendant of Pangu's bloodline, even though his actual strength is slightly weak, but with such a peerless aura, even the 12 ancestral sorcerers of the past could not compare to him. Or I should say, this aura has only appeared on one person since ancient times. Pangu, with a solemn look in his eyes, Rahu, the ancestor of demons, stared at the great Magus of the flood, who was fighting fiercely and charging forward with an indomitable will. He sighed softly and said, Magi. Another ancestor of Magi is going to appear in the world. As expected of the war of the great era, another calamity will appear. This rising star of the Wu people is the type that is invincible the moment he appears. This kind of person, as long as he grows up enough, no matter who he faces, he will be invincible. As if agreeing with demon ancestor's words, he took out the evil dragon whip and forced the flood witch to condense her essence energy into flames. In front of the evil dragon, which should have been at a disadvantage, the flood witch didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Instead, she fought fiercely, and her aura became more and more earth-shaking. It was as if her blood was boiling, and her body was emitting clear flames. The flames became deeper and deeper. In the end, azure flames shot into the sky. Even the Thousand Souls nightmare hammer was covered in azure flames and burned fiercely. At the end of the battle, the flood witch unexpectedly withdrew her 3 clones. She used only her hammers to fight the evil dragon. Come and fight. Come and fight. Come, come, come. As they fought to their heart's content, green flames started to appear in their eyes. With a boom, the azure flames rushed out of her eyes like rolling thunder, and she actually managed to deflect the evil dragon whip. The evil dragon was shocked and hurriedly retreated. However, the flood, which didn't allow him to retreat at all, her aura instantly increased tenfold, and she swung her hammers at the evil dragon's tail. She didn't give the evil dragon any chance. Since the beginning of the battle, the great flood shaman had been at a disadvantage, an absolute disadvantage. He had fought all the way until now, and at this moment, he had gradually turned the table from a disadvantage to a draw. Now, he had even taken the initiative and gained the upper hand. She used offense as defense, and now she was forcing the evil dragon to retreat. Her aura was getting stronger and stronger, and it seemed like it was going to break through the heavens. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that such a change could happen. Even the legendary children of destiny rarely dared to brag like this. The other 11 great shamans of the Umno Alliance gathered together and looked at the flood in the sky. Their eyes were filled with excitement, surprise, and tears. Boss has broken through. Boss has broken through to the realm of Zhu Wu. Boss has finally broken through the last barrier and returned to the realm of our ancestors. God bless our clan. God bless the Wu people. The 11 great shamans were almost crying tears of joy. This feeling was so pure. There was no jealousy or envy, only joy and excitement. Among the 12 great shamans, only the Flood Great Shaman had such charisma and could do this. If it were another great shaman, all kinds of envy, jealousy, and hatred would have soared to the sky and filled with anger. But now there was nothing. There was only joy. There was only joy. There was only joy. Compared to the Flood Great, which the evil dragon felt more and more uneasy as the fight went on. He felt even more miserable. He knew what kind of opponent he was facing. He was facing a lunatic, and he was facing an extreme lunatic who didn't care about anything. Anyone, including the sages, would be most fearful of an opponent who was almost on par with them. Or rather, the thing that scared them the most was that their opponent was a lunatic. There was no reason to talk about it, and there was no pattern to follow. There was also no saying that everyone could counter each other's attacks as they came. If you hit me, I'll hit you back. If you hit me, I won't dodge. But since you hit me, your attack will definitely wear off. At least, your strength won't be at its peak. Then, you won't be able to dodge my attack. Let's see who can't hold on first. This kind of lunatic was the most annoying. Chapter 13-15. Meeting such an opponent was the most tragic thing for an expert. But Xiaolong's current situation was even more tragic than that, because this lunatic had broken through in the middle of the battle. And the reason for the breakthrough was because Xiaolong had beaten him into a frenzy that what the hell was going on. As a sentient life form, an ancient expert, Xiaolong had seen all kinds of opponents and fought all kinds of battles. Even if he was at a disadvantage, it wasn't rare for him to be in a life and death situation. But today's battle was the most humiliating, the most speechless, the most tragic, the most helpless, and the one that made him want to curse the most. This opponent, this junior, should have been unable to break through. Although he was Zhu Wu's direct descendant, he hadn't truly ignited his bloodline. He was still a few small realms away. But after I beat him up, I beat him into a frenzy. He was forced to break through because of me. What the fuck do I have to reason with? Xiaolong felt that from this moment onwards, his name would go down in history, and he would become a legendary figure that couldn't be missed in the history books. What's more, he was a clown-like antagonist. In the future, whenever someone mentioned Xiaolong, they would probably laugh so hard that their eyes couldn't be seen. Oh, it's that idiot. I know. When this guy fought with the other party couldn't beat him. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. In the end, this guy beat the other party into a frenzy and broke through. After breaking through, Xiaolong couldn't beat the other party and was chased and beaten up. What a weirdo in the ancient world. The more Xiaolong thought about it, the more humiliated he felt. This daddy was an invincible expert of a generation, second only to the demon ancestor in the demon race. But now he had become a joke. Thus, he became even more anxious and wanted to turn things around. No matter what, he couldn't become a joke. But the more he struggled, the more excited the flood which became. The bloodline of the ancestral which became more and more lively, burning and expanding in all the blood vessels in his body. The more he fought, the more satisfied he felt. The more he fought, the more comfortable and satisfied he felt. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. Great. Haha. Today I know that this is Zhu Wu's ultimate realm. Haha. The flood which waved her twin hammers even more excitedly as she laughed heartily. Today, after fighting the evil dragon, I know that the witch's blood is red. I have broken through the human world's path and reached the highest peak. The evil dragon felt dizzy and almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. He knew that he was really finished. This reputation could not be washed away no matter what, because this lunatic had actually composed a poem at this moment. It was clearly a biographical poem. Regardless of whether it was written without any literary talent or was a mess, it was written when he broke through to the ancestral wizard. No matter how messy it would be recorded in the history books and remembered by all the members of the wizard race. It would be eaten by the wizards. He believed that the future generations would be able to decipher countless profound meanings from these nonsensical sentences and treat them as classics. However, in return, he would be nailed to the pillar of shame along with this poem. Every time this poem was mentioned, someone's eyes would light up and they would laugh. I know this poem. It was recited when the flood which broke through Zhu Wu's ultimate realm and fought the evil dragon. Come, let me tell you in detail. It's a very stupid story, and it's very, very interesting. The evil dragon knew better than anyone else that this was definitely the case. Regardless of whether the demon race won or lost, there was no escape from this record. You The evil dragon roared in grief and anger. The evil dragon whip exploded, and he retreated tens of thousands of feet. He roared angrily, "If you want to fight, then fight. You, why the hell did you recite a poem?" As he said this, he felt even more wronged. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He said furiously, "Nonsensical, no literary talent, pretentious, despicable, shameless and despicable, dirty bastard, reciting a poem in a battle. Do you have any shame?" The flood witch was stunned. She had been immersed in her cultivation and did not notice what she had said or done. When she heard what the evil dragon said, she could not help but feel puzzled. She scratched her head with the thousand souls nightmare hammer and said, "What? I recited a poem? What poem did I recite? What poem did I recite?" The evil dragon roared in grief and anger. "You don't know what you recited? You're asking me? Do you want me to recite it for you again?" The flood, which was even more stunned. She did not know what was going on. "Even if I recited a poem, what does it have to do with you? Why are you feeling wronged? You're an ancient almighty. Where's your self-restraint? The demons are indeed a race with weird brain circuits. Even if I recited a poem seriously, he would almost cry, and even vomit blood. How incomprehensible, how astonishing." A voice sounded from below. "Evil dragon, you can't recite a poem because you're uncultured, and you dare to mock a cultured person. Do you have any shame? My godfather is the Wu people's reclusive literary genius. What's wrong with reciting a poem? Isn't it appropriate and logical?" The person who spoke was naturally's Xiaoduo. When the evil dragon spat out blood, Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. He immediately went invisible and collected the blood into the Tower of Annihilation. That was the blood essence of the evil dragon's heart. It was something that he had never seen before. After collecting the blood and taking advantage of the situation, he heard the evil dragon scolding the flood witch. Xiaoduo knew that his godfather would not scold people or talk back, so he decided to talk back to the evil dragon himself. The flood, which was a little confused. Cultured person? Reclusive literary genius? Is he talking about me? Today's matter was so strange. What the hell was going on? Xiaoduo's sudden words were like adding oil to the fire. The evil dragon roared angrily, his body trembled, and his eyes turned red. He suddenly turned around and left with the evil dragon's whip. The flood witch shouted, "You're leaving just like that?" The evil dragon suddenly turned around. His heart felt like it was going to explode. He gritted his teeth and said, What do you want?" The flood witch said angrily, "You and I are enemies. No matter what, isn't this the right thing to do?" The evil dragon froze in place. "What the fuck? What you said makes so much sense that I don't know what to say." Dark Phoenix clasped her hands behind her back and created a sea of flames between the evil dragon and flood with her nirvana flame. She stood in the middle of the sea of flames and indifferently said, "Flood, you have already ruined the evil dragon's reputation. What more do you want? Let's stop fighting for today." Great Flood, which was stunned, and he felt wronged in his heart. What did I do? Did I ruin the reputation of the evil dragon? Don't you know that your words are ambiguous? Before, it was the evil dragon that was suppressing me. Now, I've finally managed to turn things around. But now that you've said those words, I don't feel that the evil dragon's reputation is good, but I feel that my reputation is bad. Everyone knows that. The evil dragon is a male. I'm also a male. Male. Watch your words. The flood witch scolded. Even if you're seniors, you can't slander a good person. Slander a good person. Dark Phoenix was stunned. She was puzzled by the flood witch's reaction. What the fuck? Did I just slander you? The evil dragon behind him spat out another mouthful of blood, then turned into a gust of wind and flew away without even looking back. Damn, this brat is not only a lunatic, he's also an idiot. That my illustrious reputation was actually ruined by such a person. Truly, this is even more frightening than death. Dark Phoenix frowned. She looked down and coldly said, "Brat over there, you've already stolen a mouthful of blood from the evil dragon's heart. Since we're enemies, I won't say anything. But now, you actually want to steal my nirvana, underworld flame? Your guts aren't small. Dark Phoenix was a meticulous person. Since Wishaoduo hadn't said anything, she hadn't noticed anything strange. But after that shout, she had locked onto Xiaoduo's movements. Naturally, she had discovered that after that brat had put away the evil dragon's blood, he had sneakily snuck under the Nirvana underworld flame and opened his mouth to eat the flames. Moreover, he had swallowed 2 flames that he actually dared to steal right under her nose. Dark Phoenix found it both funny and annoying. It was really rare to see such an audacious little fellow. So Xiaoduo laughed, and his body flashed, hiding behind the Flood Witch. Senior Dark Phoenix's eyes are truly sharp. I admire you, ha ha ha. He awkwardly laughed 3 times and then turned around to leave. Dark Phoenix was furious. Leave my heavenly flame essence behind. The Flood Witch turned around. What's wrong with a junior eating your fire? He's still a child. Dark Phoenix, do you know how shameless your words are? At this time, the Zhuyan appeared in the sky under Xiaoduo's instructions. It cupped its hands and respectfully said, Lady Dark Phoenix, you said that today's battle would end here. At this point, they could already tell that if demon ancestor Rahu didn't act, there would be no hope of victory at all. They had just returned when they were attacked head-on. Millions of demons had been killed in an instant, and countless civilians had suffered the same fate. Tens of millions of demons had died in the Plague Coast attack, and tens of millions had died in the Dao League's crazy battle at Sky Wolf Pass for 20 days, and tens of millions had died there. Now, they had come to the White Mountains, where people had been frozen to death. After fighting for so long, not only had they not taken down a single mountain, hundreds of millions of demons had already died here forever. If they had all died to weapons, it would have been fine. After all, it was unavoidable for generals to die in battle, and it wasn't a big deal for soldiers to die in battle. However, so many of them had died from poison. This caused many of the demons who liked to eat corpses to die from poison as well. This was simply an endless stream of poison. Everyone was speechless. Although the demon race still had more soldiers than the Allied army, they could still fight. However, it was useless. There was only a battle range of a few thousand miles. They didn't need many people at all. The demon race didn't have any modern weapons, but the Allied army had quite a few. Their long-range attacks rained down like rain every day. The various bombs that could destroy ordinary people and forests indiscriminately landed on the demon race's army in a large area. However, they only exploded and didn't cause much damage. After all, the toughness of a cultivator's body had long surpassed the damage limit of these conventional artillery weapons. However, they wouldn't use these when the war started. Instead, they would only use artillery to plow the ground at the beginning of the war. We don't want to kill or injure. We only want to disturb the enemy and prevent them from resting. That's enough. That's enough. This situation continued until another batch of weapons arrived. On this day, the logistics team at the rear delivered 400,000 sets of individual combat weapons. As for this type of weapon, the person who delivered it said that its inventor, Great Master G, had given this cannon a name, Little Duo Cannon. Xiao Duo's cannon. When they heard the name of this new weapon, the billions of soldiers in the Allied army all cramped up in confusion. What kind of name was this? It really caused people's imagination to run wild. Then, another explosive piece of news began to circulate. It was said that the minister's only son was Xiao Duo, and the creator of this Xiao Duo's cannon, Great Master G, had known each other for a long time. They were so close that they could wear the same pants. Therefore, after Great Master G created this powerful weapon, he didn't hesitate to name it after his lifelong friend out of course. These were all just rumors. Whether the relationship between the two was good to this extent or not, or even better than this, was a matter of opinion. But at least this name was enough to make people want to study Zhuo. What if it wasn't just the same name, but the same body? Especially a few shamans who were laughing so hard that their eyes couldn't be seen. They blocked Zhuo and began to demand, "Take it off. Let us uncle see how big your cannon is. I won't take it off even if I die." Zhuo naturally swore to die and almost caused a fight. These stories were all recorded in the history books. After all, the Xiao Duo's canon was really popular. It left its name in the annals of history and was immortalized for thousands of years. From the first day this Xiao Duo's canon appeared on the battlefield, the Allied army was shocked to discover the power of this Xiao Duo's cannon was really shocking. It was completely insane and horrifying. The power that was shot out through this Xiao Duo's cannon was extremely concentrated. To what extent was it concentrated? Roughly, as long as it was shot out, it was equivalent to the full power attack of a return to mystical realm cultivator. And it was an extremely sharp attack with a clear target. Firearms couldn't do anything to the demons and cause substantial damage. But the Xiao Duo's cannon was able to accurately hit demons below the middle level of return to mystical realm. As long as it hit, it was enough to cause penetrative damage. If it hit the chest, it would leave a transparent hole. If it hit the leg, it would directly cause the leg to be gone. Compared to the large-scale explosive firearms, the power was more than 1,000 times more concentrated. And the biggest advantage of the Xiao Duo's cannon was that it could be operated by one person. The process was very simple and easy to grasp. Such a convenient and easy-to-use single-soldier weapon was more than just sending charcoal in snowy weather. It was simply a life-saving divine weapon that could affect the outcome of a battle. Zhuo Changlu immediately ordered the entire army to commend Ji Weiran and confer him the rank of brigadier general. He would enjoy the treatment of a major general. He would be given a house and bodyguards. All kinds of benefits would be given according to the highest level. There was only one request: to fully produce the Xiao Duo's cannon. Finally, it was tactfully suggested that the name Xiao Duo's cannon was too inelegant. It was suggested that it be changed. Zhuo Changlu really couldn't stand it. Because the Xiao Duo's cannon was too easy to use, it had become a new popular phrase. Even with the thick skin of the Sky Patrol minister, he more or less felt a little embarrassed after receiving the news. The military headquarters meticulously carried out the arrangements according to the minister's instructions. Ji Weiran instantly became the key figure of the entire Astral Souls. After a few days of research, the name Xiao Duo's cannon was changed. It was changed to Sky Patrol Spear. It was recorded and announced to the entire nation. When Zhuo Changlu heard this name, he directly smashed a cup. "What should I do if I feel even more ashamed?" The other high-ranking officials were laughing so hard that their eyes couldn't be seen. "Old Zhuo, you're not being nice. How can you even steal your own son's credit? Is it necessary? Is it really necessary?" Of course, the Flood Great, which was the only one who dared to speak like this. The Great Witch, who had always been serious, laughed until his whole body trembled. But he forced himself to hold back and couldn't help but say, "This is your son." Zhuo Changlu was furious. "I didn't steal it. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee hee." Everyone chuckled and burst into laughter. When Yu Dontian was about to laugh, he suddenly realized and hurriedly shut his mouth. But it was too late. He was directly beaten up by Zhuo Changlu. "You motherfucker! How dare you!" Of course, although the name was changed to Sky Patrol Spear, the name Xiao Duo's cannon could only be spread in private. But thousands of years later, the name Xiao Duo's cannon was much more famous than Sky Patrol Spear. With the Sky Patrol Spear, the Alliance Army's advantage was increasing. The rear supported with all their strength. They worked overtime, day and night, to make the Sky Patrol Spear to support the front line as much as possible. Every few days, Guan Shanha would bring a big bag of space rings to Zhuo Xiaoduo to deliver the goods. Later on, they died one by one. Now, only the left and right protectors were left. 8 demon monarchs and 19 demon gods were basically all dead. But these fellows never felt sad. They didn't care about it at all. When there were many of us, we were like this. Now that we are all dead, we are still like this. We will not mourn anything, nor will we be sentimental about anything. Living beings need to mourn or feel sentimental about food. Don't you feel awkward? We can do it. Even if the entire demon race is wiped out and only the demon ancestor and a few of us are left, as long as we are still alive, it doesn't matter. Didn't we live like this? But can you humans do it? Can you bear to? Can you give up on those who depend on you? Hearing this, the 5 swords of the Tao League were speechless. Zhou Changlu coughed and said, Lady Dark Phoenix, we understand what you mean. But there is one point that we must take this opportunity to mention. You came to negotiate peace. No matter how you look at it, it means that you don't care. At this moment, you don't want the demon race to die out. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come. On the other hand, if all the demon race died out and only you and the demon ancestor remained, the target would become smaller. At that time, the ones who would be in trouble would be us, because we would have to be on guard all the time, unable to eat or sleep in peace. On the other hand, you could do whatever you want, but you still care. That's why you came to negotiate peace. This point is undeniable. Zhou Changlu smiled and asked, Does Lady Dark Phoenix think so? Dark Phoenix narrowed her eyes and indifferently said, That's right. Although we don't care about the lives of the demon race, but if it isn't necessary, we don't have to kill them all. So Changlu indifferently said, That way you, who took the initiative to negotiate peace, are the weaker side. This is an undeniable reality, isn't it? Dark Phoenix was silent for a long time before she finally said, Yes. If you have any conditions, you should quickly raise them. If we can't accept them, we'll just fight to the death. If we can accept them, we'll stop fighting for a while. So Changlu said, Since you took the initiative to ask for a ceasefire, we must compensate you. This is a matter of course. Just say it. We will consider it carefully. But I hope you won't ask for too much. The first condition is that the people of the Tao League continent, they're still alive, must be sent to us, is what Changlu said. Dark Phoenix had an extremely unsightly expression as she said, This is definitely out of the question. Why? How can there be any living people? They have already been eaten clean. Dark Phoenix couldn't say it out loud. The resources of the places occupied by the demon race are secondary. Flesh and blood are the most important. Cough, not only the living, but also the corpses of the dead. They are all food. Taoist Thunder flew into a rage and said, So, eating people makes you very proud? Dark Phoenix turned her head and looked at Taoist Thunder with dissatisfaction and arrogance. She indifferently said, This junior of the 3 clear lineage. I feel that your attitude is too agitated. You have to clearly see what kind of people you are facing. Dark Phoenix lectured, You are facing the demon race, and the demon race is not the human race. The demon race doesn't have your so-called humanity. It's natural for the demon race to eat people. It's just like how you humans eat chicken, duck, fish, spirit beast, devil beast, and monster beast meat every day. What is there to be angry about? When you enjoy the delicacies cooked from beast meat, have you ever considered the anger of the wives and children of those beasts? You haven't, right? You haven't, right? Then, when the demon race eats people and swallows them, what are you angry about? Dark Phoenix indifferently said, It's just food, that's all. According to the Baldies of the Western religious sect, even wild vegetables and weeds have spirituality in life. Every grain of spiritual rice that you eat is a life. Even a mouthful of water that you drink will cause the death of hundreds of millions of creatures in a mouthful of water. The survival system of the demon race is completely different from that of the Wu people. We don't have the corresponding concept that you think is right. The purpose of eating people is only to fill our stomachs. As long as it's edible, as long as it's tasty, we'll eat it. What's there to eat? Furthermore, if the food is strong enough, like how you humans hunt demon beasts but are instead killed by demon beasts, or how we can't break through the human defense line for a long time, it's the same principle. If we talk about anger, whether we should or not, or if we should go against the natural cycle of reincarnation, those are all bullshit to the demon race. Chapter 1318. Dark Phoenix spoke frankly and confidently in front of the experts of the three continents. His expression was arrogant, and he spoke with a condescending tone. He rarely spoke so much, but at this moment, he couldn't help but spit out. His words were filled with ridicule and ridicule. This Taoist, who was he trying to impress by acting like a grandson? What were you so excited about? This was simply incomprehensible and unreasonable. This was just a war between races. If you don't even understand the basic rules of the world, then what is the point of cultivating the Tao and cultivating the heart? Dark Phoenix spoke with confidence and conviction. He gently shook his finger and lightly said, "You are using the ethics and morals of humans to measure the demon race and even restrain the demon race. How absurd!" When his words fell into the ears of the ordinary human race, they were naturally absurd, but from the perspective of the demon race, they were a matter of course, a wise statement. And at this moment, many of the higher-ups of the Allied forces were nodding in agreement. This was because this was a race that didn't have humanity. If you were to talk about grief, indignation, benevolence, righteousness, and morality with them, wouldn't that be too stupid? Different races had completely different standpoints. There was no meaning in discussing the Tao. If you killed a school of small fish and wanted to eat them, wouldn't you find it absurd if a school of big fish came up and argued with you about whether you should kill the fish and eat the fish? At this time, a crisp voice asked, "Senior Dark Phoenix, may I ask what the rules of the world are?" Dark Phoenix raised his head and saw that the person who asked the question was a beautiful girl in plain clothes. Her appearance was like a painting, and her temperament was cold and bone-chilling. She was like an immortal from the nine heavens, untainted by the mortal world. The one who spoke was Zhuo Xiaoyan. Dark Phoenix's eyes flickered with bewilderment, and she didn't say anything for a dozen seconds. She was silent for a long time as she stared at Zhuo Xiaoyan. After a long time, she didn't answer Zhuo Xiaoyan's question. Instead, she narrowed her eyes and asked, "Who are you?" Zhuo Changlu faintly said, "Lady Dark Phoenix, this is my daughter, Zhuo Xiaoyan. She's still young and doesn't know etiquette." Seeing that Senior Dark Phoenix is knowledgeable, she rashly asked, "I hope that Senior Dark Phoenix won't blame her." Dark Phoenix shook her head and smiled. It's not strange. I can see that your daughter's spirit is clear and her bones are exquisite. She is truly a proud daughter of heaven. Brother Zhuo is truly blessed. Ever since Dark Phoenix had entered, although he had come to negotiate, he had been arrogant and condescending. It was as if he didn't place anyone in the three armies of the three continents in his eyes. This was naturally due to the pride of the ancient experts. But at this moment, she actually called Zhuo Chenglu Brother Zhuo and praised him for his good fortune. Even Zhuo Zhonglu almost felt overwhelmed by this unexpected favor. Everyone else was also flabbergasted. Why did Dark Phoenix suddenly become so polite? Wasn't this a bit too arrogant? Wasn't this attitude change a bit too fast? Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He thought, could it be that this old hoodlum has taken a fancy to my wife? Damn, I can't say anything. He took a step forward and stood in front of Zhuo Xiaoyan, blocking her. Then, he said protectively, "Many thanks for Lord Dark Phoenix's praise of my wife. It seems that Lord Dark Phoenix's eyesight is only slightly inferior to mine." This action immediately caused everyone present to not know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone present was old and experienced. How could they not see through Zhuo Xiao's thoughts? They secretly thought that this brat's jealousy was too great. What kind of person was Dark Phoenix? Besides, they were all from different races. They were just putting on a show and casually praising each other. Most of them were just giving Zhuo Zhonglu some face and easing the tension between them. But this brat actually took it seriously. Who knew what kind of evil vinegar he ate? Hearing Zhua Xiaoduo's interruption, Dark Phoenix's pupils suddenly shrank. A ball of nether flames flickered in her eyes. Her eyes were like a bottomless pool, like the boundless night sky. She stared at Zhua Xiaoduo's face and softly asked, Your wife? Is there even a need to ask? Zhua Xiaoduo stuck out his chest, a proud look on his face. She's my legal wife. So what? Dark Phoenix glared at him. Married? In the bridal chamber? Nonsense. We've been married for 60 or 70 years. Zhua Xiaoduo said. Dark Phoenix's eyes flashed. Do you have children? Zhua Xiaoduo flew into a rage. What are you asking so many questions for? Is this something you should be asking? Dark Phoenix nodded and sneered. I don't think you have the ability. These sudden and unexpected words made Zhua Xiaoduo angry. He said, I don't have the ability. What does that mean? Motherfucker, this is simply the greatest insult to me in my life, and it can't be any worse. Zhua Xiaoduo raised his fist with a bang. I, the Iron Fist young master, want to fight with you. Everyone was speechless. They all looked up at the sky. This guy really dared. It was clear that he was very familiar with the past deeds of the young master Zhua Xiaoduo. But taking 10,000 steps back, do you think you can fool people with your Iron Fist young master title? Contrary to everyone's expectations, Dark Phoenix's temper was exceptionally good. He smiled and said, I've always been frank and outspoken. When I say that you don't have the ability, I don't mean anything else. But if you haven't cut off all your filth, you won't be able to do it even if you have the heart. You can only sigh helplessly. How about? He paused and looked at Zui Xiaoyan in bewilderment. Perhaps I was mistaken. Zui Changlu and Wu Yuding's hearts suddenly moved. They subconsciously looked at each other. Wu Yuding smiled and said, Lord Dark Phoenix still hasn't answered my daughter's question. We are also waiting for Senior's opinion. However, he changed the topic without batting an eyelid. Dark Phoenix took a deep breath and said, the so-called rules of heaven and earth are nothing more than 4 words. The weak are prey to the strong. After saying that, he felt that his words were too general. He patiently explained, in other words, the human race is the survival of the fittest. For example, human food includes poultry, wild beasts, chicken, duck, fish, sheep, horses, cattle, pigs, and even powerful beasts, spirit beasts, and demonic beasts. In the end, the reason is that humans are stronger than those on the plate. Those races can only be eaten. On the other hand, if the cattle race is the strongest in the world, then humans will be reduced to cattle food. This logic is simple to say, but it is the truth. Think about it. You humans have been eating each other since the beginning of time. No matter if you are in the Jianghu or living your life at home, there will always be conflicts, grudges, competitions, and adaptations to avoid. Isn't killing or being killed in the pugilistic world another kind of situation where the strong preys on the weak? Isn't it the survival of the fittest in the workplace where the strong preys on the weak? Isn't it the survival of the fittest? In social situations, one needs to look up to others or need to flatter and lower oneself or be high up and give pointers. It is also the survival of the fittest. In short, it is these 4 words. The strong don't need to have any misgivings. Only the weak need to weigh everything. This is the rules of heaven and earth. It is also the law of survival. Dark Phoenix looked at Xiaoduo behind Zhua Xiaoyan and said indifferently, for example, I came here to negotiate today because I know that you will make a choice. You won't disregard everything and choose to fight to the death. This is where my confidence lies. Therefore, I can accept your conditions or I can reject them. If we were in different positions, you humans would be the weaker party. If you want to make peace, we demons would most likely not agree. Because you humans need to consider the big picture and have many misgivings. You don't forget to make a choice at all times. But we demons only follow our hearts and do things. We only have misgivings about whether we can survive or not. We don't care about anything else. From this point, it can be said that we live honestly, but it can also be said that we haven't evolved as well as you. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages, gains and losses. So that's how it is, Xianya muttered. Then, she lowered her head and bowed. I've learned something. Dark Phoenix took a step back and said, there's no need to be polite. Since we've come here today, we should be frank and honest. This is fate. Everyone was at a loss. Dark Phoenix's change in attitude was truly baffling. She was completely different from the arrogant and despotic person she was when she first came in. She was even more graceful and elegant than them. Dark Phoenix turned her head and looked at Zhuo Changlu. Brother Zhuo, if you have any conditions for this peace negotiation, you can say them. As long as I can make the decision, I won't refuse. Conditions? Zhuo Changlu also had a toothache. What conditions can we have? The Tao League has already been wiped out by you. Moreover, there's no place to defend. Even if we ask you to withdraw and you agree, the people of the Tao League won't dare to return. Dark Phoenix said that the demons treated humans as food on their plate. Chapter 1319. Dark Phoenix smiled. I've long heard that the food of the human race is unrivaled in the universe. Today, we are fated to meet. So how can we miss this opportunity? While we're at it, I'll also take this opportunity to get drunk with my enemies. This is a special experience worth recalling in my life. He agreed. He actually agreed. Everyone almost went crazy. Do you know what you agreed to? That's our headquarters. You just agreed to sit here and drink with us. All of us, all of the peak experts of the 3 continents are here. Are you still a powerhouse of the great desolate era? How can you not cherish your own life? Among everyone, only Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were deep in thought. On the other hand, Zhuo Xiaoduo was filled with vigilance. In his heart, an inexplicable feeling of irritation was growing. Lei Chantian whispered behind Zhuo Changlu, urging. He actually dared to agree. Let him taste the power of the Zhuo family's banquet. Zhuo Changlu was speechless. The demon race is so poor. This Dark Phoenix protector probably only has his own flesh and bones worth a bit of money left. What can we squeeze out of him? Besides, Dark Phoenix doesn't care if others accept our treatment. Lei Chantian thought for a bit and said dejectedly, that's true. But Zhuo Changlu, Lei Chantian, and the others didn't expect this. Before Dark Phoenix entered the banquet, there was still a gift. As an enemy, it's unavoidable to be afraid of attending a banquet rashly. No matter what, I'm still an elder. I obtained a hairpin a few years ago. I'll give it to my niece. After saying that, she took out a shiny silver hairpin. It looked very ordinary. Zhuo Changlu didn't decline and let Zhuo Xianyan accept it with a smile. Countless experts only glanced at it and secretly curled their lips. The demon race was really poor. The majestic Dark Phoenix had actually gifted such a silver hairpin. And in front of so many people at that, she had truly lost all the phase she had accumulated in her 8 lifetimes. That, however, Zhuo Xiaoyan took the hairpin and felt a sense of familiarity. She liked it very much and put it in her hair. Her beautiful hair was like a cloud. When the hairpin was inserted, only a small part of her head was left, shining with silver light. Dark Phoenix took a glance and laughed. Truly beautiful. Everyone's intestines twitched. You're a shameless bastard, aren't you? What was the point of praising him? However, he also began to find it strange. The minister had a son and a daughter, but this guy only sent one of them. But Dark Phoenix didn't mention this matter again, and everyone was too embarrassed to say anything. She was too poor, and if she brought it up again, she might fly into a rage out of humiliation. Then, everyone took their seats. Everyone thought that Dark Phoenix had stayed behind for some other purpose, such as spying on the military situation or finding out if they had regained contact with the real experts that they had lost contact with. But from start to finish, Dark Phoenix only ate and drank to her heart's content, exclaiming in admiration as she ate and drank. Her mouth never stopped. Not only that, but before leaving, she even stretched out her hand to ask for something. Give me some of your wine. Give me some more. And these dishes, give me 100 or so portions of each dish. I want to pack them up. Tell the chef to make as much as possible. I can wait, the more the better. Zhuo Changlu naturally wouldn't be stingy with this request. He directly ordered the cooks of the Allied forces to work overtime for an hour and put all the food they made into Dark Phoenix's spatial ring. Then, he also gave her several thousand jugs of wine. Lady Dark Phoenix is an honored guest, so some food is nothing. Whenever you are in the mood, you can come and take it. Although we will have a life and death battle sooner or later, this request isn't a big deal. If we really destroy the demon race, I'm afraid he will continue to lie down and never get up again. Wu Yuting nodded. That's right. This guy is too comfortable right now. Just as they were talking, so Xiaoduo walked over and anxiously asked, Dad, Mom, there's something wrong with Dark Phoenix. Did you notice anything? So Zhanglu was taken aback. What's wrong? So Xiaoduo was anxious. Then what did you and Mom discuss just now? So Chenglu pondered for a moment and said, There is no harm in telling you. The demon race's sudden peace talk is clearly not in line with the habits of the legendary demon race. I suspect that there is something fishy about this. So Xiaoduo was startled. Just this? Just this? How can you say such a thing? Zhuo Changlu was displeased. This is a matter of life and death for billions of people. Any movement of the demon race is worthy of our vigilance. So Xiaoduo opened his eyes wide and said anxiously, Dad, Mom, I feel that Dark Phoenix seems to have some thoughts about Nian Cat. Chapter 13:20. Zhuo Changlu opened his eyes wide. After a long while, he finally couldn't hold it in any longer and laughed out loud. You little brat, you are really indulging in fantasy. Dark Phoenix, what kind of person is that? It has already transcended the needs of ordinary species. You really don't have any reason to be jealous. So Xiaoduo anxiously scratched his head. Finally, he couldn't help but send a voice transmission. Dad, Mom, how could I not know that Dark Phoenix is an almighty being from ancient times? But Nian Cat. Actually, I have long suspected Nian Cat's origin. This, Nian Cat's soul has traces of ice flames. That is ice flames, Dad. Zhuo Changlu frowned and said thoughtfully, Ice flames? The legendary Phoenix race, the ice flames of Heavenly Phoenix Sovereign? That's right, Dad. You don't know, but when I discovered it, I was shocked. I was so scared. Wu Yuting frowned. That's not right. You're Dad and I didn't discover it. So how did you discover it? Besides, with your insignificant cultivation and shallow experience, how could you know what ice flames are and not something else? Zhuo Xiaoduo puffed and puffed. He winked at them for a long time before finally stuttering. This, cough, the secret of the boudoir. Dad, Mom, you two don't have to ask about it in such detail, right? Zhuo Changlu glared and was about to hit him, but he was stopped by Wu Yuting. Nonsense, Zhuo Changlu said angrily. You're thinking too much. You're still young, so don't be so jealous. What secret of the boudoir? What nonsense? Scram back and cultivate properly. Don't think about such nonsense every day. Nian Cat was raised by your mom and me. With our experience, what don't we know? What don't we see? Are we inferior to you? With a cold snort, he flicked his sleeves and left. Wu Yuting also smiled bitterly as she poked Zhuo Xiaoduo's forehead with her finger. What are you thinking about every day? Can't you do something more serious? Before he could finish his sentence, he had already left with Zhuo Changlu. Zhuo Xiaoduo was speechless. I'm telling the truth. Why don't you believe me? As Zhuo Xiaoyan's husband, he boasted that he was the closest person to her in the world. To put it bluntly, Zhuo Xiaoduo was more familiar with Zhuo Xiaoyan than his own parents. Once, during dual cultivation, the two of them fell into a miraculous state where they forgot themselves. It was during that time that Zhuo Xiaoduo accidentally discovered the terrifying ice flame hidden in Zhuo Xiaoyan's body. That indescribable power caused even his essence fire art to tremble. However, Xiaoyan herself did not notice that the ice flame and the primordial fire had formed a subtle fusion. Water and fire complemented each other, and the fusion of ice and fire resulted in a terrifying cultivation speed. The same circulatory cycle was more than 10 times faster than ordinary dual cultivation. However, that kind of situation would only occur when both parties were in bliss. It would not appear at all during normal times. It was extremely rare that it could not be controlled. Therefore, Xiaoduo worked harder and harder. However, because Xiaoduo worked harder and harder, Xiaoyan became more and more afraid. So Xiaoduo investigated for a long time and made his own guesses. He vaguely determined that the ice flame was the supreme inheritance of the divine Phoenix clan. Even the primordial Phoenix, who dominated the world back then, did not cultivate the complete ice flame 9 heavens. Mom and Dad don't believe me. It seems that I'm the only one who can protect Nian Nian Cat. So Xiaoduo sighed and inexplicably thought of the Phoenix pulse spirit in Phoenix City. There were also special talents like Ji Weiran, who had developed targeted weapons and turned the situation around. It could be said that the situation was in their favor. But the higher-ups knew that they had only just survived a crisis. If the continents returned one after another, the so-called peace would be short-lived and would disappear in the blink of an eye. Following the fierce battle between the allied forces of the 3 continents and the demon army, 6 months had passed. There was less than half a year left. According to what Xiaoduo said, the demon clan would return in a large scale in a year. Now, 6 months had already passed. Taking everything into account, there were at most 6 months left. Time was extremely tight. And where would the demon race return from? This was an answer that the upper echelons of the 3 continents desperately wanted to know. This was an answer that could be fatal. Zhuo Chenglu once secretly asked the guiding light, "Zhu Yin, Brother Zhu, your performance in this battle was outstanding. You are worthy of being an immemorial giant. The higher-ups are prepared to give you a long vacation. Look around the ancestral land. Would you like to play? Even the demon continent. If Brother Zhu wants to go, I can help you. There will be no obstruction." In the end, Zhu Yin shook his head honestly and said, "I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay here. This place makes me feel the most comfortable." This answer made Zhuo Chenglu very depressed. "You're fucking staying here? This is the most comfortable place. Doesn't that mean that the demon race will attack here first? Is there really no other place you like to go? I heard that the demon continent is quite fun. Don't you want to go there for a stroll?" "No, that place is barren. What's so fun about it?" Zhu Yin didn't want to move at all. He really liked the current atmosphere. There was no ostracism, no disdain, and no disdain. There was only seamless cooperation and tacit understanding. He could peacefully hand over his juniors to his comrades. This was an intimate feeling that he had never experienced in his life. Even though the battle had just ended, Zhu Yin was still reluctant to leave this place. He planned to stay here for a while. Even if it was 300 to 500 years, it wouldn't be too long. Zhuo Chenglu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. If you plan to stay here for a long time, doesn't that mean that the demon race will definitely return? This was extremely bad news, all right. However, Zhuo Chenglu's distress was quickly dispelled. This was because the Tao League was starting to cause trouble again. Compared to the human race's Umno Alliance, they were extremely dissatisfied with the demon race's retreat. There was great hatred between them. How could they let it go so easily? The entire Tao League continent had now become the demon race's territory. Billions of lives had been lost to the demon race. Only a few were lucky enough to survive. Countless soldiers were bathed in blood on the battlefield. This hatred was huge, and there was no way to resolve it. If it was only limited to war, it would be fine. Generals would inevitably die on the battlefield. This had been the case since ancient times. However, the demon race ate humans. Dying in battle was understandable, but being eaten, how could it be forgiven? The hatred was off the charts. There was no way to resolve it. After the demon race retreated, the Tao League formed countless small teams to chase after them. This was the result of the Tao League higher-ups trying their best to stop them. Otherwise, the hundreds of millions of troops under the Tao League would have all chased after them at this time. Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding had experienced many fierce battles with the evil dragons and dark phoenixes. The bottleneck that was originally at the peak had loosened. Now, they were on the verge of a breakthrough. Thundercat, you're actually developing real estate. And you, Hai Hun Shan, I heard that you've been idling around every day. When you're at home, you go to a young widow's house every day to chat. Your ambition is obvious. Now, you're not even active in your cultivation. What a scandal. Thundercat and Hai Hun Shan's eyes were burning with anger. They almost wanted to tear this guy into pieces and swallow him bit by bit. This bastard was ruining other people's reputation. Fortunately, this guy changed his target. And you guys, I thought about it just now. How can I just say that you guys are okay? Li Qinglong, Long Yuxing, you guys are my classmates. We grew up together, and we've only been cultivating for a few days. But you guys who have already started cultivating are so much worse than me. Even if I'm more hardworking than you, more talented than you, smarter than you, and more handsome than you, the gap shouldn't be so big. Long Yuxing, Li Qinglong, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, Xiang Chong, you guys have found wives, but you don't want to improve. What's wrong with you guys? I've also found a wife. Why am I still improving so fast? Can't you guys do the same? And you three single dogs, Gao Xiaoer, Zhen Piao, and Pai Bao. Others who have found wives have some legitimate reasons to slack off. What's wrong with you three single dogs? As single dogs, how can you not improve? How can you find a partner in the future? Huh? Gao Xiaoer and Zhen Piao gritted their teeth. Although the two women had an unusually good impression of Zhuo Xiaoduo, at this moment, they only had the impulse to rush up and bite him to death. This bastard was really too despicable. If this bastard had a divinity, this guy would definitely be the supreme god. There was no doubt that he would be the supreme god. Throughout the ages, it was hard to find a bastard who was qualified to compete with him. It had to be said that under the indiscriminate attack of Zhuo Xiaoduo's poisonous tongue, everyone's cultivation rose rapidly, and their combat power also seemed to be rolling up. In the end, everyone came to a common idea. I'm not doing this to become stronger, nor for the safety of the continent, nor to save the common people. I'm not even doing this to be able to turn around and beat that bastard up. This dream is too unrealistic, and I've already given up on it. I'm just doing this so that I can be scolded less by this bastard. It's too mean. For this purpose, as long as I can achieve it, I'm willing to train to death for 10 lifetimes. I'll take a step back and go all out. For a time, the craze for training soared to a point that even a few great shamans were shocked to see. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo still had his poisonous tongue and ridiculed them every day, and he never stopped being dishonest. Every day, he went out to kill demons and launch sneak attacks. Then, when the other party's experts appeared, he would bring people back to hide and train. After training for a night, he would go out again. Now, one night was equivalent to the difference in the flow of time of the year. With the current cultivation of Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others, it was impossible for them to gather the strength of everyone. If they joined forces to attack from all sides, perhaps even the evil dragon and dark phoenix will be no match for them. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. In particular, Lu Zhonglu had repeatedly warned him that he should avoid killing the true peak combat power of the demon race, if he could. As a result, even if Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others had the strength to fight and could even win, they were still far from being able to kill the evil dragon and dark phoenix. Furthermore, with such an order, Zhuo Xiaoduo could only. I'll let them go first. Time passed by slowly. Chapter 1322. No one knew if Hong Xiaoyu's character was bad or he was too ugly. In any case, he was stuck at the bottleneck of the Flying Heavens realm. This gap was a little too terrifying. Everyone else was stuck at the mixed essence level. Why was he the only one stuck at the Flying Heavens realm? This was extremely embarrassing. Furthermore, he was not an ordinary person. He was from the Umno Alliance's first great wizard, the Flood Witch. I doubt Hong Xiaoyu was so anxious that the two tumors on his head were about to explode. However, he could not break through. No matter how anxious he was, it was useless. Hong Xiaoyu's cultivation could not break through. However, for some reason, perhaps because he was anxious, the two tumors on his forehead were growing in a straight line. They were evolving towards becoming horns. No one knew if there was a secret behind it, or if he had stopped cultivating and could not advance any further. The tumors were growing longer and brighter. Perhaps one day, Hong Xiaoyu's cultivation could not break through. However, these tumors could directly break through and become horns. By then, they would not be called Hong Erjiao anymore. They should be called Hong Erjiao. However, after everyone was stuck, Zhuo Xiao's poisonous tongue finally came to an end. Because everyone had a reason to criticize him, and it was a reason full of mockery. Hee, we thought you had broken through, So you did not break through too? Head, aren't you the same as us? Who is stronger than who? Hee, they were amazed. No one knew where he got the cheek to criticize others for their slow progress when no one had broken through. TSK, how thick-skinned. He, that after being criticized so many times, even if Xiaoduo lost his temper and beat everyone up many times, he could not stop himself to finally, Bitch's mouth quieted down. The geniuses from the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls high-fived and celebrated. They were elated, as if they had won an unprecedented great victory. That night, they opened the wine, prepared the dishes, and ate and drank to their heart's content. According to the flow of time in the Tower of Annihilation, this was the first time they drank wine in hundreds of years. Everyone drank to their heart's content. Awesome. I've finally subdued this little bitch. This was the phrase that everyone said the most and repeated the most. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very angry, very angry. He pulled Zhuo Xiaoyan away. We're not going to join your filthy party. There will be a day when I will get back at him with interest. Just you wait, I'll definitely be back. After spitting out a bunch of useless and angry words, he dragged Zhuo Xiaoyan back to his courtyard in a huff. Why are you angry? Zhuo asked. Xiaoyan looked at him worriedly and said, They're just joking. Plus, they can't beat you. If they could, you would have. Cough, so don't take it to heart. Zhuo Xiaoduo heaved a long sigh and almost shed tears. He said, Tell me, aren't all my actions for their own good? Their cultivation had increased, and the increase was so obvious. Who would benefit from it? Wouldn't all the benefits belong to them? Why are you doing this to me? How can you bear to do this? Where's the justice in heaven? Heartless heaven, why do you have to make fun of me, a loyal and righteous person? His eyes were filled with tears, like a pear blossom in the rain. His heart was filled with sorrow, as if he was very sad. Am I wrong? I'm selfless. I'm doing this for the continent. I'm doing this for the people in the world. He continued to speak as if he had been wronged. At the same time, he held Zhuo Xiaoyan in his arms and sighed. Tell me, why doesn't anyone understand my good intentions? It's so obvious. Zhuo Xiaoyan comforted him softly. Don't be sad. Maybe you're too subtle, so no one noticed. In an instant, Xiao, Bai, Jiao, and the others were thrown out, then whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of enchantments were set up one after another. And these actions didn't delay Zhuo Xiaoduo for even half a second. He rushed to Zhuo Xiaoyan and hugged her. My good wife. Come. Let's. That night, as expected, Zhuo Xiaoduo triggered the icy flames in Zhuo Xiaoyan's body. As the icy flames continued to burn, Zhuo Xiaoduo's primordial fire art began to fuse with it. Flaming Sun Sutra, Grand Sun True Fire, Zhu Rong True Fire, Primordial Fire, and the dark phoenix's nirvana dark flame. These 5 types of flames were scattered in a picturesque manner. They gradually began to interact with the icy flames. Water and fire complemented each other. Yin and yang converged. Zhua Xiaoyan's Moon Soul Sutra and Snow Phoenix Divine Phoenix art turned into icy flames bit by bit. Then, they were ignited by the Nirvana dark flame, creating a prairie fire. Then, they continued to circulate in the two's bodies. Zhua Xiaoduo's flames and Zhua Xiaoyan's extreme cold continued to circulate in their bodies. One moment, they were burning hot. The next moment, they were freezing cold. Later, the cold and the heat slowly intertwined, the flames that could melt gold and iron and incinerate everything, and the cold that could freeze heaven and earth and the starry sky. In the end, they really complemented each other. Ice and fire converged. Fusing seamlessly, the fusion of ice and fire slowly circulated in the two's bodies. It was neither fast nor slow, and the cold and heat were unusually gentle. Time passed by bit by bit. The two were immersed in this strange atmosphere, completely forgetting the passage of time. Their thoughts seemed to be completely out of control. One after another, dreams came one after another. The two entered the dream at the same time. In the dream world, their lives, reincarnations, came one after another in the dream. The tides rose and fell, flowers bloomed and fell, life grew old, illness and death in the dream. And the world changed. The two hugged each other to sleep, falling into a deep sleep. At this time, even if the heavens fell and the earth cracked, they would not be able to sense it. After a long time, Zhua Xiaoduo had not appeared for over a month due to the accelerated time flow of the Tower of Annihilation. Li Chenglong and the others were not worried. After all, at their cultivation level, going into seclusion for a month or two was the most ordinary thing. Even going into seclusion for a year or two was too common. What was that saying again? Living in an atmosphere that was difficult for you to understand in the past. It was the same for high-level cultivators. Finally, after 3 months, Zhua Xiaoduo slowly woke up in that special realm. When the two woke up, they suddenly realized that their bodies had undergone a strange change. Their skin had become crystal clear like jade, or it should be said that it had completely turned into jade. On the surface of their bodies, there were sparkling light spots constantly flowing and flickering on the surface of their bodies. Then, they merged into the air and disappeared. The two of them were like fireflies burning in the starry sky, constantly emitting light spots and constantly disappearing. That was the last impurities in their bodies, in their marrow, in their meridians, and even in their brains were evaporating little by little. What the two of them did not know was that in the sky above their courtyard, a snow-white shadow of an ice phoenix suddenly appeared. Although it was snow-white and spotless, under the illumination of the light, one could clearly feel all the beautiful colors in this world that could be imagined. The snow-white phoenix moved slowly in the sky. It walked slowly, calmly, and elegantly. If Xiaoduo saw this scene at this moment, he would definitely be able to recall that when he stood on the peak of the Phoenix Turning Back Mountain, he saw the same elegant phoenix walking slowly in the wind and snow. It was neither fast nor slow, elegant and calm, calmly displaying its disdain for the world's beauty and brilliance. Balls of light rippled around the phoenix's body. It seemed like a strange flame that was burning and rising. And as time passed, this flame became more and more condensed, more and more brilliant, that after a long time, Xiaoduo's body shook, and Zhua Xiaoyan opened their eyes at the same time. For pairs of eyes looked at each other. Both of them clearly felt that in each other's eyes there was a galaxy slowly rotating, deep and magnificent, endless and boundless. At the moment when Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaoyan woke up, a phoenix's cry resounded in the depths of everyone's hearts. The ice phoenix flew into the sky with extreme elegance, tranquility, peace, happiness, and satisfaction. When it spread its wings, heaven and earth were glorious, and the universe was holy. It was precisely, born with flames. I am not afraid of reincarnation. I am not afraid of difficulties. In order to seek sympathy, I fell into the world. I can't be compared to nirvana. I have seen all the things in the world, and the tribulation disappears. Today, I have fulfilled my life's wish, and the dragon's cry and phoenix's cry reach the 9 heavens. Chapter 1323. Zhui Xiaoyan felt a shock in her heart. Her consciousness suddenly became clear, and her mind was exceptionally clear at this moment. When she opened her eyes, she saw Zhui Xiaoduo looking at her eyes. She couldn't help but feel shy and said, You still don't want to get up. How long has it been? Zhui Xiaoduo scratched his head and said, You really asked me this question. I seem to have had a lot of dreams just now. Zhui Xiaoyan also blinked and said, Did you also have dreams? Also, did you? I also had dreams. Zhui Xiaoyan frowned slightly and asked, What kind of dreams did you have? I seem to have dreamed of many past and present lives. In a trance, one life after another. Sigh, I don't know how many tens of thousands of lives have passed. Yeah, I'm the same. It's really amazing. By the way, you cough. Let me ask first. Yin Yin Cat, why do your eyes seem to be glowing? Really? Let me see. When she was about to look in the mirror, she found that Zhui Xiaoduo was still on top of her and didn't move, and, You, get up. Let's look in the mirror later. I suddenly feel that the situation is very good now. Try to feel it. Is it a little different? Get up first. Ah. After a long time, Zhui Xiao Duo Kai hugs Zhui Xiaoyan, who had turned into a pile of mud, and dived into the artificial hot spring again. Both of them were immersed in the hot spring water and couldn't help but recall their dreams. This dream was really strange, weird, and incredible. So Xiaoduo clearly found that he remembered all the dreams he had experienced, but when he recalled the dream of a certain life and entered the next memory, the dream that he remembered clearly before would disappear without a trace that he recalled one by one, and then disappeared again one by one. In this life, he was a tree. He actually remembered that tigers, lions, and wolves peed on his roots. In the end, he was burned to ashes. In this life, he was a grass. He was burned to death by a pool of urine. Well, he didn't drown, but burned to death. Who said that urine couldn't burn grass? Damned. In this life, he was a rabbit. When he just opened his eyes and learned to run, he was eaten by a fox. It was natural selection, and the weak were prey to the strong. It was understandable. In this life, all in all, it was extremely strange and rich. Wolves, insects, tigers, leopards, fishes, shrimps, turtles, and crabs. In short, reincarnation after reincarnation, he was reincarnated and reincarnated as a flea life. In the end, he was squeezed by 2 fingernails and died. I'm really rich, Zhui Xiaoduo muttered to himself. If he were to gather all the ways to die in the dream world and write a book called My 108,000 Ways to Die, it would be a piece of cake. He just didn't know if it would be able to sell well. Finally, he began to become a human, but he was wrongly killed. In another life, he was killed by bandits. Finally, in this life, he seemed to have become a famous author who was writing novels. He was handsome and elegant, and his writing flowed naturally like the clouds and flowing water. What's his surname again? Oh, his surname is Feng. Anyway, he earned more than 1 billion yuan, married dozens of mistresses, and retired from the Jianghu. Alas, I'm so sorry for Nian Cat. Zhui Xiaoduo wandered freely in the dream. Zhui Xiaoyan was also wandering in the sea of dreams. Countless strange memories appeared and disappeared with a thought. The expression on her face changed with the changes in the dream. As the memories ended and turned into nothingness, they seemed to turn into an inexplicable energy and return to the original body. It seemed that countless doppelgangers were desperately cultivating, using their whole lives to cultivate. Then all the cultivation was integrated into the original body. It was like a signal that caused the four continents to fall into an unprecedented calm. However, this calmness made everyone feel apprehensive. Not only the higher-ups and martial artists, but even ordinary people could not help but feel that something big was about to happen. Now, it was just the calm before the storm. Zhuo, on the other hand, did not stop at all during this period of time. He continued to slaughter the devil horde and continued to spread heaven's secret orders to accumulate providence points. He also used this opportunity to increase the strength of Xiao, Yanshisi, Jiu, Bai, and the Huahuang sword. Zhuo was extremely alert during this period of calm. He could clearly feel that a great danger was approaching, bit by bit. A storm was coming. Once it erupted, it would be earth-shattering and earth-shattering. In particular, the countless deaths displayed in the heavenly secret orders were even more shocking. During this period of time, he wanted to find trouble with Dark Phoenix several times, wanting to stop it and ask it some questions. However, Dark Phoenix was extremely slippery. It did not show itself at all, let alone face it. This result left Zhuo at his wit's end. Dad, the demons will probably return the day after tomorrow. Chapter 1324. On this day, Zhuo came to look for Zhuo Chonglu. The first thing he said was the most explosive news. Zhuo Chonglu took a deep breath and said, "Where did the news come from? Is the time accurate? Why did you only tell me such important news now?" The demon clan should have returned from the demon continent. According to the gas readings, there will be a large number of casualties in the demon clan the day after tomorrow. Just from what I saw, there are more than 5 million casualties. It will definitely come true in the near future, Zhuo said in a deep voice. In the current chaotic situation, he could only use this method to check if the demon clan had returned. They actually returned from the demon clan. That's great. After confirming this, Zhuo Chonglu's spirit was immediately lifted. He immediately gave the order. Prepare for war. The three continents prepare for war. The real moment of life and death has arrived. The higher-ups of the three continents quickly gathered. They had never relaxed before, but now they were even more nervous. This time, the order was different from the previous one. After the demon clan's attack, no one would do things like it's hard to leave the land. Born here, raised here, and died here. It doesn't matter if you don't move. We'll go to the next one immediately. We'll spoil you. Leave if you want. The upper echelons of the three continents took action together. They quickly gathered the people and moved them away. Countless cities became empty. Everyone gathered in the larger cities that were easy to defend and hard to attack. They were prepared to face the arrival of the apocalyptic catastrophe. Rows upon rows of defense lines were densely packed. Countless warriors waited quietly at the checkpoints, waiting for the enemy to arrive, waiting for the battle, waiting for the moment when they died. In the sky, dark clouds gathered. They grew thicker and thicker, covering the sun and the sky. The wind also gradually escalated. In the end, it was whistling and blowing sand and stones. The raging wind blew for 2 full days and nights. Dust filled the sky. In the end, even football-sized stones could be seen flying in the air. Coupled with the meteors that were still falling from the sky all the time, it was a scene of an apocalyptic catastrophe. Countless stones even collided with the meteors in the air. They disintegrated and became dust in the sky. It was under such terrible circumstances that on the morning of the 3rd day, it should have been the brightest time between heaven and earth, but because of some unforeseen event, it fell into a thick darkness. It was as if there was something gigantic that blotted out the sky and swallowed all the light. Then, another rumbling sound rang out, and the entire ancestral land began to tremble. An extremely strong earthquake suddenly occurred. The entire continent had suffered a severe impact. A continent had returned. Furthermore, this commotion was extremely terrifying. All the buildings with more than 3 floors were unable to put up any resistance and collapsed directly. No matter if it was the Tao League the astral souls, or the Wu people's buildings, all of them fell down neatly without exception. With the Sea of Pestilence as a buffer, there were still many buildings that did not collapse. However, this time, there was no resistance at all, as if they were flour. All of the existing scientific and technological achievements had become a thing of the past, and all modern communications were naturally paralyzed. What mobile phone? What computer? Everything was reduced to nothingness. Communication was restored to the era where people could only shout. Countless ordinary people and hundreds of millions of lives were destroyed in this earthquake. As for the deafness, blindness, bone fractures, and other injuries, it was uncountable. Such a violent shock made even the higher-ups dizzy. In a flash, white light, green light, yellow light, red light, and all kinds of colors and hues appeared around the continent. Then, a patch of black light and a cloud of gray fog rose and slowly came over. The whole sky was a hodgepodge of colors, no matter which direction, east, south, west, or north. It was a riot of colors. At this moment, when it was too much for the eyes to take in, the sun was dazzling. More than a dozen suns appeared in the sky. An endless demonic aura filled the world. More than a dozen huge suns flashed away. An inexplicable warm wind blew across the whole world in an instant. Everywhere it passed, flowers, plants, and trees grew rapidly. Countless strange sceneries surged wildly in all directions, but gathered in the sky above, resulting in a huge explosion. If a level 12 wind was the ultimate storm that people knew, then the violent wind that was stirred up by the explosion in the sky was even more powerful than a level 12 wind. It was even dozens of times stronger than a level 12 wind. After the explosion, the wind and clouds spread in all directions, but it was indestructible. All the mountains and ridges that it passed by were all shaved off. If one looked at it with their eyes, it was a uniform scene, and there was no difference at all. The commotion was so great that it made the faces of all the peak-level experts change color. Countless soldiers on the defensive lines bled from their 7 orifices. Their ears were buzzing, and they couldn't calm down even after a long time. Apart from the heroic soul passes that were still standing, the other buildings in the ancestral land were all in ruins, as if the sea had turned into mulberry fields. Mountains became deep valleys, and the sea became steep ridges. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The most obvious change was at the old site of the Tao League land. The Tao League land was located on the other side of the Astral Souls. It wasn't connected to the Wu people land. The Astral Souls human race and the Umno Alliance had been fighting for years, but the Tao League land had been peaceful for a long time. Under the protective shield of the land, there were many tall buildings and all kinds of buildings. Although most of the Tao Alliance's forces had been destroyed by the Demon Continent's return, the Demon Continent's return had the Pestilence Sea as the first buffer, and the 3 Demon Monarchs had joined forces to form the second buffer. Although most of the Demon Monarchs had been protecting the Demon Continent, the impact on the Tao Alliance's forces had been greatly reduced. As a result, although the Tao Alliance's infrastructure had been damaged, many of its citizens had still been able to survive. This attack was more than 10 times more powerful than the previous one. All of the buildings within the Tao Alliance's continent were instantly incinerated and reduced to ashes. Many of the demons who had taken up residence within the continent suffered as well. However, not only were the demons' bodies vastly superior to the humans, they were even superior to the Magi's as well. Although it was inevitable that some of them would be injured, they didn't suffer too many casualties. Zhuo Changlu, the Flood Witch, and the other giants of the 3 continents all gathered in the void above the White Head Mountain to observe the situation. Their faces were all solemn. This is the return of the 5 ancient races together. The ancestral Amland is complete again. Taoist Thunder's eyes were blank, and his face was pale as he murmured to himself. The Azura race, the Demon race, the Spirit race, the Western race, and the ancient god race. They all came back at the same time. If it wasn't fate, how could it be like this? This land is so lively. So this is the real catastrophe. The ancestral land is complete, and the catastrophe of all living beings starts from here. The catastrophe is indeed here. I didn't expect that the ancestral land would start a war as soon as it was complete again. Zhuo Changlu shook his head and smiled bitterly. The demon race and the demon race have started a war now. Previously, we made peace with the demon race, which allowed them to retain a considerable amount of strength. But I don't know how far they can go against the demon race by themselves. The demon race is definitely no match for the demon race. It's only a matter of time before they are destroyed. However, the 5 ancient races have returned together. Our original strategy must be changed. Faced with such a situation, everyone's claws were numb. Everyone was preparing to fight against the demon race. Who would have thought that the 5 ancient races would return on the same day and at the same time? The pressure suddenly increased by more than 10 times. The ancestral land was complete, the continent was unified, all races were gathered, and the heavenly secrets were mixed up to the point of a pot of porridge. The flood which took a deep breath and said, "We have to leave now." Zhuo Changlu said solemnly, "Take care." Now that the 5 ancient races had returned together, the Umno alliance no longer had the geographical advantage. Seeing that the demon race had started a war as soon as they returned, the other races couldn't help but follow suit. The Wu people, who didn't have most of their peak fighting power, were likely to be in deep trouble already. The 12 shamans and the Wu people's elite army were all here. The Umno alliance was in a passive position. The Wu people's army had to return immediately. If they couldn't even defend their base, how could they help the astral souls? However, there was still one thing to be gratified about. With the return of the various continents, the sturdiness of the heroic Soul Pass and the radiation of the Forbidden Sky domain became several times stronger. As time passed quietly, all the people and races in the ancestral land were trying their best to adapt to the new environment. Zhuo and the others were constantly running outside. After all, the environment was much easier to pass, and Zhuo and the others were filled with novelty. Thanks to Xiao Long's investigation, Zhuo was surprised to find that there were actually countless natural treasures in the newly emerged mountains. Moreover, they were all quite old and didn't look like they had just emerged, and this knowledge made him feel even happier. These good things could be further added to the space of the spatial extermination tower. However, the other people's reactions were very different. Everyone was worried about the sudden change in the world. It could be foreseen that the next race would definitely be a war between the races. In the past, the unfinished wars between the races were bound to start again and continue until one race completely surpassed all the other races and became the absolute ruler. Only then would the war come to an end. However, each race had countless experts who dared to say that they would definitely win. As the 9 continents merged into one, the ancestral land became complete again. No more meteor showers fell from the sky. Instead, the ancestral land produced a light screen that went against the sky and caused the meteors that were supposed to fall to slide away. As for the 3 pure mountains of the Tao Alliance continent, without any warning at all, they had split apart into 3. One of them stretched from east to west, towering and majestic to the extreme. The other divine mountain rose up from the ground, towering into the clouds. It was hidden above the clouds, as though it couldn't be seen at all. As for the 3rd mountain, it was completely separated from the other 2. It floated above the boundless ocean, and as the water area gradually expanded, it turned into a lone island in the vast ocean. Another month later, a sword aura that was filled with killing intent suddenly appeared. It soared into the sky and whistled across the vast Dao League's continent. Everywhere it passed, a sea of blood was surging. Hundreds of millions of demons were all cut in half by the sword, and their souls dispersed. Kill! The sword aura was boundless and arrogant. With an aura of supremacy, it stayed above the 9 heavens and looked down on everyone, as if it was waiting for something. At the right time, the god-slaying spear that hadn't moved for a long time flew across the sky. A spear and a sword, without saying a word, as if they were enemies from the previous life. They fought crazily. After a long time, there was no clear winner. The god-slaying spear's aura became more and more powerful, and the celestial slaying sword's aura became more and more powerful. Then, a yellow light shone in the sky. A small pagoda swayed and fell from the sky. Then, a jade rui also came hurriedly to a sword, a pagoda, and a jade rui. The 3 magic treasures roared at the god-slaying spear. Get out! Oomph! What's the point of ganging up on me? The god-slaying spear snorted with jealousy, but immediately retreated without any hesitation. It was too aggrieved. If I had a helper, would I be afraid of them? The battle in the sky also came to an end. Then, the demons issued an order for all demons to retreat to the demons' continent. But in the west, a lotus platform hung high in the sky. It was surrounded by auspicious clouds and mist, and it was full of auspicious and peaceful aura. The killing sword aura just now broke through the clouds. It flashed all the way and came under the lotus platform in the west. I suddenly realized that I had suffered too much back then. What supernatural power is not as good as fate? All of it is bullshit. The so-called supernatural power is not as good as fate. That's because the supernatural power is not enough. Kundi, if you don't return it today, I will destroy your Buddhist kingdom. Chapter 1326. The Buddha opposite him said in a calm voice, "The heavenly Tao is just, what grievance is there to speak of? Senior brother, you are exaggerating." The clear voice snorted and said, "Naturally, someone will come to collect the blood debt from back then. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. However, no matter how many of my people were taken away, send them all back to me. If there's one less, I'll use 10 million bald donkeys' heads to make up for it. Senior brother, it's not that I don't want to return them. It's just that they have converted and are devoted to Buddhism. This is destiny. How can destiny be changed by human power? Converted to the West? Destiny can't be changed by force. That's your destiny. What does it have to do with me? I just want you to return my people. Whatever happens after has nothing to do with you. Whether they continue to convert to the West or return to my sect, it has nothing to do with you." The voice gradually turned cold and sharp. "Even if I become your hardcore supporter, I have to return first and then go back. Senior brother, your reckless behavior will definitely make Master unhappy. The calamity is still in front of you. Don't tell me you still want to. Now is the time of the calamity of heaven and earth, and this calamity was not set by Master. Even he can't control me. All the grievances of a murderous calamity must be returned in this battle. I only ask you, will you return it or not? Senior brother, I'm not your senior brother. I'll ask you one last time, will you return it or fight it out? This is the last question. Next, I'll only ask with my sword. Merciful Buddha, return." Humph, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Before the voice died away, the 5 swords were all piercingly cold, shining brightly and pointing at the south sky. "Come out." The void was shattered, and demonic waves rolled. A black shadow flew out like lightning. It was the god-slaying spear with a murderous aura. The god-slaying spear buzzed. "Everyone, long time no see. There's no need for formalities. Tell the demon ancestor that my sect has reopened and the demon race is not allowed to enter. Anyone who dares to do so will be punished with a sword and be sentenced to death. The five swords did not care about the god-slaying spear's reaction. With a whoosh, they rushed into the sky. On Punglai Island, the aquamarine palace is open. A leisurely voice resounded throughout the world. The aquamarine palace to enlighten me, the heavenly Tao, whose divine ability is lower than the heavenly Tao. Let's fight for the great Tao again. Disciples of the Jie school, Master is back. On the other two divine mountains of the three clear divine mountains, faint sighs could be heard at the same time. On this day, on the ancestral land continent, only sword energy could be seen spreading for 30,000 miles. Heavenly palace of the monster race. Two middle-aged men in yellow robes sat opposite each other and sighed. Tong Tian has established his sect again. This is going against the heavens. No, in this calamity, the heavenly secrets are in chaos. There is no longer any so-called heaven's will. Perhaps this calamity is the only chance for Tong Tian to break free from the shackles of the heavenly Tao and transcend himself. If you miss this chance, there won't be a second one. During the investiture of God's cataclysm, who didn't know that Tong Tian was defeated so miserably? With a single sentence, the number one sect vanished. As the sect leader, as the master, Tong Tian's Taoist heart has been incomplete for so many years, and he feels guilty to all his disciples. This is a rare opportunity, so he will bet everything he has to fight for the destiny for his disciples and seize the opportunity. This time, Tong Tian did not make a move for himself. Demon Emperor Jun sighed. Chapter 13:27. Wasn't it said that the pinnacle was so narrow that it could only accommodate one person, or at most a limited number of people? The Zenith Heaven realm had always been the pinnacle of cultivation in the three continents. As for Zhuo Chonglu, the Flood Witch, and the others, they weren't on this list before they broke through. So Xiaoduo thought that they should be on the same level as the 12 Grand Shamans, the 7 Swords of the Tao League, the Heavenly King of the Right, and the others. Although there were a lot of people on the same level, there were only 20 to 30 of them. But now, there were 20 to 30 of them? It was more than 100 times. At least, it wasn't the pinnacle that he knew. So Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. I worked so hard and even sold my body to Yin Mao just for this position. Now that I've climbed up, I realize that there are so many people on this level. Is this still the pinnacle of the pyramid? This is clearly a fucking great plane. The source of Zhuo Xiaoduo's dissatisfaction came from Zhuo Chonglu's investigation numbers, or rather a list. On this list, there were as many as 8,600 Zenith Heaven Realm cultivators from the 9 tribes. Moreover, this number wasn't completely calculated because the human race of the astral souls from the demon race and the Western tribe didn't have the ability to complete the investigation. Moreover, this huge number didn't include experts above the half-sage realm. Even some peak Zenith Heaven Realm cultivators weren't on this list, because the gap between mid-stage and peak Zenith Heaven Realm was too big. And the human race of the astral souls only occupied 50 of the names, not even 100th of them. This included Li Chenglong and the others who were stuck in the card realm, but hadn't really broken through. Besides, there was something that's what Xiaoduo couldn't understand. This world seemed to be changing every day. This was not a description, but a reality. The world was really getting bigger, and it was getting bigger every day. The most simple example was, originally, there were only 50 miles between the two mountains, but after waking up, you would realize that the distance had expanded to 800 miles. Originally, there was no such hill in front of him. But a few days later, when he went out to take a look, he saw a hill full of 1,000-year-old trees. How did this thing appear? Why did it suddenly turn into a dark purple color? Every little change in the world couldn't be ignored, let alone such a huge change. It couldn't be described with the word big. And at this time, apart from the demons and monsters who clashed and engaged in fierce battles from the start, the other continents were obediently biding their time. Even the demon and demon race didn't send out their true high-level combat power. That was because this world was still far from stabilized. According to ancient legends, the original ancestral land continent was extremely vast, but the 9 races split up, and the heavenly axiom split as well. Its foundation shrank greatly, and it couldn't maintain its original vast land, so it was extremely restrained. Now that all the separated continents have returned, and the heavenly axioms will has reunited, naturally, it won't allow the ancestral land continent to continue to weaken. Naturally, it will do its best to restore it to its original state. The various changes now are just the beginning. This is actually the manifestation of the heavenly axiom's recovery. As the foundation of the land recovers, and in the beginning, when the various races left, they sealed the spiritual lands and spiritual sources that they didn't want to be discovered. The seals are also being lifted one by one. Although I don't know how long this change will last, but it definitely won't last long. Not only that, even the chaotic spiritual realm that flew away will also return. It will be independent of the heaven and earth, but it's still in the heaven and earth. Zhuochanglu's words didn't calm the hearts of the people. Instead, they became more and more nervous. Everyone realized one thing. This was no longer the world they were familiar with. Although there was also a world where the strong were respected, and where the bigger fist was the right, it was also a world filled with many conveniences provided by the power of technology. Instead, it was a completely unfamiliar, dangerous world where the strong were as numerous as the clouds, that is what Xiaoduo muttered. It's too unfamiliar, too unfamiliar. Is this still the world I'm familiar with? This is simply. Xiaoduo wasn't the only one who felt unfamiliar. Instead, it was all the indigenous people of the 3 continents who felt unfamiliar. They felt that everything around them was beyond their understanding. They didn't recognize anything and didn't know anything. The basic common sense that they had learned in the first half of their lives was completely overturned in a short period of time when the other continents returned and the 9 continents merged. Unfamiliar? How could it not be unfamiliar? The small mountain that they used to climb up and down several times every day, the kind where they could clearly see the number of trees on it, suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a mountain that was tens of thousands of meters high, which appeared even more magnificent. How could it not be unfamiliar? They cultivated a vegetable field in front of the house where they lived and planted some spring onions and garlic that they usually ate with wine and dishes, but they suddenly went 300 miles away. They had to go 150 kilometers away just to pluck a handful of spring onions. The shops on both sides of a street in the city could be seen at a glance. Suddenly, the street cracked open, and the crack was 10 to 20,000 meters long. The street was gone, and it had become a cliff. Even if they survived, what was the point? If we still need you to escort us back, we might as well find a crooked tree and hang ourselves. The Thundercat's face was twisted. I also want to save my face. Okay, for your great face. Well, since there's so many of you, it shouldn't be a problem. Let's go our separate ways. Li Chenglong laughed. Except for Xiaoduo and his wife. The rest of the team rose into the air and split into 3 directions. They quickly disappeared into the forest. Let's go. Hai Hunshin's nose twitched. He said in a low voice, we may need to kill our way back. This is our opportunity to gain experience. Please give me a chance. If we encounter a battle, let me go first, okay? Hong Xiaonuo begged in a humble manner. My cultivation is the weakest among us. My combat power is the lowest. Please give me a chance to break through. If you guys are allowed to fight, it won't be my turn. Hong Xiaonuo's attitude was very humble. This was because there was really no other way. When he encountered an opponent that he could defeat or was on par with, if everyone didn't let him go, he wouldn't have a chance to fight at all. Because he was the weakest. Everyone, including himself, acknowledged that he was the weakest. If they encountered an enemy that they couldn't defeat, and everyone fled together, Hong Xiaoniu would have no chance to gain experience. Therefore, in the end, Hong Xiaoniu was extremely miserable. He also wanted to save face. But now, he couldn't save face no matter what. Chapter 1328. This matter was so tragic and so realistic. All right, when we meet a suitable opponent, we will definitely give you a chance. Hai Hunshan and the rest agreed readily. The others also agreed. Hong Xiaoniu thanked them repeatedly. In the sky, the golden scaled which was in charge of escorting them sighed deeply in his heart. It had to be said that Hai Hunshan and the rest were more generous than Zhuo and the rest. If it was Zhuo and the rest, they would at least squeeze Hong Xiaoniu out a lot of benefits before agreeing. They would even have to agree reluctantly and let Hong Xiaoniu give them benefits in return. But the golden scaled, which would rather they do that. Because squeezing benefits out of friends and joking around was on an equal footing. Later on, when Hong Xiaoniu got this opportunity, he would only feel more comfortable in his heart. And after being promoted, he would feel very warm in his heart. Because even when he was weak, no one kicked him out of the first echelon. Although he was weak, he was still a member of the same team. No one looked down on him. However, the Thundercat and the others from the Sea Spirit Mountain agreed without hesitation, which made them feel a sense of superiority. That was a kind of superiority. No matter how approachable they were still two different classes. This opportunity was given to him because he was weak. Don't underestimate this sense of superiority. This kind of feeling could turn a friend of life and death into an ordinary friend. Even if they were more sensitive, it was not impossible for them to have a bad relationship, especially when this weakling rose up one day. No one would have the chance to go back to the time before their relationship deteriorated. And Hong Xiaoniu's thanks, under such circumstances, had to be said out loud, because it was indeed everyone who gave in to him. Naturally, he had to thank them. He should say it out loud. But after saying thank you, their relationship would never return to how it was before the thank you ceremony, because a true friend would never say a single word of thanks. This bunch of kids, they have lived like dogs for so many years. How could they have the experience of others, the kind of life and death contract? The golden scale great which sighed in his heart, and then a thought came to his mind. Could it be that? In the future, the Umno Alliance's team also needs to find a slut to be the leader? However, he immediately dispelled this thought. That was absolutely impossible. After all, what the team needed was not just a bitch. They also needed a tacit understanding that had been honed since the beginning of time. They also needed a genius strategist who could check every detail and fill in the gaps and plan the overall situation. They also needed a head butler who was clever and skilled in acting to unite everyone into a rope. But the success of the brigade is difficult to replicate. The golden scale great, which turned into a shadow and chased after him. The 50 kids in front of them, even if they weren't as good as the entire team, were still the future hope of the Wu people. They couldn't afford to lose them. Zhuo and Zhuo Xiaoyan walked in the front, while Zhu Yan followed behind them. Zhuo was a little dissatisfied with Zhu Yan's enthusiasm and said in a deep voice, "Old Zhu, lead the way." Zhu Yan turned his head innocently. "Little master, where are we going?" Xiaoduo said impatiently. "Didn't I tell you? You can go wherever you like. We'll follow you on this trip. Do you think I'm joking?" "Okay." The scarlet ape immediately took the lead and flew out. Its movements were unusually relaxed. Xiaoduo, who was following behind, looked dissatisfied. He transmitted a voice to Zhuo Xiaoyan. "At first, I planned to have a honeymoon in the ancestral land. But now, a beast of misfortune has been stuffed into our hands. Xiaoduo laughed and said, "Don't be fooled by his honest face. He's actually an old bastard who's been around for millions of years. He's got a heart." Xiaoyan snorted and wrinkled her nose. "You passed this test, kid. You actually thought of using Zhu Yin to block me. You're smart and brave." At the very front, Zhu Yin, who was flying excitedly, was very excited. "Leader, I'm the leader." "Ha ha ha." The young master said that I'm the leader. As for the old bastard, ha ha, who isn't an old bastard after living for so many years? Since I'm the leader, I must lead the way to a more relaxed and pleasant place, since I need to be fast. I might as well tear through space. Not only is it slow, but it's also very monotonous. The young master will probably remove me from the position of leader to hiss that Zhu Yin sped up. A flock of thunder eagles was flapping their wings above the clouds. Every one of them was unimaginably huge. Their wingspans alone were several hundred meters wide. There were no less than 1,000 of them. As they flew above the clouds, not only did they block out the sun, but they also turned the white clouds below into dark clouds. The king of thunder eagles was Lei Yishan, one of the 365 ancient demon gods. Although he was ranked last, he was still a grand luo. He was no pushover. Although he hadn't improved much after so many years, he hadn't met any decent opponents. Cough. He was referring to opponents other than his own colleagues. Every time the demon gods gathered, he was always ranked last and was inevitably bullied. When the other demon gods saw Lei Yishan, they would slap him or rub his head. It was nothing. In short, there was no respect for him. Only when he stayed in his own clan could he enjoy the feeling of being looked up to by others. Only now could he be in a superior position and brag to his heart's content. "King, Lord Kuan Peng has given us this important mission. It's clear that he values us. It's all because of your high cultivation, intelligence, and bravery that you can get this investigation mission from Lord Kuan Peng. This is a great honor for our clan. It's the #1 contribution in this catastrophe." A thunder eagle was flying while flatteringly moo, trying its best to flatter him. As Lei Yishan flew in a reserved manner, he said indifferently, "We are from the Thunder Eagle clan. Our flying speed is fast, and we can fly stealthily and high. These are the advantages of our clan. Of course, the fact that Lord Kunping values us is also a very important aspect. We can only succeed in this investigation mission. We must bring the truest and most detailed information back to Lord Kuan Peng. King, it's too boring to just fly like this. Can you tell us a few stories?" A few thunder eagles in front of him had a fawning look. After so many years, who didn't know that their king liked to brag? How could they not create opportunities for him to brag? Not to mention that there was nothing to do now. It was the best time to brag. Even if there was no opportunity, they had to create opportunities for their king to brag. Only by bragging and bragging would their king be comfortable. When their king is comfortable, they would be comfortable. When they're comfortable, the entire clan would be comfortable. The demon race continent has been wandering the starry sky for so many years. The various clans of the demon race are all recuperating. How could there be any new stories to tell? Lei Yishan said with a relaxed and happy face. "I remember telling you about the matter of the Myriad Immortal Assembly last time." No. Everyone said in unison. "Myriad Immortal Assembly? You've already bragged about this 100,000 times, but at this time, we have to say that we didn't. As long as we can make everyone feel comfortable, what's the big deal if our ears suffer again and grow a few more calluses? Then I will tell you in detail." Let me tell you, that time was really too dangerous. Lei Yishan opened his mouth, his face was red, but he pretended to be frightened. "You will never guess what kind of life and death crisis I experienced that time, what kind of life and death situation I was in, what kind of life and death situation I was in, and what kind of life and death I narrowly escaped death. Hee, I can even tell you about your life and death crisis in my sleep. Maybe I can tell you more about it than you." "Wow, really? Life and death crisis? Tell us. Our king's experience is really rich." That Myriad Immortal Assembly. It was Snow Eagle King who asked me to go with him. Everyone discussed Dao together on a huge island, which happened to be outside of the various forces. It could be said that it was free and lively. Everyone was very happy, and they spoke freely without restraint. But after a few days, an uninvited guest broke into the myriad immortal assembly. Do you know who it is? Lei Shan's eyes were nervous. Who? The beast of misfortune, Zhuyan. Chapter 1329. Fuck, that's it. At that time, Zhuyan didn't have the title of Beast of Misfortune. We got together and had a good chat. At first, we almost became sworn brothers, but now that I think about it, it was really fucking dangerous. My king, you're so awesome. You can still deal with such a fierce beast with ease. Not necessarily, but that time, it was really dangerous. Lei Shan made an expression of lingering fear. Who would have thought that there was such a jinx among the brothers who drank and chatted together? Who could have known about this in advance? Right? Yes. At that time, we didn't care at all and were still living happily. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds and rumbling. Oh my God, it was this island. Guess what it was? What was it? This island is actually the home of an illegitimate child of the Black Tortoise clan. That enormous tortoise shell directly lifted the island we were on out of the sea. When we were drinking, it happened to be the time when the Black Tortoise descendant was going through the tribulation. Everything happened so suddenly. At that time, the tribulation thunder rumbled, and I was so scared that I was dumbfounded. Someone was going through the tribulation, but I stood on his back. Wasn't that suicide? My king, what did you do? What else could I do? Run. Everyone ran like headless flies, and indeed, quite a number of them ran away. That mighty black tortoise didn't expect so many people and demons to run to its back during its tribulation, and was directly struck to death by the heavenly tribulation due to these people's burdens. Lei Shan sighed. Now that I think about it, the black tortoise descendant's death was really unjustified. He was going through the tribulation himself, but he had to bear the tribulation of more than 10,000 demon immortals. TSK. It was said that he was cooked later, and the whole sea area was filled with the fragrance for 3 days, and then it stinked for 30 years. TSK. It's probably Zhuyan's fault. So miserable. Of course we ran away long ago. Snow Eagle King and I ran with the biggest group in front. The one at the forefront was Scarlet Ape. At that time, Zhuyan was very powerful and ran the fastest. At first, we all thought that he knew the way, so we ran all the way behind him. But who would have thought that we would run out of the range of the heavenly tribulation by accident? This was unexpected. I thought that this should be the so-called one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. That's right. My king, you're so lucky. You can turn misfortune into blessings. Sai, what the hell do you guys know? How could we have turned misfortune into blessings? We were indeed rejoicing at that time. But who would have thought that we had actually just escaped from the gates of hell and plunged into the dark Luo temple? Lei Shan sighed. At that time, we were still running at top speed, and Zhuyan was still leading the way. I was faster, so I gradually caught up with the first group and followed closely behind Zhuyan. Snow Eagle King wasn't as fast as me, so he was flying with most of the people behind us. At that time, everyone had relaxed. After all, we were all experts in cultivation, so we had a certain understanding of the range of the tribulation. Then, just as I was flying through space with Zhuyan, I suddenly felt a chill on my tail. I spat out a mouthful of blood. Instinctively, I rolled for thousands of feet before I had time to look back. Guess what? What? The space behind us had been completely shattered, and the more than 4,000 itinerant immortals behind us had all turned into powder. I clearly saw Snow Eagle King's feathers fluttering in the air. It was so miserable. More than 4,000 people. That blood. Have you ever tried throwing a mountain into the sea? Stirring up towering waves? Have you seen such a spectacular scene? The blood from that day was probably like this. Whoosh. Then it rose. We're all on the same side. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. At that time, I directly peed in my pants. If I had moved a little slower, I would have been finished. You know, the hair on my tail, together with the tip of my tail, was only slightly affected, but it was already destroyed inside. Lei Shan couldn't help but shake his hips, indicating his subordinates to look at his tail. You can't blame King for being timid. If we were there, we might have been scared to death. Later, we found out that His Majesty the Demon King was fighting with the two Zuwu. Both sides were preparing for a big move, and we just happened to break in. It just so happened that both sides were attacking at the same time. If we didn't die, who would die? In my opinion, that's just bad luck. His Majesty the Demon Emperor didn't manage to hit the Ancestor of Sorcerer, and the Ancestor of Sorcerer didn't manage to hit the Demon Emperor either. All the power was received by these 4,000 unlucky people in the middle. How miserable! Lei Shan sighed. What happened after that, King? There's nothing after that. Zhu Yin ran the fastest and disappeared in a flash. Although I survived the disaster, my tail was cut off and my flying speed slowed down. I couldn't catch up with him and fell down. But now that I think about it, I got away from the misfortune and was lucky enough to save my life. Lei Shan sighed. That was really close. Now that I think about it, my heart still beats wildly, and I still have lingering fears. Later on, when the name of Zhu Yin as the beast of misfortune spread out, we knew that all of this was because of this guy. My heart was filled with hatred. King, then did you find trouble with Zhu Yin in the future? Find trouble with him? Chapter 1330. The Thunder Eagles were all in awe, seemingly prostrating themselves on all fours. They had to admit that the king's move was truly ingenious. They were inferior to him. Lei Shan looked at the three little fellows in front of him complacently. In his opinion, the three little things in front of him must have been scared out of their wits, scared silly, and scared silly. Look at how pale their little faces were dyed, but the one in the lead seemed to be a demonic beast, and its strength was not low. Haha, big fish. Lei Shan laughed loudly, feeling extremely comical. He also felt that his luck was extremely good. I thought it was an ant, but it turned out to be two big fish. To have such a demonic beast carry you on a journey, you actually have to use your tail to make a nest. Two little human dolls. You really know how to enjoy yourselves. The Zhuyin ape suddenly encountered an unforeseen event, and besides feeling astonished in its heart, it was also stunned for a moment. When the Thunderhawk King spoke, it had already recognized the Thunderhawk King, and it instantly straightened its chest and said with a frown, Thunderhawk King, Lei Shan. His voice was filled with disbelief and surprise. Zhu Yin naturally did not expect that after returning from the Demon Continent, the first person he met was actually an acquaintance. It was the Thunder Eagle King that he had not met for a long time. This was an old friend from back then. His shock turned into joy. After all, this could be considered as meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Lei Shan on the other side was directly stunned. The other party, this demonic beast seemed to recognize him. From his words, he seemed to be very familiar with him. But how come I don't remember having such an old friend? He only recognized Zhu Yan's original form. He had never seen its appearance after it transformed. Naturally, he did not recognize the other party, especially now that Zhu Yan's appearance was a bit strange. It had a human head and a human body, but it was dragging a big fluffy tail. It looked like a very unconventional squirrel. It was indeed a bit difficult to recognize it. Who are you? Do you really recognize this king? Lei Shan said arrogantly and carelessly. Zhu Yan was excited. Old friend, I didn't expect that the first person I met after the ancestral land was restored would be you. Haha, this is really great. Let me tell you. Lei Shan was furious. He slanted his eyes and said, slow down. Who are you calling old friend? Are you worthy of being my friend? Zhu Yan, The Thunderhawk King arrogantly shouted. "Who the hell are you? Since you know this prince's name and origin, why don't you hurry up and kneel down and reply? Even though I am amiable and approachable, I am not someone that any lesser demon can offend. What's with the two human cubs behind you? You're just a little demon that's willing to degenerate. How dare you call yourself an old friend of mine?" Scarlet Ape said, "Thunderhawk, listen to me." The Thunderhawk King faintly smiled, and with the attitude of superior, he said condescendingly, "In front of this king, you also want to speak while standing?" He let out a thunderous roar. "You demonic beast, I don't care what your roots are. Now that we, the Demon Clan, have returned, all lands under the heavens belong to the king, and all lands are the king's subjects. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. This prince has been ordered to be the vanguard. Why don't you hurry up and kneel down and report everything you know to this prince? What are you waiting for? As for the two human cubs in front of you, are they the descendants of some important human figure?" The Thunderhawk King questioned in a dignified manner. After hearing these words, Scarlet Ape directly laughed out of anger. "You're still the same as before, acting recklessly. Of course, the two behind me are important figures. Falling into the hands of a great demon like you today, I have no choice but to say it. But are you really going to agree to give us a way out? Do you have such great authority? This king is one of the few demon gods of the demon race, the king of the Thunderhawk clan. My words are like a mountain. How can I go back on my words? Since the king has made a promise, I'll naturally tell you everything I know. However, I'm also not the descendant of some important figure. Although I have old Zhu as my companion, this ostentatious arrangement is only normal on our side. I'm off topic. The king definitely won't be interested in listening, but my position is insignificant, and what I know is really limited. Say what you know. Yes. Regarding the legendary experts, I've only heard that there aren't many experts in the three continents. The highest is only the quasi-saint realm, and there are only about 30 of them. They're known as the 36 Saints. Actually, I've said that they're just fishing for fame. They're obviously just quasi-saints, but they actually dare to use the word saint in their names. It's really too much. Son, 36 quasi-saints. The Thunderhawk King's eyes widened in an instant. What the hell? There were actually so many quasi-saints in the ancestral land of the three continents. Although there weren't any saints, was it so easy to produce a saint? It was normal that there weren't any. As for the quasi-saints, according to what I know, there are 365 of them. Among them, there's an old story that says that one day of a person is equivalent to a year of suppressing the world. Isn't there exactly 365 of them? Therefore, they have another name, and the world calls them the 365 Sons. In addition, they have their own rankings. Those who are ranked on the first day of the new year are naturally the first, and those who are ranked on the 30th of the 12th lunar month are the last. Their rankings often change, and for this ranking, they often fight until the heavens and earth are turned upside down. The people of the continent have suffered for a long time. So Xiaoduo spoke with great detail. There were old stories, rumors, and facts, making it hard not to believe. At the very least, the Thunderhawk King's expression had completely darkened. The look of panic in his eyes could not be concealed. 36 quasi-saints. 365 quasi-saints. What kind of immortal strength was this? What the hell could it be that the return of the demon race this time was actually a mistake? Then, what about those below the quasi-saint level? The Thunderhawk King asked with a hint of hope. Those below the quasi-saint level. There are even more cultivators below the quasi-saint level. The number of people that your majesty wants to know is really too many, and it's almost impossible to count. Just those that I know are already extremely many, and it would take me a few days to tell you their names. The Xiaoduo revealed a distressed expression and said, "Peak grand heavenly immortals. Those that are stuck at the entrance of the quasi-saint level are almost as numerous as a car. Those that have some status in the three continents have all hired grand heavenly immortals as bodyguards. Your Majesty want me to tell you everything, and it's really a little difficult for us. So Xiaoduo patted Zhu Yan's shoulder and said, "Actually, Your Majesty, there's a little mistake in your judgment. Old Zhu is traveling with us, and it's not that he's protecting us. He's just accompanying us. My family is a small family, so how can we afford to hire a true peak grand heavenly immortals to protect us? Therefore, we've taken a step back, and I'm really ashamed to have made you laugh." Lei Yishan's eyes were already spinning. Is this something a human should say? I feel like I'm dreaming. Hiring a grand heavenly immortal demon is actually a little embarrassing, and you've even made me laugh. What the fuck? Then, with your Majesty's status, background, and knowledge, you definitely won't be interested in hearing about the rest. I won't say any more. What you said just now still counts, right? Xiaoduo bragged until he couldn't even brag anymore, but he still didn't forget to use words to mock Thunder Eagle King. In short, there are innumerable cultivators, and they're like carps crossing the river. He was stopped and robbed, and originally wanted to go on a killing spree. However, after thinking about it, he changed his mind. What's the use of going on a killing spree? It's better to fool them first, and see if there's any unexpected gains. Zhu Yan stood there with a serious expression, and his expression didn't change at all, as if he wasn't excited at all. This meant that what Little Master said was all true. Lei Yishan was already starting to feel a little discouraged. There's actually so many fucking experts. My legs are a little weak, is what Xiaoduo said. Why don't I tell your Majesty about a few classic battles in the three continents? If you want to talk about classic battles, the first one would be the battle between the peak half-saints Li Chenglong, Long Sheng, and Zhou Xiaoduo, Zhou Sheng. In order to determine who's the best in the world, that battle was. Almost all the peak experts were present. 3,000 people were watching from all directions, and those two peak half-saints fought in a narrow circle. Although the battle was unprecedentedly fierce, the aftermath of the battle scattered in all directions was negligible. Even the hair of the people close to them didn't sway at all. Your Majesty, you're one of the few demon gods of the demon race, so you naturally know the mystery behind it. It's not hard to imagine the brilliance of that battle if you're in a trance for a moment. That battle was so intense that the sun and moon lost their light. In the end, Zhou Xiaoduo, Zhou Sheng, became the best expert in the world. Roughly counting, it's already been around 5,000 years. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of admiration. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.